Entrepreneurs solve problems. They make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why it's so important to support Startup Week.
Welcome back to Startup Week, everyone. Thanks for joining us live here at our headquarters in downtown Boise at Jump. Joined again by Don Berger. Welcome.
And my friend Tiem, whose last name I still can't pronounce.
Let's keep it that way. How about that? Don is starting the day off with a Red Bull, so he may grow some wings and take off the set here for us. But before he does that, did you watch your own It's not the fireside chat, it's the Founder War Stories.
Founder Fireside War Story chat.
There you go. Did you watch your own chat yesterday?
I usually hate watching myself, but I did watch myself yesterday. And it was interesting because, first of all, I thought Nick in front of the camera and Mark behind the camera did an incredible job.
So you looked and sounded better than you usually do?
So I actually watched it on mute the whole time. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, wow.
So I thought they did an incredible job, and it was one of the rare moments I watched myself, and I was like, oh, this is pretty interesting. Just pretending it wasn't me. But I did watch it, and it was in the evening, so it was a nice mood. And I think it was a good way to kick off the week.
Yeah, my main takeaway, I watched it too, by the way.
Thank you.
Again and again.
You fell asleep to it?
No, the founder anxiety that you talked about was intimate. You kept it real. I thought that was a really good topic that you and Nick talked about. In terms of audience engagement, did you get a lot of questions, or did people drop into your talk, or?
So I don't know how many people watched it, but what I do know is a few people texted me and said, that was good, that was open, that was honest, that was transparent. But I only got one message umbrella, which was a bit, if I may be honest, slightly disappointing.
Kind of a letdown.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's just the beginning of the week, so people are still getting used to a virtual event. But I think it's a really good reminder to leverage the tools that we have online to network with one another. And I thought about this the other day. If you see someone that you want to, meet, and you don't feel like messaging them because it's a little too official, you can hop on our Slack channel, which was sent to you via link, and DM them. That might be a little more, comfortable for some people.
Let's talk about those tools a little bit. So yesterday, and we do this every year, really the first day at Startup Week is, a really short day. We do 1 or 2 events. It's really a teaser and to get things kicked off. Much
Totally.
like other conferences, they have a happy hour. Usually they kick things off the night before. So that's really what yesterday was. Today, if you look at the schedule, for those who are watching this live, you'll have access to about 9 talks today, and that's on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. Umbrella, the tool that you brought up, and where you were last night in your own chat, there's actually 17 videos playing today. So to get the full immersive experience, highly recommend for those of you who are watching us live, register on boisestartupweek.org. You'll get an email with login information for Brella, which is our event platform. In Brella, you can join Don while he is giving his talk in a chat room and ask him questions real time. You can also book meetings with other attendees and speakers, and you can also chat with other attendees, not just the speakers themselves. So speakers are actually in those chat rooms during their own talk, waiting for you to join them and engage with them. If you think about it, again, Startup Week in years past, in person, the reason we come to these events is to network. We've lost that opportunity with the virtual event this year. But like you said, the tools that Brella brings to the table really enable us to bridge that gap. So I just encourage everyone to get into boisestartupweek.org, register for free, get into Brella, and network.
And quick tip for those who are doing that, which should be all 1,500 of them, there is a wonderful Brella app you can download as well for the purposes of networking. So while watching the event is better on a desktop, if you want to actually network and meet folks and see the schedule, the app is wonderful. And I use it every day to check what's going on and to see who's signed up and to chat with people.
So you're literally multitasking. You're watching the talk and you're chatting with the person who's giving the talk.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to just sit here and look at you the whole time.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Let's talk about the day a little bit. It being, Tuesday, the first full day of Startup Week.
One week before the U.S. elections.
Okay, which brings up a talk actually that's on our schedule today, free and fair elections. And I believe Ian Harris from the CEO of Vinyl is actually on that talk, as well as Hoda, and she's actually an Iranian professor at Boise State talking about
That's awesome.
cybersecurity.
And speaking of the fact it's 1 week before the U.S. election, today is probably, according to the U.S. Postal Service, if you're mailing your election, your mail-in ballot, your absentee ballot, you can go ahead and you should do that today because it will guarantee, or at least as close to guarantee as possible, that your ballot arrives on time.
So to reprioritize your day, dear attendees, first get your ballot in, then register for Startup Week on boisestartupweek.org and get into Umbrella. Make sure you take advantage of this opportunity.
Indeed.
And network with us.
And speaking of government, our next talk is with the mayor of Boise. As a newcomer to Boise, I came here and I was like, oh, cool, a woman mayor. She was recently elected. I didn't realize there was somebody before her for many terms. And she kind of got thrown into the pandemic. Well, I guess everybody was.
Yeah.
In her first kind of year in office. Can you give us a quick preview of what to expect at 9:45 when that session airs?
Yeah, I had a really good interview with the mayor. She and the city council really have pivoted and given resiliency its true meaning. And what I mean by that is, affordable housing, for instance, we talk about that. But we don't just talk about affordable housing, we talk about how that is related to building a startup ecosystem. Talent coming here, having access to affordable housing is an important step in building this ecosystem out. The city also launched a municipal grant, and it's basically designed for small businesses who didn't get any PPP or relief funds from the federal government, and they have the option of getting up to $15,000 from the city. So she and her leadership have done things to position small business in Boise to bridge the gap between now and when this pandemic is hopefully over, to really position us to thrive. And we talk about growth. The pandemic really has fueled the already, crazy growth,
Right.
in part driven by you.
Well,
Much
not
welcome.
just by me, but I was an example of somebody who moved here because of the pandemic.
Yeah, and we see these trends just picking up and accelerating, and so we talk about that. The one thing we talk about I think is cool, is the kind of startup that you would want to launch. Like, what problems would you want to solve? I asked her that question.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, she did admit that she was intimidated by the question, which was the intent, right? But her husband is in tech. He works at a local tech firm. She's into entrepreneurship. She's a big supporter of Trailhead. And so, you really got to tune in to find out what app or, no, I gave that away. It is an app. But what the mayor would launch if she had the time to launch a startup tomorrow.
So for those tuning in, thinking about ideas of what to do, you can go ahead and watch that. And then if you stay tuned later this week, I interview a guy named Patrick McGinnis, who wrote the book, The 10% Entrepreneur, which helps people figure out how to launch a side hustle that's successful.
Couple of takeaways, the main takeaways from that talk that you had with Patrick?
That you don't need to be full-time in order to be an entrepreneur.
Oh, a side hustle. You can build it as a side hustle?
That's right, which is why he calls it a 10% entrepreneur.
Ah, hence the name. Okay.
Right, and then some of the milestones you should reach before going full-time on your venture.
So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, for those of you who are joining us live, to talk to Patrick, you need to log into Umbrella. In order to do that, go to boisestartupweek.org, get registered for free. Patrick and other speakers will be in the chat as you're watching this talk, and you have a chance to ask them questions and get engaged with them.
Awesome. Let's switch gears real quick and talk about the rest of the day today. I got the schedule in front of me, and one of the things that's coming up later today is another founder war story that you're hosting. Do you want to quickly tell us about that?
Yes. So much like your founder war stories, this was shot at Nick's house, and I had the honor, and I'm trying to figure out which war story it is. I believe it's Megan Lacey.
It's with Fitted.
Oh, so okay, it's Monty's tonight. Mm-hmm. Right on. So yeah, Monty, founder and CEO of Fitted. They moved here. When I say they, him and his team moved here from the San Francisco.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, came to Boise, About 6 months ago, I randomly ran into him on the street on a Saturday in front of Trailhead. He had no idea what Trailhead was. Got into a conversation with him. One thing led to the next. And yeah, we're really fortunate to be the recipient as a community of these viable startups that are, leaving other, hot, dense startup locations around the country.
And Tim, that gets me thinking, in a way, you're kind of the ambassador of the startup community, or one of the ambassadors of the startup community here in Boise. Does it ever get boring to constantly talk to people and tell them the same spiel every time? This is Trailhead, this is Boise Startup Week, this is this.
Matter of fact, it doesn't get boring. I'd like to think I get better at it. So I entertain myself every time I give the story. But it's quite the opposite. I get to talk to different people who own businesses in different industries in different sectors. And so while my spiel is probably the same every time, it's how I apply it to them. That's where the difference comes in. So in Fitted's case, Monty was looking for a lifestyle change. He has a young family, and he was in the process of convincing his engineers to leave with him. And so in order to do that, he had to pick a good alternative to San Francisco. And so we talk about that a little bit, and he ended up buying a place out in Star, which is more of the rural part of the Treasure Valley. So we get in a little bit to, what motivates a founder to come here to set up shop in Boise. Some of the things you probably are able to relate to.
And later this week, we'll be talking to Rod from Love Every, who was convinced to move here by his co-founder, Jessica.
Turned out well for him, I would say.
It did. And he moved here from Washington, D.C., and he went through the same kind of change. So,
and you have that in common with Rod, right? You built your company in DC, and he's from DC. That's
right.
You'll be on with him live on Friday, I believe.
That's right. And Rod was a key executive at O-Power, which is a now Oracle-owned, was a publicly traded company. Obviously, Oracle is, but had a $500 million exit. So we'll tune into that to learn more. The other thing I want to cover, and I know you have something as well, is Trailmix is this evening or this afternoon at about 4:15. You want to tell us what to expect?
Sure. Trailmix is really the marquee event for the day. It is the pitch competition that has $20,000 in prize money tied to it for the winner, $5,000 for the runner-up. Albertsons is giving away shelf space to the winner. This year is really cool because I actually know who won. Because
So who won, Tim?
Yeah, let's do that at, I think it's at 5:30, guys. Yeah, let's do that at 5:30 today. We'll actually have a check presentation to the winners.
Oh, cool.
We have these giant checks back there. We love giving away big checks. Winners get to keep the checks, parade them around
Can you
town.
actually walk into a bank with that check? Can you deposit it? Or
No, we should ask them to do that and
Yeah.
and give us some pictures for social media, because I'm sure the bank would be ecstatic.
like try to walk through the door, like getting stuck?
Or just go through the drive-thru and try to put it into that. That would be funny. But look, this year we have 5 finalists, really exciting. All of the pitches were pre-recorded. We had a white barbecue sauce. We have almonds infused with flavor, a local coffee supplier. The coffee isn't from here.
Is that Iron Mule?
It's Iron Mule.
I'm an investor in that company.
Oh, very cool. So
And I went to grad school with Matt Bishop, the CEO.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so Matt pitched. So this company, or his product is called Direct Access.
Right.
It's born out of Coffee Mule, so we're really excited about him. We have Jenny here from Wild Heart Sipping Vinegar. And am I forgetting someone?
Is that kombucha?
It's actually vinegar that is infused with blueberry thyme was one of them that I drank and I have at my house. You can mix it with sparkling water and just kind of sip on it. Nutraberry was the other finalist.
Oh, yeah.
Upcycling. It's berry seeds that are ground up into powder.
David is the guy?
That's right. That's right.
So all these startups are going to be featured in our showcase on Thursday.
You'll see. Actually, they will be in the showcase.
Right, so
you
they
should
can go
definitely
talk.
stop by virtually, go to their booth. After you watch their pitch, I'm sure you're going to hear something today that's going to make you want to get into Brella and go talk to them. But 5 pitches will be played, and then, at the end of the day, we'll announce the 2 winners. I will also invite my program manager at Trailhead, Matt Gilkerson, in to kind of tell us a little bit about the pivot.
Shout out, Matt.
Shout out, Matt, again. Very different year for Startup Week in Trailmix. So he'll talk us through what these entrepreneurs actually go through as a Trailmix experience.
And Tim, can we just quickly touch on how Trailhead is doing during this time? I know that I, along with a few others, work out of Trailhead. There's 2 Trailheads for those who don't know. There's Base Camp, which is kind of like the classic co-working space. And there's Trailhead North, which is a little more kind of permanent office space.
Yeah, it's for startups further along the life cycle, I would
Yep.
say. You know, Trailhead has been impacted by the pandemic. It is tough when your business model centers around bringing people physically together in a space. You know, our membership has dropped significantly. However, we have pivoted. You know, we're pivoting to other sources of revenue. And we're really looking at this as a temporary thing. You know, entrepreneurial support centers and universities, they tend to thrive during a recession and post-recession. It's just that the health crisis is prohibiting people from being in close proximity, that our membership has dropped. But we're remaining resilient, and we're really looking to be here for the community when this is over, so we can start this rocket ship and really accelerate the growth.
I can only imagine what you're thinking. It's like, okay, guys, we just got to get through this thing, and as soon as we do, we're going to really take off. Because for all those people tuning in who are working from home, you know, hopefully you want to go back to physical space maybe a few days a week, and Trailhead's going to be right there for you when you're ready to do that.
So what I tell my team, I said, look, I know we're slow now, but don't get used to it, because when the time is right, people are going to come knocking on our doors, and we need to serve our community. You know, I think it's a good time to tee up the next talk, I should say, and
Sure.
and part ways with our audience for now.
And if I may, sorry to interrupt.
Please do.
Just a couple of other sessions to highlight this Tuesday. There is a wonderful session on inclusion in tech, obviously a very important topic in this day and age. There is an interview with David Cummings. He's one of the kind of godfathers of the Atlanta tech community. So if you're out there and a community builder, community organizer, and want to learn about community building, specifically in tech, you should tune into that.
So as Don is naming some of these talks that you may not see on the live stream, that's because you need to get into Umbrella to get full
Yes.
access to all 17 talks. They're all on lock Umbrella today. Go to boisestartupweek.org, register for free, follow the instructions. It's pretty simple.
That's right. That's right.
All right, without
Awesome.
further ado then, let's get started with our opening keynote for Boise Startup Week 2020. Mayor McLean,
And prior to that, a word from our sponsors.
thank you. Welcome to the opening keynote at Boise Startup Week 2020. We're kicking things off in style for our audience with a fireside chat with Mayor McLean, minus the fire.
Right, with the desk instead of the fire.
No fire indoors. Thanks for hosting us here at City Hall and letting us shoot in the office.
Oh, well, it's great to have you. Of course, I wish we were in person for a fireside chat, but it's wonderful to welcome you here into my office where we
Yeah.
can have a conversation.
Hey, let's get started. I want to talk to you about so many things today, but let's start off with economic recovery as a topic for
our startup ecosystem. So the tagline for Startup Week this year is be resilient. And the way we define be resilient is using adversity as fuel for innovation. So our audience would like to know, how has the city been innovating in the face of the challenges in recent months? And not just directly to those challenges, also how is the city positioning Boise to thrive for the future?
Well, first off, I want to say that I think that that is a perfect theme for Startup Week. And while I haven't used those specific words with our own team here at the city, I really have, from the dark days of March, talked with our team here about how we as a city will get through this if we, as city staff and in my office, look to the community as in partnership and come to this with a sense of service, recognizing that these deep, deep challenges that we're facing and that we're called on to face, and they seem to be piling up, really create opportunity for growth. And those communities, cities, ecosystems, what have you, that harness that opportunity, I believe are the ones that will thrive in the long run and be more resilient. So we've definitely taken the same approach, both internally here at City Hall and as we create programs or seek ways that we can support those in our community to get through COVID, to address climate, to have tough conversations about racial justice, and whatever else 2020 might hand us.
Yeah, there's no shortage of tough issues for us to tackle as a community. And so in terms of the economic recovery, I know the city has done a few things, particularly to help small businesses. I know there's a fund out there. You've done some things. Could you just tell us a few of the initiatives that
Sure.
you've done as a city?
Small businesses, startups really are the backbone of our economy. And while the things that we can do are limited, we wanted to be limitless in how we take advantage of the kind of tiny things that we can do. So one of the first things we did was build a partnership with the Highway District, with the state and others to be able to close 8th Street, for example, so that restaurants could expand onto the patios and the public would feel safer coming. And then we've kind of grown that program by looking at parking spaces and parklets, if you will, because we want to make sure that in the time that people are willing to be outside, we can support those businesses that need more space to bring their customers in. And then with some of our CARES funding that we received from the state of Idaho, we decided that we needed to be as helpful as possible to small businesses. And so we created the Small Business Grant Program, which allows up to $15,000 to small businesses that apply until we finish the fund, which is right now at $1.5 million. We're hopeful that we might have a little bit more that we can provide. And then, of course, our team is here and ready and asking the business community to let us know how we can be of service. Because if there are other things that we can be helpful with, whether it be permitting, trying to figure out how you can expand your footprint, serve your people in different ways, we want to be able to do that.
And as I understand it, you've reached out to the business community and greater community to put together a task force.
Yes, we had an economic recovery task force that we convened, and we wanted it to be quick and efficient, give us some work to do, and then the next steps while we're implementing those recommendations, which I'll talk about, are that our economic development team that we've built out that will connect with our climate team, with our housing team, with other people throughout the city government, and also with the public, are building out an economic development plan so that we can make sure that we're leveraging our resources as efficiently as possible to support small businesses in the community.
Yeah, let's get a glimpse of some of those, the pieces of that, what the task force is recommending.
Yeah, so the Economic Recovery Task Force recommended we focus on 3 areas: housing, health, and workforce development. And so the people that we brought together for that were principals at think tanks like Brookings and the Sightline Institute, a couple CEOs or retired CEOs, and then universities. And we brought people in that could look at the positives and negatives, not be advocating for a specific sector of the economy, but instead say, okay, City of Boise, these are the things that you can do immediately. And what I really appreciated was their recognition and call out that protecting public health and addressing affordable housing are key tenets of a stronger economy and ultimately a stronger recovery.
Yeah, for a startup geek like me, it's fascinating to watch cities as governments innovate. As you talk about the partnerships you formed, it sounds complicated because innovation from a startup perspective is best done when it's nimble, when you're in a silo. You can adjust quickly, but when you have to reach system level goals, city level goals, you really have to bring those stakeholders in. And I want to use what you just said as a segue. Let's talk about affordable housing. So from a startup perspective, affordable housing plays a major role in building out the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Access to affordable housing, it's a story you and I actually share. We both moved to Boise, became a part of the community, and the central piece of access to a home is really what allowed us to build our professional and personal lives. And so as startup folks, look to plant the seeds for the next wave of startups here in Boise, we look to that issue and it matters to us. But can you tell us, in that context, why is affordable housing such an important part of your administration's focus? And what are you actually doing as a city to ensure that people of different socioeconomic backgrounds will have access to affordable homes in the future?
Sure. We do share that story. We came here because we love this place and we're able to build a life. And I want our kids and grandkids to be able to do that. The city years ago set out goals for the number of units that we needed at certain price points, and we were not meeting those goals. And that told me we needed to be more agile, nimble, bold, and try new things. And the reason it matters is because in the last 10 years, the cost of housing has gone up 152%, but our wages have only gone up 20%. So if you are, like my husband and I were when we were young, he was weighing a startup that only provided equity or a startup that would give him some cash that we badly needed as a young family with kids, you have less options if housing is such a large portion of your budget. And so, of course, we want to provide housing and we don't provide it, but we want to make sure that we have housing in this community at all price points so that those of you that work in the city can actually live in the city, so that you're together, whether it be remotely or in shared space during the day, but then you're not going very far from where you work. And again, you're mingling with the community because it's those strong neighborhoods and the connections that are made that I think ideas come from. And so we've done a couple things. I, as a city council person, was a champion of having a housing land trust or housing land bank. And in these 9 months that I've been mayor, working with our housing team, we've begun to acquire land that we'll put out for proposals. And we will expect to see mixed income housing, mixed use neighborhood development, so that we're strengthening neighborhoods while making sure that we have homes available at different price points. Franklin and Orchard was the test of that model, the proposed development that's there, that has space that could serve as innovation hubs, neighborhood hubs, et cetera, while also housing people from all walks of life. We've collected properties and we're assembling some that we already have in the city, and then we'll strategically start to put those out for ideas from developers. We are also this fall launching an affordable housing incentive program. And so there will be opportunity for builders of homes and the public to weigh in with their thoughts on it. And then we're also looking at an affordable housing bonus ordinance. And I want to hear from builders of homes if what we're proposing we would negotiate in exchange for a set number of units within the development that are at different price points, would encourage them to do that, because we want to make sure that the policies we're putting out will get us what we're looking for, which is unit by unit by unit, we're increasing the number of homes available in the city that Boiseans can afford.
It seems to be a pretty long-term play. If I think of it in startup terms, a year to a startup is like an eternity. Building out the infrastructure for affordable housing long-term, do you think we'll need more projects like this land trust or the bonus program? What do you think is going to stick of those things that you just innovated around?
Sure.
In the face of this, in the recent months, but what is going to stick, you think?
Well, and so I think of it in two ways. You have to play with the eye to the long game, but also you have to have like short-term wins and impact. And so we're actually looking at our economic development plan the same way. The task force gave us short-term things to do while we build out a longer-term plan. And with housing, the land trust banks land so that we can continue to put land into the market looking for proposals. But at the same time, the ordinance will allow us to incent to developers. Let's say you're building 100 apartments. How about 10 to 20 of them be at workforce housing rates. And so project by project, hopefully we can tick off and make incremental change. And then from time to time, we'll have the larger addition of homes as well. So trying to do both at the same time.
I see. And so, you mentioned earlier you want your children to be able to sort of have access to the same things you and I have access to, owning a home or having a home. The other day I did the math with our new median house price. I think it's $400,000 now.
$400,000, yeah.
That's about a 12% increase. I did the math on what my children would have to earn.
Oh yeah, what is that?
It's an astronomical number, actually. But when I do the calculation, I have to take a straight line assumption. But what I can tell you is, if they were to get an entry-level job like I did 15 years ago here in Boise, they wouldn't be able to afford the same kind of house. Now, that's assuming things are going to continue on this trajectory. And that's also assuming that some of these initiatives that you're working on with the city aren't going to affect and make an impact on this trend. Yeah. And so, again, affordable housing, very important topic to the startup community. We've seen other very flourishing startup communities with problems to where, employees are living in trailers.
Yeah.
And Mountain View, California is a good example, in front of the Google headquarters. And so hearing you and hearing about the various initiatives, and it seems to be a multi-pronged approach, both grounded in the short term and long term, it's really reassuring. And so I want to switch gears to a budget line item that I kind of got wind of, accidentally actually watching one of your budget meetings with the city council. I was looking for another meeting, but I got trapped in that budget meeting.
You got trapped.
I got trapped.
Yeah.
But then it got my attention because it talked about a $100,000 budget line item that was approved for a clean tech accelerator. And a clean tech, I'm all ears. So tell us about that.
Sure. I am really excited about the opportunity that I believe the city has in our transition to clean energy. And again, we think about the challenges that we're facing as true opportunities for those that are willing to look at them that way, to figure out how we leapfrog and build an economy and create a community where people have opportunity. The climate accelerator is in scoping mode. And if I didn't have my mask on, you'd see a big smile on my face. So instead, there's probably wrinkles around my eyes. But we know that the world is addressing the impacts of climate. No one city can stop climate change, but if we look at what we need in order as a community to adapt and ultimately be resilient, then I think that is where we find opportunity. And so we know that we have a goal of 100% clean electricity by 2035. In order to do that, we will need to work with research institutions, innovators, to come up with programs, ideas, technologies that can help us do that. We as a city intend to be carbon neutral by 2035. And then we want to take what we've learned in doing that and help with establish a community-wide goal. In all of these transitions, we're going to need innovators. And so we want to see what, if any, opportunity there is to create an accelerator or innovation space here in the community. And I think about it in terms of our water renewal systems, where many years ago, investors realized that they wanted the companies they were investing in to mitigate for climate risk, whether that be by looking at the cost of carbon in the electric power load, picking up access to water as a commodity for long-term drought. And so it's on us as a community to do the same thing for our residents and make sure that our bills in the long run stay low by trying to get ahead of it now, because that impacts the cost of housing, but that also that we have what we need to provide resources to our city in the long run. So whether it be with our water renewal systems, where we're looking at how we turn water that's been used, we clean it, and we turn it into water that can be reused, there's innovation and research that needs to be done there. So that's something that we might find makes sense to have in an accelerator. Our transition to clean energy or carbon neutrality, the same. And then, of course, we have a geothermal resource that we'd like to grow. And again, we need new technologies to be able to do that. So a space where we could all go think, convene interesting people with new ideas and see what works as we try to put it to work to meet our climate goals.
So if I overlay a sort of a startup lens to your approach to the carbon neutral goal, you're you're almost doing a proof of concept, a prototype at the city level first, you prove it to yourself and iron out the process, and then you're going to go into production and broaden it to the
What
community.
steps do we have to take? What's it going to cost? What works? What doesn't? And when we've figured that out planning-wise here and we've begun to implement it, we'll be able to make a plan citywide.
I love the approach, for one, because it is the challenge of our generation, as you said it before, but also Idaho is just blessed with so many assets for clean tech and green tech. You talk about INL, you talk about the universities we have here. Trailhead did a partnership with INL called Trailhead East, wind, solar power, geothermal. I think we're the only capital in the union that is heated by geothermal. I could be wrong on that.
I think we have the largest system in the country as well, and the 6th largest in the world.
So I think it's very wise of you to pick. For one, it's a big challenge. It's a big, hairy, audacious goal. But at the same time, it's a challenge that I think our community is equipped with the assets and the know-how on tackling that. And I also think it's going to create opportunities for the workforce of the future, as you called it, higher earning jobs here in Boise and in the greater Treasure Valley. So when I saw that budget line item, I already went and built a startup in my head around it, which I'm so excited about that we're tackling that. It's a BHAG. It's a big, hairy, audacious goal.
Yeah.
Most will stay away from. Those who run towards this, they're typically entrepreneurs. And so switching now to your startup. So I have a question for you. If you magically find yourself with the time and resources and the team to start a company, a startup, tell me a little bit about what kind of problems you would want to solve, what vertical it would be in, and amuse me a little with your take on the McLean startup.
So I'm when you told me that you had a clean energy startup, I was thinking maybe we should divulge each other's startup ideas.
We'll do that off record, so we.
So I said to you before we sat down that was like the question that intimidated me the most, because I go way deep into thinking of like what would really work, and that's exactly what we're not supposed to do. We're supposed to, the way I think about both city government and the solutions that we're trying to provide, and even communities that come out of this COVID crisis ahead, and companies that make it, I think are those that take a practice or an idea or something that we're used to and then just change it slightly to meet and create a future need. So look to your history, imagine what the future looks like. And that's what I see in terms of like, there's either a disruptor moment or a disruptor company. So COVID's been a disruptor moment for us. And then those companies or people with the ideas that can take what we know and iterate just a bit to help us imagine what's next and get through it are those ones that seem to do the best. So I've been thinking about this in terms of, I look at it from a systems perspective as mayor and how we grow an economy of the 21st century. But if I were to do my own startup right now, it would definitely look at the intersection of climate and housing. And I wouldn't necessarily want to be a builder of housing, but come up with either a technology or a solution that enables quick construction of and affordable construction of homes that are carbon neutral, so that we recognizing that the long-term costs of power are high, and we'll do better with clean electricity in the long run. And so being an electric house is important. Being super efficient, being able to provide energy efficiency is really important and necessary. But then looking at how we can do that at price points that's accessible for the everyday worker here in the city and elsewhere, given the impact of housing and construction on climate in general, the impact of power and other resources on housing costs. I think that there's a nexus there that I would like to explore.
Yeah, that intersection between climate and housing is an interesting one. And at this point, a shout out to Leif Elgathan, who runs Retrolux, a Boise-based startup, right in that vertical of the intersection of climate and housing. I know.
Oh, see, it's already done. So I guess.
Well, what I'm saying is one facet. So he focuses, or Retrolux focuses on the lighting.
Yeah.
Right? But there's so many more aspects to it than just lighting. I just want to make sure I give him a shout out because I know Retrolux has now landed a deal with a VC firm that's tied to Panasonic. So they're actually entering into an accelerator.
That's great.
Yeah. So maybe there's even lessons we can learn from that experience Retrolux is going through as the city's looking to build their own accelerator. I kind of was projecting what you were going to say.
Oh, what was I going to say?
Well, I just know you're a passionate runner. You talk about, running in the foothills all the time.
So I could have taken something that maybe I could actually accomplish.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But also not to take
That's my own thought on it.
and not to take the wind out of the sail of that idea. It's interesting because, we talk about influx of people, ideas, and capital into our community and some of the growing pains that we've just been addressing. One of the startups that actually moved here is called Fitted. And they are...
What's it called?
Fitted.
Okay.
And they are a SaaS company, and they moved here from California, brought 9 engineers with them. Monty Keller is the founder. We also have a really nice fireside chat with him during Startup Week. But they focus on, he owns 3 running shoe stores.
Okay.
And then he built a software that helps running shoe stores with back-end e-commerce. Basically, if you're a brick-and-mortar store and you have no e-commerce presence, turnkey, you can work with Fitted, and now you have an e-commerce presence. And there's some more back-end analytics that I probably butcher if I were to explain. So I was thinking maybe something in that, because I know Monty is an avid runner. He took running, his passion, made a startup of it. But it really sounds like you are...
So I have another one then.
Okay, let's go.
Thinking about that.
All right.
Know what, especially during the stay-home order, but even now, because our trail usage is up 300%, taking my running and my love of trails, I would love more than anything to be able to open my phone, either through Strava or some other app, have an overlay that tells me where people are, so I know where I can go where I have fewer people on the trails. And maybe as we continue to grow and we see so much usage on those trails, just being able to know through heat maps where fewer people are, if we want to go for a run with fewer people, fewer passings, it'd direct us to different places so we could spread people out.
See, I knew it, a trail running app. Yeah, Google does that when you search for businesses. It tells you what time of day they're usually busy. And I think
on the roads, you can see which way to go because you don't want to go where it's red or yellow or orange. So something like that for trails would probably be nice in these busy days as our city grows.
Well, you heard it here first. A trail app in the making. I'd like to wrap us up at this point. Mary McLean, thank you so much for your time. Anything you want to say to our audience to close the session?
Yeah, first I want to say thanks so much for coming and for the invitation to participate in Boise Startup Week. I think it's so important that this continue, and it's such a great asset to our tech community to have. When my husband was young in the tech space, it didn't exist, and I know what a difference it makes to convene people to talk about these things, to grow the ecosystem that's so important here, and to Trailhead for your part in it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Well, there you have it, Startup Week, your opening keynote. Thank you for joining. We'll see you soon.
There are so many reasons science, technology, engineering, and math education are vitally important to Idaho and the people who live here. Chief among them are that STEM education increases comprehension of 21st century skills, promotes critical thinking, and pays higher wages. And that's just scratching the surface for young Idahoans who pursue STEM-related careers. Did you know there are thousands of STEM jobs that go unfilled in Idaho each year? Good-paying jobs in a variety of fields just waiting to be filled. STEM skills are needed for almost all of Idaho's 20 fastest-growing jobs, including healthcare and technology. On average, STEM jobs pay twice as much as non-STEM jobs. In as little as 10 years, 80% of all jobs will require STEM skills. STEM jobs in Idaho are also some of the most fulfilling, and moms and dads will be delighted to know that their children can get good-paying jobs right here in Idaho. The Idaho STEM Action Center is here to help. We work with a wide network of industry partners, foundations, out-of-school organizations, schools, students, parents, and teachers around the state to advance STEM education throughout Idaho.
My favorite thing about STEM for our students is seeing them in control of their own learning process. I like to see someone solving a problem, saying, I have an idea, I can get from point A to point B all by myself.
STEM is important for our students because they need to be collaborative, creative, they need to be problem solvers no matter what career field they seek in the future. And STEM provides the training to make them those kinds of flexible thinkers that the world needs.
My favorite STEM activity in the classroom was doing the Rube Goldberg project, in which you would have to use physics and laws of motion and chain reactions, create a desired effect, such as water a plant. A wedge-shaped piece of metal would cut a string that was on a pulley, holding a water balloon into a colander full of screws that was attached to a funnel, and when the water balloon fell down, it popped and dripped water onto the plant.
For them to be able to come into the STEM lab or a STEM activity, to have that aha moment and to feel confident and capable, that's just so satisfying as an educator.
If they are able to engage with problem solving and ownership over their own process as makers, that affects their ability to succeed in all disciplines.
Those skills will be valuable and make them not just a good employee, but a better person in the world.
Idaho Industries offer a variety of STEM-related job opportunities across the state. Here are just a few examples. To learn more about the Idaho STEM Action Center and how you can advance STEM education in Idaho, visit stem.idaho.gov.
Welcome back to Boise Startup Week, everyone. I hope you enjoyed my talk with Mayor McLean. I'm joined now by James Wagner from Jewel Case.
Welcome thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the set. You brought something with you.
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So this is the Jewel Case. This is what we are currently building and selling right now.
Okay, cool. We'll talk about this beautiful piece of hardware in just a minute. But before we do, the CTA for all the viewers that are joining us live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Live is to register on boisestartupweek.org, get your free access to Brella, which is the place you will experience a fully immersive startup week. I will remind you again at the end of this talk, I will sound like a broken record, but I really want to see all of you in Brella. James, about Jewel Case, tell us how long you guys have been around and how big the team is, just a little bit about the organization.
So Jewel Case was founded by Alex Livingston and myself. We founded in about 2015, a little bit before that, but Alex and I met freshman year of college at the University of Idaho. And Jewel Case is actually our second battery startup. So we had R2EV from 2007 to 2010. But what we saw in 2015 was that there's going to be a need for portable temporary backup power, and that gasoline generators, they're dirty, they're loud, they're expensive. So batteries should be the solution, but batteries are expensive and they're heavy. So how do you make it so that you can have the power you need to make it easy and accessible for that application, and not overcomplicate it with too much engineering, with the ideal size for the right application. You know, there's a Goldilocks problem, right? So the battery's got to be so big, and suddenly it's too big or it's too small, because each application is going to be different. So with that vision in mind, you know, you iterate that. So let's just kind of take that to the next step. And it's understanding that in 2020, energy resiliency is very important. And what happens now is it's not just in California that the utilities are shutting down, it's also now in Oregon. And so what happens with you as a consumer in 2020 when the power goes out? And it's a much bigger impact than it was in 2000 and 1990. You know, what happens in campsites now? When you go to a campground now, everyone's got a generator, and that's a bad experience.
You know, I didn't really think about the power outages at all, as a matter of fact. It's an interesting point you bring up. So how did you end up optimizing between those trade-offs?
So we were very excited about kind of this future of power and understanding that there is going to be a green revolution. So you start to see this with all the electric vehicles and everything like that.
So
right?
we were inspired by the Teslas of the world kind of thing.
And not just that, I guess, you know, another saying that we have is that we'll be the standard oil of the green revolution. And understanding that if we are going to change our society and we are going to be cleaner and maybe just more resilient, or maybe actually having the power that you need, you're going to need a different form factor than oil. And sure, the batteries are going to be important, but it's not just about the batteries, it's about the application. And that's what Jewel Case is imagining. That's
so
what
you tailor to the end application.
And really the application specific. So not trying to be the battery experts. So Jewel Case is not a battery company. We're actually a platform company. So that we ride over the top of all of the billions of dollars being put into battery research, and we can incorporate whatever that latest and greatest is into our platform.
So you're agnostic, basically. Your platform is open to any kind of battery technology. You know, you bring up the word resiliency over and over again, which is just a great fit. It's our tagline for Startup Week this year. And right before you and I came on, my interview with Mayor McLean was playing, and she talks about, you know, clean tech, about Boise's initiative of becoming a carbon neutral city, and also their investment into a clean tech accelerator. So for one, it's pretty cool that this is a physical product. It's rare these days. You know, so much is always based in software. And so to have a physical product right here kind of prompts the question, A, it's complex to have a physical product as part of a startup, but a physical product that's in clean tech, just an industry I associate with barriers to entry, regulations, maybe not as mature. Tell us a little bit about the pains and gains of building a clean tech startup right here in Boise.
You know, you got to be resilient. And you know, like I said, we've been around since 2015. This is actually our 6th evolution of the product.
Oh.
And it's evolved as we've built the product, sold it to our customers, and gotten the feedback. And really what I would say is that if you live to fight another day, you progress in this journey, right? And there's different priorities for other different people, but I would say that in 2018 when we started, you're not having the mayor of Boise saying that we're going to be carbon neutral.
It's a huge validation, right?
Yeah. So now in 2020, we're starting to get all of this traction. So in terms of the right timing, we were too early in 2018, 2017. 2020, it's suddenly you're starting to see all of this traction, all of these sales, all of this excitement, and then so now is the right time.
Well, let me ask you though, so if you started in 2015, you planted the seeds then, you had 6 revisions, arguably that was the right time because now you're positioned to hit the ground running.
It's true. It's true. There was definitely some periods there where Alex and I are working out of a storage unit, or working out of a garage. It's trying
resiliency
to,
at its finest.
Yeah, it's just figuring out how we can, keep surviving, or how we're going to make that next inventory purchase, right? And then how we're going to build that team. And then so it's very, very scrappy. But then suddenly in 2019, now there's a lot of partners and a lot of allies that have really, really jumped in and have made it so that we're such a better company, and we're actually, making a lot of these en masse now, and we have some very exciting orders that we're starting to fulfill as well.
Cool. So you guys are in mass production, and that's awesome. Yeah. You talk about traction. Give me a sense. What's exciting you right now? Is there a new market segment? Was there something that was maybe untapped or you were unaware of before, or something that was customer segment that was maybe smaller but now is growing? But what's exciting you about traction? What's ahead of you?
So with all of these companies, whether you're a clean tech company or a regular company, right, you have to have that. You got to have the right product timing, and then so now we have this excitement, and then so in 2019, we were focused on music festivals and events. And
Tree Fort, amongst others,
yeah,
right?
so we
Cool.
powered several parts of Tree Fort now, and March 2020 was going to be a significant Tree Fort powering of Jewel Case, which, you know, the Tree Fort guys are amazing. We love to work with them, and they are very innovative. They are very dedicated to, you know, getting rid of their dirty, loud generators.
Shout out to Tree Fort, by the way.
Yeah, Tree Fort is great. And it wasn't just Tree Fort, it's Live Nation, it's AEG, it's Insomniac. They're all publicly stating they need to be as eco-friendly as possible, and the dirtiest thing they have is a gasoline generator. And in 2019, we proved to them that we can actually replace their gasoline generator. So over and over, there was several different music festivals that we would go to and demonstrate the Jewel Case technology. And because it's scalable, and because each one of these applications at a music festival, from parking lot lighting to merchandise to the beer garden to the main stage,
Oh, wow,
they
I
all
didn't-
have different power applications. And so to have something that is flexible means that's the only way that you're going to solve that. And then so that's what they saw with Jewel Case. And then so 2020 was going to be music festivals.
So if I'm vendor A, I'm going to get one of these. If I'm vendor B, I have different needs. I can stack multiple.
You can grab two of them.
You
Yep.
know, where is this? Where are the components from? Where do you manufacture this? Give me a little bit. Give me insight into the supply chain and the manufacturing of this.
So we do final assembly, quality testing, shipping, distribution out of Garden City, in our warehouse in Garden City, and we actually just expanded that. Now we have doubled the space. But then we do have various suppliers. So like I said, we're battery agnostic. So we actually have a couple different battery suppliers that are supplying the lithium-ion battery in there. There is some proprietary software in terms of having the right controls and the settings in terms of the BMS, the battery management system, and all of that stuff. Also, you know, we do both lithium-ion and sealed acid right now, but then it's also being able to have the technology to expand. So maybe it's supercapacitors, a solid electrolyte battery, whatever it is in the future.
So you're leaving the design flexible enough to be agnostic and
and
integrate.
to iterate and to be future-proof.
So I was just in the chat. Matter of fact, that question just came to us from the chat, which I'm excited that our audience is engaging with us. Thank you for that. Let's talk about 2019. So Jewel Case was a runner-up at the 20K Pitch Comp in Boise
Yeah.
Startup Week. So this is not your first rodeo with us. Tell us a little bit about. So let's just say you won. You were second place. What happened after that?
There's been a lot of validation coming out of Boise Startup Week, right? So being a participant, being in that final evening, and having that crowded room has really, really helped us start some very exciting conversations. So conversations with investors, conversations with sellers, and even you know, been able to find some really amazing talent from that as well.
And then you also went to Boise Pitch Night, and I understand since 2019, you've had quite a few investment instances, right? So
Yeah.
there's not just validation coming from Mayor McLean, there's also investors who are betting on this technology, right?
Yeah. So we, starting in 2019, we've been successful in raising some investment, and it's allowed us to get to where we are. So we have over 40 investors into Jewel Case, or 40 investments on some convertible notes that, you know, it's a fairly capital-intensive business to have product and inventory. Now we're very lean, so we've been able to progress this as far as we have, but our investors have made it advance as far as it has, which has been very exciting.
So take into account where you are now with your investors, with this product. Give us a glimpse of what's ahead. I mean, what's the roadmap like? I know you and I talked about food trucks, for example. You know, I recall one of the food trucks in downtown Portland caught on fire once. It was because of the gasoline generator. So I kind of thought of Jewel Case, but food trucks seem to be another avenue for you guys to pursue, right?
Totally. So we're building and selling our product right now. Check out shop.jewelcase.com, and we sell to several different customers. One of them being food trucks. And then so there are several food trucks here in Boise. There's some food trucks in Seattle as well that are using Jewel Case as their power solution. So there was actually a recent article in the Idaho Statesman regarding Slow River Coffee, which is a food truck here in Boise that is using Jewel Case.
Very cool.
And that's a substantial power requirement. So there's food trucks that require, you know, maybe just one or two of these, and you know that's not a significant cash outlay. And then SID required a lot of battery systems because it's a lot of heat for all of this coffee, hot water. And that's not using propane, that's using electricity. And so his install was much more substantial, but having that flexibility where we can do a coffee food truck, a a barbecue food truck, a taco food truck, whatever it is.
It's really that modular design that allows you to serve a broad spectrum of power needs and energy needs. Cool. So as an end consumer, let's say I have an RV and I'm tired of my gasoline, the smell and the sound. Am I going to be able to pick this up at a Home Depot or a Lowe's next to the power generator? Really? Okay.
So we have a couple different resellers right now. Certainly go to our own website, shop.jewelcase.com. We're also selling on Camping World and Northern Tool. And then we also have several other resellers that are in kind of some specific verticals. We also have, what I'm really excited about going forward are these solar partners. So what I want is I'm convinced that every home will have a battery system in the future. Now, that's not going to happen in the next 5 years, but in the future, there will be a battery system in every home because the result of not having power is just getting too great. So now, what if your battery system could size for a condo, an apartment, a townhouse, could grow with you, and then you'd size for your price point or maybe your family size, and then you take it camping with you as well? What if you have multiple value propositions for that same power pack? And that's what JewelCase is building. So these solar installers will sell them a modular portable power pack that they can't see or they can't sell with anyone else. And these solar installers are very excited about that because the reality is when you buy solar for your home, it doesn't matter if you have solar. If the power goes out, you're still out of power unless you have a battery system. And then, yes, you can do the Tesla Powerwall, the LG, but that's a very complicated install, and you're talking about $10,000 for a 200-pound system that mounts to your wall, and that's the only use case. And, you have to own your home, but what if you live in a townhouse? What if you live in a condo? You don't have a solution for that.
So huge opportunities ahead of JewelCase.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Startup Week, you've heard it here, JewelCase, clean tech startup right out of Boise, Idaho, already in the market. Getting traction, getting validated by Mayor McLean, just categorically for clean tech. Really excited to have you here. I'm really excited for what's ahead for JewelCase and the impact you can make, not just here, but in the world with clean energy. On that note, for those of you who are joining us live, please make sure to go to boisestartupweek.org, get yourself registered for free, make the jump into Brella so you have full access to all 17 talks today. And speaking of which, next up is a talk from our new track, the Arts, Media, and Design track, called Understanding Art Through Alternate Senses by John Bramblett. Highly recommend you check it out. He's a blind artist, and he's going to talk about his technique and being an artist who's blind. But before we switch to that talk, just a quick word from our sponsors.
What can we do in a time like this? Well, what we've always done. Find a way. Do things a little differently. And most of all, stay together. In times like these, being there is everything. And when you need us, we're there for you.
When an order comes in, I act like I am shopping my own order. I want to make sure that they have the feeling that I'm taking time and making it convenient and making it my own to make sure that they're getting the perfect product.
I want to introduce John Bramblett. John is ranked the #1 blind painter in the world and the only blind muralist. He's known for his bright colors and style mixture of impressionism with modern feel of pop art. His art has gone to over 120 countries. He's an award-winning author of the book Shouting in the Dark. And he was awarded 3 U.S. Presidential Service Awards for his creation of free art workshops designed to really connect with communities that haven't necessarily been served well in the past. So welcome, John.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud to be here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah. So let's just go ahead and jump in. I'd love to hear from you. Tell me your story. How did you start out as a virtual visual artist?
Oh my goodness, a virtual visual artist, like
Yeah,
from
well,
like
let's
right
just
now,
say,
or way back when I first started painting.
let's say when you first started painting.
Oh my goodness. Well, I have to admit, like whenever I lost my eyesight when I was in college, and I wanted to be a writer, and so I was going to college for writing, and then I ended up losing my eyesight, and that's what really got me into painting. I had drawn all my life. I'd always drawn. Did illustrating, could do drafting, I could do the blueprints for houses, all this fun stuff. But I didn't think the idea of making a career as an artist sound crazy to me. I didn't know if I didn't think about that too much, as being a painter. But I just did. I drew every day because I love art and I love to draw. But it was just something I enjoyed. But I didn't know if I'd make a career of it. But then after losing my eyesight, I started getting back into artwork because it was my way of dealing with bad things, and it was art's a great way to help you through a bad day. It's a great way to celebrate a good day. So I started relearning how to draw, and then getting into painting. But honestly, I didn't think of it being a career. It sort of snuck up on me. I started doing shows, but I didn't tell people that I was blind. I just wanted to meet other artists because I was obsessed with art. And I just wanted to meet other people that were just as obsessed. So I would do some shows, but I wouldn't tell anybody that I was blind. I wouldn't do a show opening. I would hang the artwork and I'd go away. And then the shows ended up doing really well. And then it got out that I was visually impaired, which was the best thing that could have happened because I was still very angry. I was still very depressed at the time. But when word got out, I started to be contacted by different nonprofits and charities. They were like, "Oh, you're visually impaired. You're painting. Can you come talk to our clients? Can you do workshops with the people that we work with?" So I started to travel around the country doing these workshops, just here and there, and it was the best thing that could have happened to me. Dealing with people like soldiers that had PTSD or children that had autism, adults that have Alzheimer's. I felt like we all got each other. We all understood each other. It was like, it was just the best sort of thing. I don't know. And so I started doing that. Didn't think of it as a career. And museums were wanting to be more inclusive. So museums started to contact me saying, "Hey, can you come do those programs with us?" So I started doing that. And I was doing it full time. And then I graduated college. And then and they kept going on. It was just sort of by accident. It was like years later, years of doing this, I thought, gosh, I do this all the time. Like maybe this is a career. I'm not that smart, apparently. I'm not the brightest crayon in the box. It took me a while to figure out.
Oh my gosh. Well, so you went to college, you graduated. So this, so you lost your sight while you were in college. And you took it upon yourself just to keep going, right?
Well, it's a wonderful thing about artwork. It's artwork that really saved me, that really helped me, because it forces you to focus on what you can do. It's all about the positive, about the creative. In artwork, it doesn't matter what you can't do. It doesn't even, you don't even think about that. You just focus on what you can do, and you're trying to reach a goal. So it's just this incredibly positive force in your life, and when you're depressed, when you're angry, sometimes you can get in a rut where you don't think anything can change. You don't think there can be any sort of future. But whenever you're painting or whenever you're creating, you're constantly making things a little bit better. You're making your little changes, and it affects how you think about everything. And if it wasn't for the artwork, I would still be depressed and angry and stuck back there. It's just, I don't know. Artwork for me is incredibly. Oh, I just hit my computer. Hopefully everybody's still there. Sorry, guys.
You're here. You're still
But
here.
it's just feel good. But it's just, I don't know. I'm happier now than I've ever been in my entire life, and and my artwork is just my artwork. My life is just filled with art. That's it's what I dream of at night. It's what I do all day long, and I feel so blessed, so thankful that I can live a life like that.
So, who were some of the people that inspired you to get into art world?
Whenever I first started, I honestly, there weren't really blind painters. Like, this was a long time ago. This was in 2001 when I lost my eyesight, and there was one gentleman in Turkey that painted, but I didn't know about him at the time, and his artwork is very different than mine. And so there wasn't any sort of person like that. But growing up, artwork, I was sick a lot as a child, and artwork was my way of dealing with that. I was in and out of hospitals all my life, and just knowing the power that art had with you, and then the friendships that I had, and I really thought everybody would think that I was out of my mind. Like, you're a blind painter, like you're a non-visual visual artist. That's crazy. I figured everybody would just laugh and go away. But instead, I was fortunate to have a group of friends in my family that were so supportive emotionally, and saying, like, well, I paint, that's what I want to do. My health was really bad at the time too. So the prognosis for the future wasn't really that bright. So I wanted to spend time that was meaningful, that really meant a lot to me. And for me, creating art was that. And everyone around me encouraged me. Even my university, my teachers were so supportive. It's just, and I can't tell you how much I realized how lucky I was, because most people going through what I had, I don't know if they would have that support, which is one reason I do so many workshops and stuff, because, it's just one kind word, one voice of encouragement might be all the person needs to actually go for their dreams, to be able to pursue it. And for me, I was fortunate that I had that. But it wasn't anybody famous, wasn't anybody, it was just the people around me that loved enough to be able to say, yeah, do it, give it a try.
I love that. I love that story. So talk to me about the tools that you use to learn the business side of it. Because as creatives, I feel that a lot of times we have so many just wonderful attributes and assets that are, like you said, so healing, so powerful. But also it's important that if you want to make this your life's passion, how do you do that and not be that prototypical starving artist? What are, and I got on your website, and I just felt that you have done such a phenomenal job as not just an artist, but as a business person as well.
Well, thank you. Gosh, I don't hear that very often. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's like, how did you learn those skills?
Well, my first step was to marry someone that was way smarter than I was that understands business. So that's the first step, I think. But one of the main things I think in the art world is that you have to diversify. Like, I love painting. This isn't a prop. This is a painting I'm working on that I was working on just minutes before we started talking, and I'll start painting after. So I love to paint, but as a business, though, it's really important to diversify. So, like, for me, I've noticed that prints are a big thing. I know some artists don't want prints, or they, maybe limited editions, and they don't. Offering different products at different price points, I think, is huge. And because not everybody can afford an original painting, and and I'm one of them. Like, I like a lot of art out there, and I have to be very choosy whenever I buy an original, because they're pricey. And I live with it for the rest of my life. So, any new painting for me is a new friend in my house, and it's always there. But you can offer lots of different types of artwork at different price points. But another thing is just getting your name out there, I think. And I wish I could say that I did this. There was a big plan, that I'm just that smart. I'm a genius, and I came up with this idea beforehand. But one thing that I did, which was accidentally really smart, which I'm so proud, is I work with a ton of nonprofits and charities. Mm-hmm. And I do that because of of what I went through. I have epilepsy and blind, and so it's a natural sort of thing. And then working with the museums. But one of the nice things that if you work with a nonprofit or charity, they often have galas, they have different events, they're always doing fundraising. So I work with them. I'll go and I'll do a painting live. We'll auction off that painting. Mm-hmm. All the money goes to the charity. I'll do workshops. We'll charge for people to do the workshop, and all the money goes to the charity. So it seems like all the money is going to the charity, but what you're really doing is you're putting your name out there. And what I realized after a long time of doing this is that a lot of the people who support the charities are also art collectors. They're the people that have the income. If you have the income to be able to donate to a charity and be able to help the charity along, you're also someone that has expendable income, and you want to decorate your home, and So it turned out me doing this, that I was actually putting my name in front of collectors. If you think of it, if you work with a gallery, all the gallery really does is they try to get your name out there for collectors to come in and want to purchase your artwork. And if you're working with a nonprofit, it's doing the same sort of job. But the wonderful part about it is that if you're working with a nonprofit and you don't have anybody buying originals, you don't have anybody that buys prints or anything like that, you don't make any money off of it.
Mhm.
You still had an amazing time and you still did a lot of positive. So you still feel wonderful about it. Which if you were working with a gallery and that happened, you would feel like, oh, this is just a bust, good grief. We didn't make anything, because it's just business, but with a nonprofit or charity, it's a win no matter what. But it's incredible how it helps your name get out there, and like I say, that was accidental, but it really does help. And right now, a lot of nonprofits and charities are looking for ways to be able to fundraise, because with the current unpleasantness that's going around, everything is going virtual, which means that a lot of their galas, a lot of their fundraisers just aren't able to happen. But they still have to pay their bills, and just like everyone else.
The bills keep rolling in.
Oh my goodness, yes. But this is a great time too, I think, for artists to be able to take a little time and be able to spread their wings a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and to be able to reach out to different organizations and and help them fundraise a little bit. Help with their galas and their different things that are virtual, and you can do it from your home. You don't have to travel, and so it makes it a little bit easier. But you're making connections. So from just a life choice sort of situation, it's very positive. You feel really good. You go to bed at night feeling, like, oh, I did something good today. But from a business perspective, you're also putting your name out in front of people that might be potential buyers. So it's a win-win. And and it's hard to, the dream is to be an artist that you pay your bills with your artwork. You're a 24/7 artist, and anything that can help you do that, I think, is very important. So diversify, getting your name out there. Working with museums is another thing. And that's something that I looked into very early on because of the workshops that I teach. But you can actually get into museums. Like one of the hard things with a gallery, I love working with the galleries, but one of the hard things is that before you're established, they only want to work with artists that are established. But how do you do that? If they only work with established artists,
How do you get
and you're
from
not
point A to
established
point
yet,
B?
it's just, oh my goodness, it's just a vicious circle, but there is a nice way with museums. A lot of times museums are wanting to be more inclusive. They're wanting to get more hands-on. Except for right this moment, everybody's hands off, but they're wanting programs, and they're wanting artists to come in to teach different things, and maybe just to paint live. And I know a lot of painters aren't comfortable with that, and that's fine. There's other things to do, but for people who are willing to interact with the public and they like that, you can go to work for a museum, for an event or something, and then they get to know you, and it's surprising how when they get to know you, they keep inviting you back, and they keep inviting you back, and then on your resume though, you get to put that you work with this museum. So like I've worked with the Metropolitan a number of times, and the Guggenheim and the DMA and all these big museums. So you put that on your resume, and then suddenly a gallery says, oh my goodness, you haven't shown with many galleries, but you've worked with all these institutions, come on, we'll give you a try. We'll do a show, and so it's sort of a way you can, I don't know, kind of find a backdoor into the system maybe.
Well, I love your creativity and finding those ways to get your name out there. And I was reading about some of your demonstrations, and one of them was around jelly beans. I'm a huge jelly bean fan. And my therapist says to me, Stephanie, it's not crack, so it's candy. So a little bit of sugar goes a long way with me. And but I love the experiment that you did and the teaching that you did with abled and disabled children and people of all different ages and backgrounds. Some who may be struggling from PTSD or mental health issues, and to let them experience eating a jelly bean and then painting colors and a picture based upon the flavor of the jelly bean. And I thought that was just phenomenal the way you did that.
Thank you, Stephanie. I like doing workshops because, as a studio artist, you spend most of your time by yourself in the studio. But when you're doing a workshop, you're around people. And the workshops I teach, they're always free. It doesn't cost anything to paint with me. And I do, unless we're raising money for a charity or something. And then everybody knows I had that ticket or whatever is going to the charity. But I started doing workshops where, like it might be a different workshop for children who are blind and another workshop for people who are professional artists. And, I had like 32 different workshops, that I had planned out that I was doing. And then it started to occur to me that we all understand the world through our senses. Everybody uses the senses. So if you just make a workshop that's multi-sensory, that anybody can take that workshop. It doesn't matter if you're hearing impaired. It doesn't matter if you don't have a disability. It doesn't matter if you can't draw a straight line. It doesn't matter. Everybody uses their senses. So in my workshops, we incorporate like jelly beans, which is my favorite too. It's like I have a problem not eating all the jelly beans. They're like, oh,
I know. I don't think there'd be too many colors on my mat. My canvas.
We have music. Like I've had opera singers come in. I've had actors come in and play different parts. And we'll have food. We'll have all these different sorts of things. We'll have things to taste, to listen to touch and feel, to incorporate as much of the senses as we can. And as silly as that may sound, like just tasting something or hearing something or touching something, it makes the artwork explode. And everybody's laughing. We're having a good time. I'll usually, and I've done this with tens of thousands of people, but I'll blindfold people and I'll have them paint the way that I paint, using the techniques that I use to be able to paint without vision. And everybody's painting. It's just, I don't know, it's a fun time. And I don't know. I think sometimes museums we work with, they might get a little frustrated because there'll be tours going through and everybody's really quiet. They're like, we're talking about this painting and we're moving, and then we're talking about that painting. And then I'll go through because we're like, hey, let's do a tour of the galleries and through the museum, and everybody's laughing and having a great time and it's loud and but it's I don't know. I think art, the more of yourself you put into your art, whether you're creating it or whether you're just experiencing it, the more you get out of it. So it's usually, we usually try to have a good time.
Well, we got to sign me up for the jelly bean art. I would love to do it. I'm there. Nice. I wanted to ask you about, okay, so you wrote a book. How did you do that? How did you decide which publisher to use? What was that process like for you?
I whenever I was first losing my eyesight and hearing stories from other people that were going through some sort of loss, and it didn't have to be vision. It could be the loss of a parent, or it could be, just some sort of struggle in their life. That helped me tremendously. And I thought, one day, no one's ever going to read it, but one day, it was my thought, I just want to be a part of the dialogue. I just want to put
I'm going to listen to it.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully I can get audio visual. Hopefully I can get it on audio.
Oh my goodness. Well, I was going to do it and I kept putting it off. I thought, no, I need to wait a little bit longer. So, and I had a publisher that contact me, and then I was like, no, it's not the time. And then that happened a few times. Then finally it felt like the right time. And so I decided to write the book, and then, which is, it's kind of a plus and a minus in a way, like the publisher that I use, I like them because they were going to put it out in Braille and all these different things. Mm-hmm. And right after the book was published, they got bought out by a larger publishing company. And then they weren't really that interested in biographies and stuff. So they never put out the Braille version or anything. And I was like, come on, guys. So I don't know. So I'm in the process of writing another book, and but I'm going to be much more careful this time. I'm going to make sure we get a Braille version now.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those things. But honestly though, just being a part of the dialogue was awfully nice. It was, it was an honor to be asked to write it, and I learned a lot. Oh my goodness. Like, wow. Editing is a thing.
Oh, the whole editing process with the publisher?
Yes. Oh my goodness. Like, because like in college, you write a paper and you edit it. It's a different thing when you have all these editors that are coming back. They're like, hey, can you make this chapter 300 words shorter? Can you make this one like 2 sentences longer? And I'm thinking like, oh, I'm going nuts. I don't know. But it was fun. It was different.
I can't wait to read it.
Oh,
So
I
you
hope
have.
you like it.
I can't wait to listen to it. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about. So I think it is Peloton. So of course you have. What are the social media channels that you use?
Oh, well, let's see. Like Facebook and Instagram and YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter, but I don't tweet very often. I need to do that. Like, I'm not as good about the social media as I should. And I know that's something that a lot of artists, I hear from artists, like there's so much social media out there. What do you use? How do you use it? How do you not just spin your wheels and all that? And I think that's something we're all trying to figure out just constantly, but it's a pickle.
Yeah. And talk to me about the tools that you started out with. I mean, when you were in college and like the tools that you have available today, the technology.
Yes, I'm sorry you asked that earlier, and I'm sorry. I get excited about art, and I just ramble on, and I apologize. But I'm so excited. This is the first time in history that a person who's visually impaired has access the way that we do now. Like I can't see a photograph, but the technology we have, you can actually take a photograph, and as a visually impaired person, you can understand what it looks like. But it's through the different devices we have. So, and software. So in college, I started learning how to use screen readers. And that's a program that lets you be able to use computers. Like I have a Bluetooth in my ear right now, and it's going to my computer and it's reading different things that's going on the screen to me. So it's just letting me be able to use this and be able to turn it on, read email and all that kind of fun stuff. Mm-hmm. There's other programs that will take a photo or a picture and it'll reduce it to lines, and then it'll turn it into sort of a tactile sort of image. So that as you're touching a screen or a printout, it'll vibrate or it'll make sound. So like if it's a thick line, it'll vibrate and it'll make a deep sound as you're touching it. Mm-hmm. And if it's thinner lines, it makes a higher sound and it'll vibrate much quicker. And so you get a feeling of what it looks like. So it turns like a line drawing into something that you can touch and feel. Mm-hmm. And that works really well for me. There's also printout versions that we've had since the 70s, but now they're really, really so much better. And I also have a massive 3D printer. It's just massive. And so I can print out like an entire person's head and touch and feel it, or I can print out like a statue from around the world and be able to feel it. And or like I was doing a painting of the Statue of Liberty, and I remember seeing her face when I was a kid, and she's all stern, but it's like the little nuances. Like I forgot how grim she looks. Like she's really stern.
Is she?
Like
I
she's
have to
awesome.
look closer at her face.
I know. Yes, it was brilliant. Like I loved it. To actually, to be able to get hands on it, actually see what her face looked like, and then the flame and the torch, and because you remember it, but how exactly does it go? And so to be able to print that out and be able to touch it, it's phenomenal. And only about 12% of blind people even read Braille anymore because of the software that we have. And so it's like I use Braille in my studio. Like,
yeah, show us how you work.
Let me see. So like I have paints, so I'm gonna hold it up, but I'm a real lazy Brailler, so I'll Braille my paint so I can just tell what color they are. Mm-hmm. So that's a way of starting. So I use Braille. But the computers are so great, like the software, even like your smartphones, they have apps so you can just hold it up and it'll say, oh, there's a person over there. Oh, it's a person wearing a blue shirt. It'll just tell you these things, and it'll read anything that's written, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, technology.
I'm a huge nerd though, but I'm a huge fan of all the computers and stuff.
It's great. I mean, the evolution of technology is so fast, and keeping pace with it. It's just amazing. Just where we were 5-10 years ago and where we are today and what that future holds. So I know it's just truly exciting to see what's going to come next. And we just have a few minutes here, John. I wanted to ask you, if people wanted to find out more about you and your journey, how do they do that?
Oh, my website is bramblet.com. Everything is my last name on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all that. It's just my last name. It's Bramblet. And if you forget my name, if you type in blind painter on Google, I'll pop up. But I do encourage people, send me an email if you have a question. If you're a person with a disability, or you have someone in your family and you're just wondering, like, oh my goodness, like how do I even get into this? Send me an email. My email is just bramblet@gmail.com. So everything's my last name. It makes it easy for me so I don't forget. But
I need to do that too.
But oh my goodness, but we're constantly, like, a big part of my day is sending emails back and messaging, and that's one of my favorite things to do. And we do a live stream twice a week ever since all this current unpleasantness, and which is so much fun because we get to chat with people, and I don't know, so we're having to stay in the studio and all, but it makes me feel social. Being able to do these live streams.
I know. I watched
like I'm talking to people.
Yes, I watched your video this week that you and Jackie did together. I put up behind me, I have Marilyn Monroe in a potato field
do you really?
in Idaho, and she's wearing a basically just like a brown potato sack. And,
that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's great. The Tetons mountains are behind her, and so it was a pretty cool picture. One of the first things that I got when I came to Idaho, I went to the Idaho Potato Museum and picked that up. So I wanted to thank you for your time. I truly admire you and everything that you've done to bring the arts to people who don't necessarily have that in their lives every day. And
thank you so much.
Yeah,
I appreciate that so much. But it's been my pleasure.
Welcome back to Boise Startup Week. Today is Tuesday, our second day. And before I jump into our next session, I just want to talk about how incredible that interview Stephanie did with John. It's amazing to think about the fact that people with limitations such as John could still produce amazing products, and I think does a really good job of covering the resilience we're talking about this week. And speaking of resilience, we have a longtime member of the Boise Startup community, Melanie from Perkins Coie. And just like my name, it's spelled differently than it sounds. My name is spelled Dan, pronounced Don. It looks like Coie, but it's Coie.
Coie, yep, it's Coie.
And whenever I hear about a law firm, I always wonder kind of where it got its name. So can you tell us where Perkins Coie got its name?
Well, Perkins and Coie have been long gone. The firm is over 100 years old, and they were two of the founding members of the firm. So we kept their name, became a brand.
And it's interesting because being from the East Coast, Perkins Coie is a name I've seen on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. I've seen it in New York City. I've seen it in the Valley. It seems like it's one of the bigger international firms out there that represents tech companies. Is that true? And can you tell us a little bit about the presence the firm has before we jump into what you do there?
We would love to believe that our firm has that kind of a presence, particularly when it comes to tech and protecting IP and startups. I mean, we're definitely one of the top 10. We're an AmLaw 50 firm. AmLaw firms like AmLaw 50, AmLaw 100 are measured by size. That's important in our industry, is how many timekeepers and what you have in your business. So we're the only AmLaw 50 firm in this area, in this region. And I guess to answer your question, Dawn, we have a lot of, nationally and locally, we have a lot of very large household names that you would know, like Boeing, Simplot, Micron, Facebook, Google.
It's customers.
Yes, customers, clients.
Amazing.
So we're helping those folks, right? We're helping the Amazons of the world, but we're also helping local companies, startups in particular, companies that are disruptive in their industries and need help because the trajectory is pretty quick. That's growth curve is very, very vertical for some of these companies, and it's really important that they have the right legal counsel that understands how to grow with a company. And at the risk of name dropping, companies that we've helped grow that folks will know are Boeing. We incorporated them over 100 years ago and have been counsel to them the whole time. and Amazon. Another example of a company that we incorporated and helped Jeff Bezos when he was wondering how he could take on Barnes and Noble, and still to this day are helping them in the Valley, at the distribution center, as well as nationally.
And for those who don't know, Melanie's referring to the distribution center in Nampa.
In Nampa, yes, the big box that if you do the frontage road, you'll see their name on now.
And if you're interested in learning more about that, Don Day, who does this Boise development newsletter, has some pictures of inside the warehouse. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to go see a tour. I hear the logistics are going to be phenomenal in that facility, so it'll be interesting. I'm sure it'll be top notch.
I want to quickly talk, speaking of Nampa, by the way, the 10th fastest growing city in the United States as of 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and Meridian.
Meridian's third.
Meridian and Nampa outpacing Boise. Go Idaho.
And so, when I think Perkins Coie, and over my time as a founder over the past decade, Perkins Coie is really synonymous with IP and IP protection. Would you say that's one of the core strengths that your firm has amongst others?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the core strengths that we have. And interestingly, IP protection as well as privacy, those are definitely two of our
IP being intellectual property.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Yes, IP being intellectual property, and privacy, which, we'll be, meeting with Dominique here in a few minutes. You're going to find her just phenomenal and delightful, but she's just top-notch globally on those kinds of topics, so.
And what Melanie's referring to is the talk that's coming up after this in about 10 minutes with Dominique from your firm, where she'll talk about data, privacy, security, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's keep talking about your firm, because you are someone who's been involved in the Boise ecosystem for a long time. So could you, if you kind of zoom out a little bit and go from the runway to a 30,000-foot level, tell us what the progress in the Valley has been over your time here in terms of tech.
Don, that's a great question. It's an interesting question too, because I probably shouldn't say how long I've been in the Valley, but I've been here 20 years exactly. We came in we scoped it out in late 1999, but moved here officially in 2000. When I say we, meaning personally, I moved here. Perkins has been here a little bit longer, but it's interesting because I see it in waves. And each wave, we make progress and kind of, get there. And then we kind of trough a little bit. And then we go up another wave and we get a little bit further up the, if you were putting this on a table of progress, right? Each peak, we get a little bit higher in the progress. I think what's really interesting about right now is one of the, I don't know if there's many silver linings to COVID and the world that we live in, but it's interesting to see how many people are saying, you know what, I no longer have to live. I felt like I had to live in Silicon Valley. I felt like I had to live in, you may even have your own, stories here. I felt like I had to live in New York, or I felt like I had to live in one of these bigger markets. And it'll be interesting to see what that does to really kind of propel Boise to the next mark. I think we're just getting a lot of folks that no longer feel anchored or, kind of stuck in those markets. They know that they can now work remotely, more agilely, more nimbly. And one of the things, I guess it's part of your question is, part of it is we cannot absorb enough smart mind share in this community. Part of the thing that holds this community back is just bench strength. We've got a great bench, but even a basketball team needs more than 5 players, right? And
that's what the sixth man award is there for.
That's my point. That's exactly it. And so I think this might bring a new resurgence of that sixth man, to use your metaphor, and that I think will really help.
Well, yeah, during the pandemic, a bunch of Google execs moved to McCall and lived there for a while, maybe relocated permanently to Idaho. And then there's obviously a housing boom that's impacting probably many of our viewers and attendees.
Yeah. Fortunately or unfortunately, right? That's the bittersweet of growth.
That's right. And I always like to just remember that when we talk about these things, because there's always an upside and a downside. I want to quickly jump into the average attendee right now. They're probably a entrepreneur, somebody who's got an idea and they're trying to think about how to even start it. Maybe they're a 10% entrepreneur who's kind of got a side hustle and they're thinking about going full time and finding those milestones. Or maybe there's somebody who tried something and failed and want to try again. That's perfectly okay. What are some of the things that a founder should think about when identifying a law firm And then I'll share my story because I probably went about it the totally wrong way. But what are some of the ways that somebody should engage a firm like yours and make a decision on who to work with?
I think it's, on all of us are on some level attracted to brands, right? And it's important to, do your due diligence, do your online searching, explore brands, understand brands. Part of the problem with our online society, though, nowadays is sometimes the data and the figures isn't enough. To me, what's important about identifying someone to work with is finding someone that you're comfortable with, someone that understands your problem, will listen to you. Part of your question was, how do you do that, right? How do you go about actually finding that person? If you're listening in today, you're already halfway there. Not because you're listening to me, but because you're part of this ecosystem, or you're trying to become part of this ecosystem. And you should seek counsel of people in the ecosystem that you trust. I don't mean counsel like lawyer. I mean reach out to TM, reach out to Dawn, reach out to mentors. Ask
Quick
them.
shout out to our umbrella networking feature, which you can use to do exactly that.
Exactly. And start talking to folks and talk to more than one person. You'll start to see names and firms bubble to the surface. And I'd talk to all of them. Get a comfort level. It's so important to have confidence in who you're talking to and feel like they're providing value.
So it's okay to reach out to law firms and kind of start a conversation?
If you can't, that may answer part of your question.
Got it.
So
Awesome.
so the answer is affirmative. You
Yeah.
should absolutely reach out to folks. What's important to understand about lawyers is time is our only commodity. That's what we sell. We sell time. But investing in relationships is equally important, and good lawyers will find an amount of time to invest in those relationships.
I appreciate you saying that, because that reminds me, when I started my company in 2010, I went to a meetup. Unfortunately, we don't have those right now.
Not yet, anyways.
Yeah, and they'll be back soon. But I went to a meetup, and it was at a law firm's conference room. The first DC tech meetup I went to in Washington, DC was in in Pillsbury's law firm. I connected with a few lawyers. I retained an attorney based off of not the relationship I had, but because I knew somebody who worked there. And even though there wasn't any potential trust in the relationship, and very quickly I realized it was the wrong law firm. And then the law firm I ended up choosing and working with through the Series Seed and Series A and Series B and eventual exit was the firm who I felt most comfortable with, who was there for me when I was having founder issues, when I was having, when I needed some legal advice and didn't worry about the clock running. So I couldn't agree with that, with your point more.
Well, good counsel, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you,
No
Dan,
problem.
but good counsel, you should feel like they're solution-oriented and not obstructionist to what you're trying to do. And so if you're feeling that friction, or like I said earlier, you feel like they're not adding value, you know what I mean? Like then it might not be the right fit.
So I want to touch on some of the ways that Perkins Coie is helping underrepresented minority groups. So obviously, you're a woman partner. That's hopefully becoming more and more common, but certainly wasn't the case a long time ago, or even recently. But now we're seeing the importance of inclusivity. What are some of the ways that you work with underrepresented minorities to help them in their entrepreneurial endeavors?
Don, I'm so glad you asked that question, particularly nowadays. These topics have always been important, or should have always been important, but they are definitely very salient in today's world. And we have historically, I used to co-chair our firm-wide group, which is called Emerging Companies and Venture Law. So I chaired that nationally, and then stepped down from that and took a different role a few years ago. During my tenure, we created a program called the Ledbetter Initiative, and basically it was in support of women-owned businesses. And we offered basically a 15% discount to women-owned businesses. There's some parameters to it and some qualifications, but the point being, it was in support and in furtherance of helping that. We have recently expanded that offering to, every group you can imagine. You know what I'm saying? People of color, Latinx, the LGBTQ, community, everybody, and the idea is to not only support companies at that level, but to create more of that diversity in those kinds of positions, in those kinds of businesses. I mean, sometimes you have to start from the ground floor. You can't just seat them at the CEO of the biggest company in the world, right? I mean, that's one thing, but helping people create their own businesses and giving them the resources and tools, if we could do that as a law firm, we'll play our part.
Yeah, and as you're speaking, I'm thinking about the fact that so very little money goes into women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and the key to it is to help them start. So speaking of starting, I remember when I started Social Tables, I went to LegalZoom.com and I registered an LLC in Washington, D.C. And as soon as I found an investor, they said, well, we can't write you a check until you're a Delaware C Corp. So without giving any legal advice, what are some of the ways that people can answer common questions as it relates to incorporating founder agreements, operating agreements, and all the other kind of, call it food, water, shelter type contracts you need and legal help you need early on? How can somebody get this stuff done for cheap?
Don, there's a lot of content out there, and, curating and finding the right content is sometimes half the battle. So if you can find, like, for example, at the risk of sounding like a sales pitch, we have a complete founders portal called Startup Percolator.
Oh, that's not a sales pitch. That's an incredible resource. Okay, so you have you have a portal for this, where I can download some forms.
You can download forms. There's all kinds of content that answers some of those questions, like,
That's awesome.
Should I do the LLC? Should I not? And a lot of times, just understanding the pros and cons of making that business decision would help. Would you have done it differently? Maybe, maybe not. But you would have understood that there was these pivots along the road, and you might have said, you know what, I want to forgo that.
Yeah, and free tip, you can fix any kind of, a lot of
The
issues.
good news is now you know
you can fix
that
it.
it's
So
fixable.
yeah, exactly. You go, you make an error, you can fix it when you have some more money, right? Move fast and break things at the sound of, at the risk of quoting Zuck, who's like the most hated man in America right now.
Mistakes are okay, and most of them are, you can hurdle. It's the fatal ones that you want to avoid.
And and I think that's really an important segue to the fact that a lot of the mistakes can even be kind of preempted by just conversations with the people you work with, right? So one of the things I love about Idaho, and perhaps scares me as I talk to you, is that a lot of work is done here without any contracts. at least when it comes to hiring somebody for, landscaping or whatever. They're just like, oh, you just show up, and then they send you an invoice and there's no legal stuff. Do you see that in startups, and maybe this is a good wording for people to think about legal, even though you don't use legal contracts most of the time?
I don't know if you could use this metaphor anymore, but one of the things I always tell clients is I'm like, if I drank a fifth of vodka every night and drove home and I don't get in an accident, that doesn't make it prudent, right? Like that doesn't, the results don't, support my behavior and my activity. And so sometimes I look at those things that way. The fact that it worked out, the fact that, you know what I mean? Like the fact
it's
that
not validating.
Yeah, it's not validating
Yeah.
to it, And part of the problem with our ecosystem, Don, that you're probably starting to see is that you have a lot of people who made it and they bootstrapped to get there. And part of bootstrapping may have been paying short shrift to
Cutting
things.
some corners.
Yeah, cut, or just, like, hey, he did it, so I could do it, so we're good, right? And again, the results don't. Okay, you got through unscathed, and maybe you saved, 10,000 here, 30,000 there on legal fees. But had it gone wrong, I've got clients. I mean, the where it really comes to roost is in due diligence when you're about to exit or you're trying to go get financing.
Yes.
People don't realize that the basis points they're losing in the ultimate purchase price probably is maybe 100x what it would have cost them to have avoided it earlier.
Totally. Great way to segue into our next session.
Speaking of traps for the unwary.
So our next session is called Startups Data. It's protecting your technology, data, AI, machine learning, and biometrics. It's with Melanie's colleague, Dominique Shelton
Leipzig.
Thank you. It's part of the
Who's
growth.
phenomenal. She's amazing. You should definitely download this one if you can't watch it.
And yeah, so speaking of that, thank you for the reminder. This will be available throughout the day, as are all of the things we're doing. Make sure you engage people via the live chat, the networking tool that we have, and stay tuned for a word from our sponsor.
We are a tribe from the north, and we are brave and bold. In these hard times, we continue to bear our silver and our gold. We stand tried and true against our foes, because we are mighty Vandals. So go, Vandals, go. Fight with heart, mind, and soul. Together, we will defeat our foes, because the victory cannot be withheld from thee. So all Idaho, bear down and Vandal on. Go, go, go.
I'm really excited to be with this audience virtually and excited to talk to startups as you are branching out into the actual creation of your idea, your dream, and making it happen. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about that is as it relates to data. So much of what startups are doing involve technology, data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, biometrics, facial recognition, you name it. These are the technologies that you're probably playing around with or thinking about with your idea. And if you haven't started thinking about them yet, believe me, that won't be long before you start to think about different ways that technology can assist your dream. I'm here to make sure that your dream is a dream and not actually a nightmare. And I have 3 tips for business owners and startup owners to start thinking about their data. Number 1, it's very important at the outset to think about the mission of your company and how data may play into it. I know it seems very early now in early days, but start thinking now about what data you would need to make your business successful. It could be customer data. It could be data that you need to build certain cases and algorithms for purposes of either deep learning or machine learning or artificial intelligence. It could be data just to figure out more about your customers and who they are. But think now about how data may play into your company's goals. Secondly, once you think about that, start thinking about how to map that data and know where you would want to place it. Where do you want this data to reside? Is it with another partner? Would you want to team up with another company? Is this a co-sponsorship you're talking about? Or is it actually acquiring different data sets or companies? Or is it about you purchasing data or getting a big enough group of consumers to be interested in your product to build out your data set? So give those things some thought about the data flows. That's sort of my second tip. And then my third tip is really think strategically then about the data. And along those lines, think about how to leverage it. And you will have done some of that already because you're thinking about your purpose and how data will fit into it. Think about how to get the data that you need. And then most importantly, make sure that you're not doing anything illegal with the data. And I want to pause here on that because there's been more than one startup that has accelerated, especially in this era as we're taping here in the COVID-19, where we are becoming so reliant on technology. And as we can see, just even from this virtual conference that we're doing, that we're relying on things like video chat like we've never done before. But you don't want to be that entrepreneur that ends up on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, or the Financial Times because of some privacy incident or some kind of a data security, data breach disaster. It only takes a moment to really crash all of that wonderful goodwill that you've built up with your amazing idea. So really take the time to start thinking about and planning for your data strategy ahead of time. So you might be wondering, how do you keep into compliance? Maybe you're not attorneys. Maybe as you're starting out the business, you don't have the time or the ability or money to hire really expensive attorneys to help you figure out all these things. Well, I want to tell you about a number of resources that are available. There are resources through your startup programs. There are law students and other lawyers that donate time to clinics. And many law firms like ours have special programs for startups that qualify to get a certain number of hours free of charge. But really take the time to get the data privacy advice and get it right from the beginning. I can tell you one of the most important things for consumers these days, and we're seeing it all over the U.S. and particularly in California, where I'm from, but almost every state. There was a survey recently done by KPMG, and it was reported on in TechCrunch in the beginning of August, that 9 out of 10 Americans consider privacy to be a fundamental right. And they want to protect their data, and they want to know where the data is going. So first and foremost, for your brand, be transparent about what you're doing with data. And that requires the things that I talked about at the beginning. My first tip was really thinking about how you're going to use data. And the second tip was thinking about your data flows. And so my third tip here is just be super transparent about what you're doing with data. And also be sure to communicate that to your customer base so they know, either through a privacy policy that you post on your website or in your mobile app, what you're doing with data. And also, be careful and really transparent with your vendors about your data expectations in terms of what you want them to do with your data, and also how you want them to protect your data. And there are some states that do require that you have a written information security program, like the state of Massachusetts, or that you maintain reasonable security for data, like the state of California. Now, once you become super successful and you have a business that's up and running, it won't be long before somebody knocks on your door and wants you to go global. And I want to share with you that a global projection of your product and your services is amazing. But I also want to let you know that there are now, as of the end of December of last year, 144 countries with data protection laws. So that means that the world out there can be sort of a landmine for the unwary. We just, as I'm sitting here taping this, just about 3 weeks ago, we had news that 101 companies got lawsuits in Europe for how they were handling data, just because they had a social media pixel on their website, which most companies have. So just knowing that over there, that might be perceived differently is important knowledge to have. By this point, when you're ready to go global, I'm sure that you'll have the resources to really be able to speak to outside counsel and get ready. But very important that you start thinking about that now. Finally, I want to share that there are 6 things that regulators really care about. Of these 144 data protection laws around the globe, they really boil down to 6 critical things that you can start thinking about on the compliance front. Number 1 is having somebody in charge of privacy and data security in the company from the inception. You want somebody thinking about that function and that role all the time. It doesn't have to be their full-time job, but it does need to be a part of their responsibilities. And there are a lot of toolkits out there about how to get a data protection officer ready for their role. Second, you want to make sure that you inventory the data, just like my second tip that I mentioned earlier. Third, make sure at the appropriate time that you do a legal risk assessment. And that's something that lawyers can help you with. But there are a bunch of other resources as well. Our firm at Perkins Coie, we have a privacy quick tips blog, which we call privacyquicktipsblog.com. And there's lots of good information there, as well as many other law firms that can get information to you about assessing the legal risks. For example, a year ago, I wouldn't have told you there were many risks in Brazil, but just in August of 2020, they just passed the most comprehensive data protection law, which is called LGPD, that Brazil has ever had. It's styled very closely to the European General Data Protection Regulation, which a couple of years ago was the most comprehensive data protection program and data protection and privacy law in the globe. So many things evolve, and it's important to stay fresh with what new jurisdiction might be important for your organization, but might have risks. So that's important for the third step, which is your legal risk assessment. The fourth step is take extra care with data that regulators and consumers consider to be sensitive. And that's data like financial information, health information, location data, and children, to name a few. But there are some specific categories of sensitive information that are laid out in the General Data Protection Regulation in the EU in Article 9, and also in California. We've got a ballot initiative at the time I'm taping this that will be going to a vote on November 3rd that has a special definition for sensitive data that looks a lot like the European definition. So it includes things like trade union membership, race, ethnicity, and biometric information in the definition of sensitive data. But anyway, you want to take special care in your sort of fourth step, take special care with sensitive data and make sure you've done an impact assessment to really mitigate further those risks. And then in phase 5, when you deal with compliance, make sure that you are targeting mitigation programs to mitigate the risk that you've identified in phases 3 and 4. So when you do your legal risk assessment, in phase 3, you'll notice some risks. And then in phase 4, dealing with that sensitive data, you would have noticed some risks. In phase 5, you want to look at what systems you can put in place internally to mitigate those risks, internal policies and procedures, as well as external policies that you're telling the public how you're going to deal with those risks. Think about vendor management, what controls you need to put in place with your vendors, what needs to be in your contracts to mitigate those risks. And also think about training for your team. It's not just a good thing to do, it's also required if you're dealing with the 5th largest GDP in the globe, which is California, which does require training for employees that have to respond to consumer questions about data privacy. So in phase 6 is just keep an auditable record of all this, okay? So you can go back to it in a year from now, or whenever you start a new product or service that might deal with data, so that you can go back and tweak this and make sure that you've got it right. So those are my suggestions for keeping your company on the up and up and viewed favorably in the press rather than as a calamity. And so excited for all of you and what you are launching with your startup. Thank you.
Welcome back, Startup Week. I hope you enjoyed the talk by Dominique from Perkins Coie. I'm here to tee up our next talk, presentation, if you will, by the CCDC, the Capital City Development Corporation. Now, they are an economic development engine for the city of Boise, which may sound boring to you. However, you might be interested in the fact that the CCDC is actually financially supporting Trailhead. They're also sponsoring Startup Week. And as an ecosystem builder, they're really responsible for the vitality, for the energy that you experience when you walk around in downtown Boise. They have facelifted our downtown and thereby, injected economic development and vitality into our community. And so this next video will sort of take you through the history. I believe it starts in the 80s. But if you're new to Boise, or if you have been here for years, you really are going to enjoy to see this video by the CCDC as it touches on the history of our downtown core. With that said, enjoy the talk. But before we do, a quick word from our sponsors.
We are living in a time of incredible change. It challenges us, upending everything we're used to, while giving us a chance to start anew. We are Dairy West, And like the pioneers of old, we are embracing the unknown to pave a new path forward. On this journey of innovation, we seek to create a new way of doing business, one that builds more meaningful connections and brings our traditional industry into the future. But to transform our industry, we must start with ourselves. We must dig deep and examine how we interact with our audiences today and how we can improve on those interactions tomorrow. So we're creating something new. We're launching a consumer-facing brand, one that will work side by side with our existing brand to inspire our customers and our industry partners. Dairy West will continue to push for needed change, leading the dairy industry away from what was and towards what should be. And Unbottled will become an inspirational voice that builds authentic connections with the community at large. Through storytelling and experience building, we'll encourage people to do what's right for them and support individual choices that create a sense of freedom, confidence, and simplicity. In times of change, people seek a leader to light the way. We are that leader. And from farm to table, we help our industry partners and community members become the best versions of themselves. We are catalysts. We are change makers. We are Dairy West.
This came to me in May of '84. It's a note from my grandfather. I forgot to send you clippings about it, but Boise's big downtown regional shopping center project, after 20 years of trying, has been given up. The fifth development company threw up its hands, said too much local dissension made success impossible. There is much frustration about the situation. Some folks are mad, others are glad. But I think that in time, a pretty good but different job can be accomplished for downtown. In order to have this phoenix rising from the ashes, first you had to have ashes, and I think they took care of that in the 70s.
Some describe Boise in the early 70s as looking like it had been bombed out.
Industries moved away, you had these big empty buildings.
You had the remains of what had been really a capital for the whole mining industries of Idaho and beyond, which had then slowly eroded.
People just wanted something new, something exciting, and downtown had become stale.
The Boise Redevelopment Agency bought into the conventional wisdom at that time that to redevelop an urban area, you first had to destroy it.
The problems of our cities are real, the heavy hand of old-fashioned design. As a people, however, we are steadfast as we tackle problems. The hammer of demolition will be sure to swing with determination as we clear away the structures that block progress.
The vision that the city leadership had developed was to build a mall.
They thought, we will have a shovel-ready site, which will just be so easy for a developer to come into.
And they cleared this 4 blocks where we're sitting to be the location of that mall. But there was a growing resistance within the city to that.
Larson says he needed full community support to develop a downtown mall, support he says was not there.
We have concluded that the regional retail component of the mixed-use plan is not feasible.
With all that dissension and all the disagreements, they went through developer after developer. No one really wanted to be part of this because Boise was seen as maybe a dysfunctional group of people that didn't really have an idea or didn't have a plan.
And downtown really fell into disrepair.
As the city began to realize it wasn't going to build a mall downtown, it had to figure out what to do.
There was clearly a sort of widespread depression about the fact that they'd knocked down the middle of their city and nothing had happened. Things had just gone from bad to worse since then.
It's kind of like they had to hit rock bottom chasing that idea to then come together and say, okay, we need help.
The Regional Urban Design Assistance Team was composed of member architects of the American Institute of Architects from around the nation. They began arriving in Boise on the afternoon of Thursday, October the 10th.
Bringing RUDAT in was really a brilliant move on BRA's point of view because it was no longer them as individual Boiseans speaking, it was this national expert body. That created a very useful environment for open dialogue.
They talked widely in the community, and they came back with some concepts for what, in their experience, would make Boise into a vibrant city.
The real issue is that downtown doesn't have anything going on in it. We're proposing also an 8th Street pedestrian mall, basically an enclosed place with a large civic place, and around that would be office, commercial, retail, convention center, and a hotel. A place where a lot of activity happens. A place during this pedestrian experience where, we'll encourage festivals, encourage outdoor things, encourage farmers markets on Saturdays and Sundays.
It was aspirational. Here are the things you should try to achieve. Try to make it a place that people want to come to. Try to make it a place where there's a mix of uses so it's always active. Try to really capitalize on this particular place, and it is a particular place. When you approach for the first time and you look down the bench towards the foothills, there's the dead straight line of Capitol Boulevard with the Capitol at the end of it. It's a breathtaking sight. Then you cross over the river and there's Julia Davis Park with all its cultural assets. Those good bones were enough to inspire the Rudat team. They recognized that something could be done there. The question that was posed to us was, given the concepts from Rudat, how do we make the whole thing fit together financially and in terms of public space? And somehow putting these together, creating some enthusiasm for change which collectively will accomplish the concept.
But not everybody was in agreement with what needed to be done.
There were some not always pleasant meetings because you have a lot of important decisions to make and a lot of passionate people in the room.
I've got to tell you that you have a very serious problem here. And unless you can solve it, absolutely nothing will happen. And another RUDAC team will be back in town about 10 years from now telling you the same thing again. You guys have got to get your show together. There are knives in everybody's pockets and they're going in everybody else's backs.
There was a lot of advice in the Rudat report about how these improvements could be funded, and that was a source of a great deal of difficulty.
We would be looking for approximately $20 million to fund the development of the common open space, the amenities, and the public parking component of the 8-block district.
These fights would flare up. If you're going to use this funding for public improvements, that means you're not going to put into schools. Well, we're pro-education. I don't know about you.
A public meeting was held Monday evening in the Boise City Council chambers to allow final...
At that time, a group of very enthusiastic business owners actually came together and said, we've got to do something different. And they did. They got the petition signed, took it to City Hall, and the ordinance for the Business Improvement District was created.
They were still on a shoestring. It's not like there was all this money raining in from above, and there were developers, but they were cautious.
We had been encouraged at that point, after the years of trying to get the retail downtown, to pursue an office building. And as I stood on the flatbed truck on 9th Street, I sort of turned around and looked at this completely bombed out pit, which was the rest of the 4 blocks that had been kind of leveled. And I remember thinking to myself, I sure hope we know what we're doing here.
Once a plan was developed and it began to be affected, Boise started evolving, and fairly quickly. It started with a major public open space, which is what we call the Grove.
The first sketch of the Grove really was galvanizing because it put together all the things we've been talking about in something graphic that everyone could look at and say, yeah, that's what we meant. Once the first of the new buildings got going and the new sidewalks and landscaping went in alongside it, the whole thing became real and the momentum gathered.
People started to see some activity. It felt safer. One of the first events that they created, which was really interesting, was the Live After 5. Once you get somebody that comes to an event, they then start to realize, hey, this is a cool spot. So they tell their friends and tell more friends.
All of a sudden there was more activity downtown. Restaurants started coming in, going out from the Grove like spokes. The 8th Street Marketplace area developed, 8th Street North developed.
And that vibrancy moved from 8th Street and further out. It was like somebody turned the key on and said, we can do this.
Boise's had great success, and it's due to the work of a lot of people. Looking back at the mid-'80s and that moment in time where special forces were called upon to say, okay, help us here. The legacy of that RUDAT study, well, it'll never end.
What lessons could be learned from RUDAT in Boise? I think that something that many people regard as a completely lost cause is absolutely nothing of the sort. That even the most unprepossessing urban environment has inherent assets. And if one can identify those assets and identify how they can be capitalized upon, then you can bring about a tremendous change.
Welcome back, everyone, and happy Boise Startup Week. I hope you enjoyed the video by the CCDC. I hope you gained some appreciation for some of the work that the Trailblazers are doing here in the city of Boise to give us a vital city that we can build an ecosystem in. I want to tee up the next talk. Up next is Inclusive Idaho, Igniting Your Passion in a Pandemic. This talk is part of our social impact track. That track was newly added last year. And Kenton Lee from Because International, The Shoe That Grows, is the track chair and also the host for this session. Kenton is going to interview 3 members of Inclusive Idaho, which is a nonprofit right here in Idaho, and talk about diversity, inclusion in the context of our state. Now, this topic is important to me. I came here as an immigrant. I've been a beneficiary of the kind people here in Idaho, including me in things like Boise Startup Week, for example. So I really hope you tune in, and to get the full immersive experience as you tune in, if you want to chat with Kenton or chat with any of the 3 panelists, sign up at boisestartupweek.org, follow the instructions, and upload your profile into Brella. On Brella, find the talk, get into the chat room, engage, network, and engage some more with our panelists today. Before we cut to the next talk, though, a quick word from our sponsors.
Mom?
Hello, I'm an Idaho potato farmer.
In the freezer?
Want to try new grown in Idaho super crispy frozen fries?
Sure. Hey, these really are super crispy.
Cut from 100% real Idaho potatoes. They bake up crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Grown in Idaho super crispy fries. Mmm, super crispy. Care for another?
Sure, thanks.
Hey!
Well, hello, welcome everybody to this Boise Startup Week social impact track conversation with Inclusive Idaho. We are so excited to have 3 members of the Inclusive Idaho team here with us today for this conversation about how they got started and how things are going, and all of this really came together in the last several months, which everyone knows has been just an incredible time, a crazy time. So I am so excited to hear the story of Inclusive Idaho, and we have 3 of their team here with us to share that story. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves. I'm always forgetting something when I introduce people. And before I forget, welcome again. My name is Kenton Lee. I'm from Nampa. I'm a Nampa guy. I run a small nonprofit out here in Nampa called Because International. And this is my second year of volunteering with Boise Startup Week in the social impact track. So I am so excited to be the moderator today and be able to host this conversation. And I will turn it over to Whitney. Whitney, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll just keep going right down the line.
Hi, I'm Whitney, Whitney Mistel. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the ED for Inclusive Idaho and co-founder, and I will leave it at that.
My name is Austin Foudy. I am the Director of Community Outreach and Volunteers for Inclusive Idaho. I'm a longtime Boise resident, and yeah, happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Whitley Hawk. I am the Director of Compliance and Operations for Inclusive Idaho and also the co-founder. And I live in Boise, and I love the Treasure Valley.
Me too. And I am so glad that Inclusive Idaho is now a part of the Treasure Valley and Idaho. And I cannot wait to hear the story myself and have you share with our Boise Startup Week audience. And Whitney and Whitley, I think this kind of started with both of you. Would one of you like to take the lead and tell us, where did Inclusive Idaho come from? How did it get started?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump on that question. So many people know that Whitley and Austin and I were a major part of the vigil on June 2nd. And so following that event, and it was incredible in so many things. And Jessie was the actual idea behind the vigil. She's not here, but a part of our team. Jessie's a school teacher, so she doesn't have the luxury that we have to do things in certain parts of the day. And so Whitley and I really, after the vigil, just having been two people that have always wanted to have a nonprofit and based in this type of work, just thought, what else can we do? This can't just be it. And although the vigil was phenomenal, this work is lifelong, as we know, and it's so important, and it's bigger than one singular moment or gathering. And so we really just sat together and thought, like, let's do this. And so let's create an organization. Let's create something that will be long lasting and not only work to elevate the lives of Black Idahoans and the experiences and the existence of Black Idahoans, but how can we, knowing what it is to be marginalized community members, do more for other underrepresented community members as well. So, yeah.
And did all that come together in, I mean, normally when someone is starting something, it might take months, even years before things come together. How quickly did you all decide, let's do this? And how quickly did things start to take shape and start to happen?
In a matter of hours. And then from there, it was probably a couple days to a couple weeks before it really started to take off. And so it was the initial process of it was very, very quick moving.
Yeah, I mean, we did all the paperwork things, incorporation, all that stuff. Started the ball rolling on that as soon as we could, because we knew we wanted to do it. But and I will say we had a very unique opportunity, having had the traction and the news coverage from the vigil. So we sort of went from doing what we do in day-to-day life, whether it be activism or not, to being fairly well known as individuals, the four of us within the community. So launching Inclusive Idaho on the heels of that event gave us a really large boost in an ability to reach Idaho and the Boise community in a way that we may not have been able to, and really helped us launch pretty well into the public eye with some decent recognition, for sure.
And Austin, what was this like for you as they kind of asked you to be a part of this, as you jumped in as well? Did you think it was crazy, like just such a huge idea, or did it feel right and you were ready and you were just ready to go for it? What were some of your feelings as you were invited into starting Inclusive Idaho?
Well, when I was asked to be a part of Inclusive Idaho, it was an immediate and resounding yes. There was no hesitation in my mind, and it wasn't crazy at all to me. Though I hadn't planned on being a part of a nonprofit organization such as Inclusive Idaho, I knew that my heart had long been in the vein of activism and advocacy work. And so it honestly, it just felt natural from the get-go. And though it's, emotionally and labor intensive, it's truly where I believe I fit. And I think that I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I get the sense that we're kind of all in the same boat.
Awesome. Can I dig into that a little bit? What do you mean where you fit? Like could you share more about what you mean by that?
Certainly, yeah. Having lived in Idaho and Boise in particular since 1992, as a Black man in this state, there's always been a sense of distanced isolation that I think that in our community specifically we experience on a day-to-day basis. And growing up here, I felt that isolation more and more as I got older, and it just, instead of settling down and finding a 9-to-5 desk job where everything's just so on the straight and narrow, this seemed to be more suiting to help others of all marginalized groups not feel that sense of isolation anymore, bringing us together, elevating us within our own unique and independent struggles. It just seemed like an opportunity to do good in the community that I do love and care about. And it feels right. It feels natural.
Awesome. I love that. And Whitney, can I ask, as you started this in June, and again, even like Austin is saying, like it just felt right. It was time. You've got this moment that is really propelling you towards the launch of Inclusive Idaho. There are probably a million things that you wanted to accomplish, but as you got started, what is your mission? What's maybe that big driving force that you want to accomplish? What would you say is Inclusive Idaho's mission?
This is a really easy time to sort of just spout our mission statement, which I personally think is great.
Sure.
But I think what we're doing and what we're trying to do really comes down to creating a sense of belonging and welcoming, and building Boise, the Treasure Valley, and Idaho into a community that is not only tolerant, but welcoming and accepting of underrepresented community. And so that's really the heart of what we're trying to do. And when you look at the things that we're doing and what we plan to do and the programs that we have and want to have, that's it. So we're trying to reach into the everyday. When you see things like inclusive outdoors and inclusive schools, underrepresented kids, Black and brown kids, BIPOC kids, youth that identify as LGBTQ plus, and refugees, which Idaho we know has a really unique population of refugees throughout the state. Their lives are and sometimes can be adversely impacted by law enforcement. But what are they doing every day in the everyday? They're going to school, right? And people who look like me are going to work. And we also know that Idaho has a really, really deep connection to the outdoors. And so our hope in building Inclusive Idaho is that we can do the work and we can create change in the everyday, day in and day out experiences of underrepresented Idahoans, Black Idahoans, Indigenous, people of color, and those with disabilities. And so these individuals who often and statistically are pushed to the fringes of society. And also say that it's really easy to look at those big things that we sort of see on the news. And that's why we wanted to create an org that is doing that work too, right? So we're sitting down with law enforcement, and we hope and want to continue to work on those things. But like I said, we're also looking at what are our experiences, and what's our day-to-day living as Idahoans, and how can we elevate and create a greater sense of belonging and inclusion for those individuals.
Awesome. And Whitley, let me jump over to you. So how are things going so far? You launched in June. You've got a beautiful mission. You're passionate. You're excited about it. How are things going though?
Yeah, I mean, I would say for us, things are going great overall. I think we've gotten to slow down a little bit in the last month or so, just becoming more organized and kind of seeing the vision and being able to, stair step things as we go. In the beginning, we were having lots of partnerships and we were doing, it felt like we were doing an event every week and, answering 1,000 emails. And now we've kind of grounded ourselves a little bit and each one of us kind of has a focus of what's important in this moment for us and things that we are also working on collaboratively to push out by the end of the year, the beginning of next year. And so again, I think it's going great, and I think all of us are really grateful for the support that we've gotten and also the partnerships within the city. We've gotten a lot of really great partnerships, and for us, that makes it worth it. For example, like our office space was donated to us, by Drake Cooper. And so those things alleviate a burden, especially when I'm looking at the financial plan and, okay, we don't have to pay rent to somewhere. Those things are really huge for a startup nonprofit. So it's going really great.
Awesome. And let me stay with you for a second, Whitley. So for people listening right now, I know Boise Startup Week has many entrepreneurs, many students, many soon to be entrepreneurs as well. I mean, for people who feel like they have a passion and they want to start something, from what you have learned these past several months, what advice would you have for them? Someone else who wants to take their passion and launch some kind of venture, whether it's nonprofit, for-profit, whatever it is. With what you've learned these past few months, what would you say to them?
Gosh, I would say a couple things, but I think the biggest one would be it sounds so cliche, but to just do it, because when Whitney and I were sitting down talking about this, there's a million reasons that we could have come up with not to do it right. Oh, we have less free time. What about we can't go with our friends as much? Oh, we can't travel on the weekends as much. Oh, that trip to LA, or whatever the reason might be, but seeing where we are now from June, everything we've done is so worth it. I never thought once about the thing I didn't get to do or even the lack of sleep. It's just all been so worth it. And so to see the impact that we've already made, and no matter what you're doing, you're going to be impactful, even if you're selling something for profit, right? So if you're passionate about that thing, seeing it impact people's lives is what's going to keep you going. And we've already seen an impact 10 times over. And so I would just say, think about the impact that you're going to make with whatever you're doing and how it's going to change people's lives, no matter what it is, for profit or nonprofit. And that's really a huge motivation for us. When we get letters and emails and donations from people with, a letter attached to our personal story, or when something we've said or a webinar we've hosted has really changed someone's life, it's just all worth it for us. So
awesome. I love that. And so, hey, Austin, so you started with the four of you, and obviously you're doing this amazing work and you need more help. It has to be more than just the four of you. How can people get involved, Austin? What are some of the ways that you are encouraging people to join the mission of Inclusive Idaho?
Yeah, engagement is a huge aspect of what we do, and keeping people involved and connected with us, and the events and avenues that we continue to pursue. But volunteerism is one of the biggest things, especially for events. Following the vigil in June, we started a volunteer list that became rather robust in a matter of weeks. And so sign up to volunteer. You can find a sign up link on our website at inclusiveidaho.org. But other than that, it's look for opportunities. If there is something that you see that we're doing that you have interest in or have experience with, it's worth sending an email, to our email address at info@inclusiveidaho.org, or to myself, to my personal email, which you can find on our website, and say, hey, I've experienced this, or I have experience in this field, and reach out, and we'll get back to you. And if it's a fit, it's a fit, and we may very well utilize that, because we do so rely on community involvement to help us maintain our mission and our focus on what we deem to be worthy of our cause. So
awesome. And Austin, if someone wants to make a donation, do you guys allow that? Is that if a business or individuals want to help financially? I'm assuming I know the answer, but can people get involved that way too?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, work like this is reliant upon and dependent upon donations, both big and small. And so on our website, you can make a donation through our support tab, our take action tab. You can make that directly through the portal on the website. You can also find us on the Casap. That's just an app that you can download on your phone. If you don't know what that is, just search CAUZE in Google Play or the Apple Store, and you can make direct contributions to us that way. That really make a difference and help keep us going, keep the lights on, and keep us achieving our goals and putting on the events that we do enjoy hosting and facilitating.
And Whitney, I'd like to jump back over to you. We have a few more minutes, and for anybody listening and joining us today, so we actually did this conversation once before, and our sound didn't quite work. So this is our second try. But something you said the first time, Whitney, that we were talking, really stuck out to me, and that was that this is your life's work. Now that was maybe a month ago, and that we had that conversation. Things have been just going crazy, full speed for you guys since June. What has I don't know if maybe if that's changed at all. I don't want to say that that's still the same a month later, but I know you're just so passionate about this, and as you mentioned last time, this is your life's work, and you feel so strongly about this. Can you share more about what do you mean this is your life's work? Well, is that still true? I'll ask that. And then what do you mean that Inclusive Idaho is your life's work?
This organization, but even just this work in general, is what I've really always wanted to do with my life. And so people ask me all the time, why did you move to Idaho? And a lot of times people ask that question because I'm a Black woman, and let's just say they don't know better. But and I answer, I moved to Idaho to go to law school because this was the vein of work that I wanted to do, and I felt like that maybe a law degree was the best path to that. And I decided that it wasn't, but creating community and opportunities for underrepresented Idahoans, underrepresented people. Idaho's where I happen to live. I like to think that I would be doing this wherever else I lived. But for Idahoans specifically is what I want to do. And when I think about the impact and the place that Idaho could become, and especially when we're talking about Boise and the Treasure Valley, which is where most of us are located, or where a lot of Idahoans are located, it's super huge. And I think we have a really significant and cool opportunity as a community to not just take a hold of Inclusive Idaho and partner with us, but sort of look at what we're doing and look what other organizations are doing, and you can name them and really follow in what they're doing. And I know a little bit of what we do is sort of right now here in the climate, and so people are paying more attention. But this will matter in a year and in 10 years. And my hope is that we can see and build the Idaho that we're looking for. And so that's what I mean. That I really believe that I was created and put here to elevate those who are underrepresented. And I hope that we get to do that and continue to do that. And I also want to just add a little bit about giving and about our community. We have been unbelievably just in awe of the willingness of our community, whether that be individuals or other organizations or businesses, to come alongside us in whatever way. And one of the ways that we're going to start receiving funds, I just got the heads up yesterday, actually, is the Idaho Community Foundation is going to come alongside us and work with accepting our grants and things like that. And so there's just so many times in doing this type of thing, when you start something, there's 1,000 things that can be a roadblock. And we've just been so grateful and so fortunate to keep receiving, and all the work that we're doing and all the sleep, all the sleep that we're losing, we continue to see individuals and orgs recognize and appreciate the work that we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish, and really want to come alongside us. And we're super grateful for that.
I love everything you just said, especially we're trying to build the Idaho that people want, the Idaho that we can see, that we know is possible. I love that. And I'm a lifelong Idahoan, born and raised here, and I want to be a part of that. Like I think so many people are with you, and I love that you're giving opportunity to be involved in that. And because I think so often we just don't quite know what to do, and that's no excuse, but I love that you're giving more opportunity for people to join in building that kind of Idaho. I love it. I love it. All right, we're going to go around the circle one last time. I've got a quick question for each of you. Whitley, I'd like to start with you. This is different from our first conversation, Whitley, so I'm going to throw a new question at you. But Whitley, so since June until now, have you had a favorite moment as you have built this and launched this? Any moments that just really stick out, or maybe your favorite moment these past several months?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know that it's a favorite moment. I think for me, because I'm a crier, I'm a very tenderhearted person. I think when people send us, personal messages, or, I get an email that's 4 paragraphs long, or somebody DMs us on Instagram, or sends us a private message on Facebook about the impact that we've made in their lives, that's my favorite moment. That's my favorite thing. And I think it will always be my favorite thing because, this is starting a nonprofit is a huge amount of work, and Whitney and I and Austin as well have stayed up well past midnight, a lot of nights the last, few months, and that makes it worth it. And it goes back to the impact thing, right? To have that kind of impact, to know that you're making a difference, and for people to reach out and say, you've made a difference in my life. What you're doing is what I've always wanted to see in Idaho, things like that. It makes it really feel like we made the right decision, no matter, how tired we are, or how rough the work can be, or, how taxing it is on us. It's just so worth it. And so those moments, knowing that we're impactful, not just, saying, oh, are we impactful? But people actually telling us, you made an impact on my life, that definitely, that moment for me, those collective moments are what's been the greatest for me.
Austin, you said this work, this mission, what you all are doing, it's such a great fit for you. What do you find the most meaningful these past several months with this whole story? What's been the most meaningful part for you?
Yeah, building community, honestly. I think that's been a huge part of it. I truly believe that the engagement and social aspect of a lot of the work that we do and the events that we've hosted have given me a tremendous amount of joy in seeing others' joy. And, while we certainly have to take a step back from hosting large scale events, such as the vigil, just due to the climate of coronavirus right now. It gives me a lot of joy and hope for the future of Idaho and the future of our community, to know that so many people can come together with a shared vision and goal of how they truly believe Idaho can become such a great, wonderful, inclusive, and fantastic place to live. I truly do love this state. I've lived here for so long, and seeing these community events and the connections that are made and the friendships, the enduring friendships that are made. Even within Inclusive Idaho, not knowing these wonderful individuals 6 months ago, I truly feel like I've found a renewed sense of family, both within this organization and within Idaho at large.
Awesome. Thank you, Austin, for sharing that. And Whitney, I'd love to finish with you. And here's my question for you. So you've got a captive audience right now. You've got tons of people watching, being a part of Boise Startup Week and watching our conversation. What do you have to say to them? What would you say to anybody as you either, I mean, it could be your mission, it could be, join us and volunteer, donate, whatever it might be. You've got tons of things you could say to people, but if you've got a minute with somebody, which you have now, you got a couple minutes here. What is your message? What would you say to the people watching right now? And as you kind of wrap things up, what would you like to say to us?
I would just say that we're really thankful to be where we are today, and our team is fiercely committed to doing this work. And something I don't always note, but I'm going to do it right now, even with some hesitancy, and say that we're not paying ourselves, we're not being paid. So the donations that we receive are being put into our business account, and there to build programming. And that's it. I mean, we're fiercely committed to it, and it's not to make money. It's because we really believe that the mission and the goal of Inclusive Idaho is worth it. And so with that, I'll also just say thank you to every person and organization and local business who, even during COVID, and I think of the Funky Taco just immediately off my head, Idaho Candle Company, Barbarian Brewing. There's so many different ones who have stepped up to the challenge and said, like, we believe in what you're doing and we care about it. And even though we're 3 months into losing profits, and not that they said that, but we all know that every small business is not thriving during COVID. And so for them to step out of their way to do that in a time when they're struggling themselves has been huge for us. And we keep talking about it, and I'll keep saying it, that we don't do this work without community. And we're just super thankful for that. And personally, I'm just so thankful to be doing this. Many people don't know that I left my full-time job a couple months ago because I believe in this. And I wanted the time and the space to be able to build Inclusive Idaho into a forever entity that's doing real and that's creating real change and cementing it in our communities. So, yeah.
I am so glad that you all had that conversation after the vigil. That you all started this, you launched this, you were brave, you were resilient, which is our theme for Boise Startup Week, that you knew you were going to lose out on some weekends, some sleep, all of that I'm so glad that you took that step. I'm so glad you grabbed Austin, that you started to build a team. I'm so glad you have invited people into this. I am just so glad. And I love how you said, look at all the impact you're making, and that is worth it. And it is. And I am honored that we have had a chance today to help share your story. And I am going to encourage everybody watching and being a part of this, please check them out, inclusiveidaho.org. Find them on social media. Whether it's volunteering, donating, asking them questions, whatever it might be, these are incredible people doing incredible work so that we can build an incredible community. And I hope that this is a boost for you. I hope that that this is a good part of your month, and it can help bring some good things to you. It has just been my personal honor to be a part of this with you. And again, and for last thing for me, as everybody, as we wrap up, the power of taking a step, having a conversation, taking a step, following your passion. I mean, we're not here today. We're not having this conversation if Whitney and Whitley didn't take that initial step and then invite people in, and they said yes, and they all took these steps together. If you want to be an entrepreneur, sometimes it starts in that one conversation about something that you're passionate about, and then it's taken a step. And so again, I'm so glad you all took these steps, and I'm so glad that we can be a part of it today. And please, 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 everyone, go check out inclusiveidaho.org, and please connect with these wonderful people. For me, Kenton, thank you so much for being a part of this today, and enjoy the rest of Boise Startup Week.
Welcome back to our live studio here at Jump in downtown Boise for Boise Startup Week 2020. I'm joined by Jaz Krjalic. Thank you. Had to practice that a few times. He's the CEO at bodybuilding.com, one of the exciting companies here in our ecosystem. Before we get started, what are we looking at here, Jaz?
Oh, this is the dodgeball tournament, last year's Boise Startup Week championship belt that was won by bodybuilding.com, and thanks to pandemic, we get to hold it for 2 years.
Okay, so you're bringing it in. I can sense you're rubbing it in a little bit. This is
I would not call it rubbing it in. I would just call it a reminder.
A reminder,
just a
gentle reminder.
Gentle reminder.
To the other competitors. Yes. By the way, Trail had also participated in the tournament.
You guys did?
We lost miserably. So looking at this belt is a little bit of salt in the wound for me, but back to what you were saying, it's also a little bit of incentive to maybe get in shape and get ready.
That's exactly
But all jokes aside, man, that was a lot of fun last year.
Well, it's very competitive. I was
very competitive. You guys took the title. I'm not that surprised. I'm glad you brought it in to remind everyone to get in shape for dodgeball next year. Jaz, I am jazzed to have you here, so I have so much to talk to you about. But let's start with briefly, give us a sense, how long you been at bodybuilding.com now?
Yeah. Since kind of towards the end of 2016 is when I joined the company. Not as a CEO, I was in a different role at the time.
You were GM, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was a GM, kind of an SVP type of a role. About 6 months into that tenure, we had a change in leadership there, and I was asked to assume this role, and been there ever since, and learned a lot, made so many mistakes, but I learned a lot from them, and we're getting better for it.
One way of, I guess, thinking about it is if you didn't make any mistakes, one could say maybe you weren't trying hard enough. But since you did make a lot of mistakes and you learned from them, I want to pick up on that a little bit. Our tagline this year for Startup Week is be resilient.
Yep.
Resiliency, making mistakes, they kind of go hand in hand. So tell me a little bit about maybe some milestones in your tenure at bodybuilding.com and how that relates to resiliency as you see it.
Sure, yeah. I'll say even predates me. I kind of stepped right into the time when a company for years has had some tremendous growth, right? And kind of startup mentality, entrepreneurship spirit behind it. And it really drove itself. And then you get really big, and when you get really big, there's a little bit of bureaucracy and over large staffs. You become project-driven versus a product-driven company, right? And then everything is 6 months out. Everything has to be a big thing, and you lose a little bit of that agile speed and a willingness to fail. Things become more of a fixed mindset nature where there's only a success or a failure. Learning is not what's really valued. And when that happens naturally for any company, certainly happened for us. And some of the learnings that I had is, as I took over the role and we got into looking at what's going on, there were three things that really stuck out to me. One, you can't forget who your core customer is. If you do that, you're going to have a lot of problems. Trying to serve somebody that is not your core customer is not impossible, but it's costly and very difficult, and it requires a lot more effort than serving your core really well.
And it may come at the expense of serving your core, right?
It definitely does. Core will reject it because you're no longer serving them, you're talking to somebody else. In old adage, if you're trying to be everything to everyone, you're nothing to anyone, right? So that was definitely a learning. The second was this project versus product mentality where we want to launch something, a new product, a new service, a new feature set for the customers, and then it becomes this thing that's going to happen 8 months down the road. Well, TM, how many things can go wrong in 8 months? How many things in the market can change? You can get a pandemic, right? I mean, stuff like that.
Two new iPhones could come out in 8 months.
Exactly, 2 new iPhones can come out that actually are the same thing, but hey, you're paying more for them anyways, right? Things like that can happen, and it prevents innovation, it prevents resiliency, it prevents people from being afraid and not being afraid to fail, right? When you have a product mentality, then you every day you're trying to get a task out, something out. And then if it only took you 3 hours to do something and it was wrong, you can look at it as a learning because there wasn't a lot of time, money, and effort wasted.
You didn't just spend 8 months on it, all this anticipation.
That's right.
You really don't have a choice to fail if you have that kind of project versus product outlook.
That's exactly right. And it's like when something's 8 months, everybody's constantly anticipating this big thing. And then when even if it delivers, it's never going to be enough because you amped it up as the greatest, silver bullet that's going to be the thing, right? So I think that was a big, and a third big learning is that, greatest vision in the whole world without execution is just BS, right? So you can have ton of vision in front of it. You can have all kinds of PowerPoint slides. You can talk ad nauseum about all the great things that you would want to do. Unless somebody's actually doing it every single day and that task is measured on a daily basis and there's a progress and movement forward, like a flywheel motion, it doesn't matter. I would say those are the 3 things that if I can go back and know what I know now, then I think we'd be in a lot better position.
Okay. You bring up, I want to pick up on so much of this stuff. This project versus product mentality that's organization-wide, right? I'm assuming in part it probably comes from the top down, maybe from the engineers up. But in terms of the customer, when you're project focused versus product focused, in terms of the customer, the product seems to be closer to the customer. Projects are like an internal thing. How does that play out?
DM, I love your question because it's straight at the heart of being customer-centric, right? It's impossible to be customer-centric in a project mindset because you're assuming on behalf of the customer what they want. In a product, you're constantly coding and putting stuff out for them and allowing them to react. If they don't like a feature, they react. They react. You don't have to run a survey. They'll tell you.
Or wait 8 months, right?
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to wait for some results. Within a couple of days, you're going to know whether a customer is loving or rejecting something, right? And you have an opportunity to react to what your customer is asking you for versus having a lot of navel-gazing moments about, well, we think our customer is going to love this, right? Or let's run a big survey. And then you ask a population of 500 in that survey. That's usually the sample size you're going to be able to get back. Bodybuilding.com gets 150 million unique visitors to our website. Just put something in front of them. You're going to have a reaction really, really fast, right? The cycle of learning can be very fast. You just got to get something in front of them.
Yeah, as you talk about this, and I think about organizations I've been a part of that started small, nimble, light on their feet, and then grew in infrastructure. With that comes overhead. With that comes bureaucracy. Mm-hmm. What you're saying is the company can be big. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. But if you instill a product-focused product development mentality, you can still benefit from the resources and the infrastructure of a big company, but also tap into the innovation 100%. Capability of a small company.
100%. I think that the other thing that a product mentality does for the company is your employee base become owners, right? They're owner of a task, of a business objective, of a result, of a customer experience. That's when you have owners, you don't need 7,000 owners. You need 100 really, really good ones, right? I love the analogy of I'd rather go to war with 10 lions than 100 sheep, kind of a thing. And the mode of operation in a product mentality is that everyone owns the task. Instead of being a functional expert, a coordinator, specialist, all these like made up roles that are just, passing TPS reports from engineers to salespeople, type of a thing. You're getting a real ownership and real empowerment to the people to say, within this product, I am the owner of total product, or I'm the owner of the part of the product, of the feature or something, and I will guide that product forward. And when you have owners, you don't need millions of them. You just need them to be very good and very engaged and involved.
As you say that, something comes to mind. So quick segue here. At this point, I do want to take a moment and just say thank you to bodybuilding.com. For those of you who don't know, bodybuilding.com has donated its resources to Boise Startup Week. In other words, all of the video production that you see, all of the equipment that is here today and has been in use over the last 6 months came from bodybuilding.com. Without bodybuilding.com, we would not be able to do Boise Startup Week. The reason I'm bringing that up, other than giving you a shout out, is I got to work with your people over the last 6 months. I got to get a little bit of the cultural taste of how they operate, their work ethic. And so as you're talking about, ownership, product versus project focused, I understand that you're growing. You guys are hiring. What do you look for of the product versus project focused differentiations?
I think obviously once you check off the technical expertise knowledge boxes that everybody has to have,
It's a given, right?
You got, exactly. I mean, those are called admission fees, right? To just participate in a game. There's really two things that we're looking for. One is I already touched on, is that ownership mentality. Is this a person that views this as a punch in, punch out, I come in and I do my best and then I move on? Or is it a person that says, what else can I do with this, right? Bring their own innovation, gumption, have a little bit of a freedom and kind of an, if you will, a willingness to stand up and say, hey, I want to do this differently and give it a shot. So I think that that's one piece. The second piece, and this is a really, really important one, they have to understand the value of fitness to our customer. Doesn't mean that they have to be fit. That's not what we're saying here.
That's an important delineation.
It's a very important delineation. This is not like you do not have to be yoked to work at bodybuilding.com. Obviously, you don't have to be, right? That's obvious. That's not it. But if we're going to sell to people the value of fitness, you have to appreciate it. Then it's going to come through in a product that you deliver, in a video that you put forward, in things that you do. And if you don't do what your customer does, it becomes very hard to sell it, right? If you don't believe in that.
How do you empathize with your customer, right?
Exactly. How do you know what they want if you've never done a set of deadlifts, if you've never taken a supplement, if you've never, ran a mile? How do you know that those are things that your customer wants? And again, I want to overemphasize, we're not saying you have to be fit. You have to value fitness as part of somebody's everyday lifestyle. And we look into that. I like to equate it to parenting, right? As a parent, I know parents should be patient. I'm hardly ever patient with my kids, but I know I value the patience would be a great thing to do, right? So it's kind of similar to that. I value
It's a great
fitness.
example,
Even though I may eat burgers and pizza and maybe I didn't work out yesterday like I should have, I still understand that I probably should have because I value it.
And then you take that, you want your employees to take that understanding and embed it in the way they create products and serve customers.
That's right. It's almost like you said, empathy with your customer. Look, one of the biggest things about fitness that people always forget, everybody loves to say diet is hard, something is hard. It's actually not the truth. What's hard is that you don't have a support structure around you. That's what's hard. You don't have a community that pushes you through the fitness journey. Diet is only hard if everybody at home is not on a diet. But if everybody at home is on a diet, now you have a support group. Now you were doing it together. There's something behind it. One of the great values that bodybuilding.com brings to our customers is the community of very strong-minded individuals, very resilient. They may never compete in bodybuilding. They may never compete in powerlifting. They may never fight in an MMA fight. But their internal dialogue is that of an MMA fighter. Like, I will get up and try again. I will continue to push myself forward. And that's really the mentality we look for.
Yeah, health and fitness is interesting in that sense, right? It's such a personal thing. And reading, just browsing your website before you got here, I saw a lot of attention paid to not just looking good, but feeling good.
Yes.
And feeling good, health and fitness, being healthy kind of go hand in hand. With that said, I touched on it, the kind of talent that you're looking for. These 30 positions that you guys are hiring for, are they mostly engineering, or can you kind of give us an understanding?
A lot of technical positions, because at the end of the day, we deliver our product digitally, right? So there's that. Product positions, very important. Like, one of the things that we have, another big learning, TM, to share with you is you cannot not have a product team.
So you created product teams?
Yeah, that's right. I remember when I first started, there was an individual that approached me. I was still learning where the bathroom is in a building when I was having this conversation, and he really overemphasized, the need for product. I just didn't understand at the time what he meant, but he was right? And having a strong product team is absolutely imperative, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that translate the customer want into a product that we're going to serve the customer with. And they give engineers an ability to code it correctly, and they give our digital publishing team, hey, here's what type of a content we need to be built around this.
So ultimately, these agents are agents between your end customer and the people inside your company.
Right.
Okay,
that's
so
exactly
very
right.
key position.
That's what comes to, it's basically the value of bodybuilding.com comes to life through that product vision. And I think having that strong product leadership and product management team is imperative to success.
I know we have a lot of viewers joining us live, as you hear this, and you can maybe identify with some of either the skill set or the roles that Jazz is sharing with us. Check out the roles on bodybuilding.com. We're getting towards the end of our time. One thing I want to ask you about is I'm aware that there was a change in ownership recently at bodybuilding.com. Aside from the change itself, organizationally, what does it mean for you and your team?
It's been a blessing. I gotta tell you, TM. We've spent a better portion of the last 5 years, not in bad ownership, but just maybe not quite entrepreneurial in spirit as we wanted it to be. With the recent change that we had this spring, the organization that came in as owners, they brought in re-energized entrepreneurship spirit, the fail fast spirit. They've encouraged things that I'm talking about.
I was just going to say there's synergy between the strategy you laid out. Okay.
Tremendous. I can tell you that's, we can be here all day and talking about learnings. Another learning is if ownership and management are not aligned, you're not moving anywhere, right? That goes without saying. But that's a great deal of alignment. And I think what I really have enjoyed is their willingness to allow us to serve our core customer, to really get back to our roots and allow our team to express themselves in a way that failure is a learning, failure is not a failure, be very entrepreneurial in a mindset and truly have a gumption to try new innovative things.
Wonderful. Well, there you have it. Customer centricity reached through product centricity. At the end of the day, it's all about people working with people, creating value for other people. And it sounds like you are getting strategically aligned and reinstilling that entrepreneurial spirit, if you will, in an organization that's been around for some time.
It's never felt better, and I think our future has never been brighter.
I like to end it on that. Look, one last time, thank you for your support for Startup Week. Thank you for sharing your amazing resources with us. And when I keep saying resources, they're actually people. They're behind the camera. You just can't see them. They're here. We appreciate them and we love them. That said, last time for the reminder, if it is not salt in the wound and you want to dip, dive, and dodge, hopefully next year when we're all safe to do so, this is who you have to go after, bodybuilding.com. Let me set up our next talk for us. We have a very relevant talk coming up for you guys. It's called Free and Fair Elections. It's a panel discussion, and it's around building software and election cycles. Couldn't have been a better topic for today. Today is the USPS recommended last date for getting your mail-in ballot in. Ian Harris, the president of Vinyl, is going to interview 3 panelists, I believe. 1 PhD, 2 panelists, I was corrected by our lovely camera team. A PhD professor at Boise State, as well as the Secretary of State of Idaho. But before we cut to the talk presented by Ian Harris, a quick word from our sponsors.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You've got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
What we're here today to talk about is something that I think a lot of people are thinking about. It's weighing on a lot of people's mind. We have an election coming up, and voting, right, the franchise, the right to vote, is really the most fundamental mechanism that all of us have as citizens to participate in our democracy and make sure that that our voice is heard. Election day is coming up really fast. It's coming on November 3rd. For many of us who are voting in different ways than going to the ballot on election day is kind of already here. And so what we're going to talk about today is, some things that people have been asking questions about and talking about around the resilience of our election system, right? Will the votes be counted? Will the outcome be fair? Can we trust it? And I think that we have a really wonderful group of panelists here today to help us talk about some of these issues and make sure everybody knows how they can vote and what the state of Idaho in particular is doing to make sure that that the election is really secure and safe and fair. So joining me today, my name is Ian Harris. I'm the CEO of Vinyl, and we're really glad to be a sponsor and a supporter of our Boise Startup Week. Joining me today, we have Dr. Hoda Meporian, who's a PhD and a member of the computer science faculty at the College of Engineering at Boise State University. And she's the associate director of the Cyber Lab for Industrial Control Systems. We also have Chad Hauk, who's the Chief Deputy Secretary of State at the state of Idaho. So welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
people asking a lot of questions about, voting, is it safe? Is it secure? So let's just maybe jump right into it. One of the big issues that people have been talking about has to do with the safety of voting by mail and absentee ballots. I know that Idaho, I think, has accepted absentee ballots since the 1970s. Recently, if you look at, FBI Director Christopher Wray talking in front of Congress in September, he said that, the FBI sees no evidence of sort of widespread, coordinated national voter fraud efforts or anything like that. And quite frankly, even if somebody tried to do it, I think it would be pretty hard for them to do. Chad, you were quoted, I think, recently in the Idaho Statesman saying that your office wasn't, overly concerned about potential problems with mail-in ballots. And I think it's because of sort of the systems and checks that you have put in place. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure, Ian, thanks. And again, thanks to Boise Startup Week for making this possible. The absentee ballot process, as you mentioned, is something that's been in place in Idaho since the 70s. We've certainly seen an uptick in the percentage of voters utilizing it, especially given that our past election, the past primary that we just had in May, was operated 100% by absentees. So coming into this election, given that that voters had the option when selecting their May ballot of being able to select a November absentee ballot as well at the same time on that application, we've seen a tremendous uptick. We, in fact, had over 350,000 ballots requested before that 30-day kind of cutoff when that first batch of ballots would go out. So before any absentee ballots were even mailed, over 350,000 Idaho voters requesting an absentee ballot. That's unheard of. That's never been that way before. To that end, though, we're really just scaling on an already established process. And I think that's one of the things that's super important to understand is that, as you said, elections are processes, elections are systems. And I don't think a lot of people understand just how complex those systems and those processes are and how established they are in terms of the functions and the things that go into them. So in terms of the absentee ballot, we're going to take a look at a couple of screens here. One of the theories is that absentee ballots not being secure, often confused with some of the states that maybe use a all-mail ballot process whereby every voter actually gets a ballot in the mail just because they're registered to vote. Now in Idaho, that's not the case. And in Idaho, you do have to request that absentee ballot. So we're going to start there. I'm going to go ahead and put a screen share up here. So the first thing we're seeing here is the actual request process. Now this, you can request in two manners here in Idaho. You can request online at idahovotes.gov during the window of time that tool is available in terms of dates. And in order to do so, it takes the 4 digits of your last 4 of your social security number or your Idaho driver's license. Now, the reason we're doing that is we're cross-checking that information against your voter registration record and the information in that database. If those numbers match up perfectly, then we can go ahead and be verified and we can get that ballot processed. If it's not verified, then you're going to move down and use that paper form. In the paper form, a county clerk is going to verify all your submitted information and make sure that that signature matches. If the signature matches what's on file, then you're verified and you can move forward. If you're not, they go into what they call a resolution process. But again, you can see that there's some level of complexity here in this process. Now, if we move forward past the ballot request itself, then you get into some of the physical security components that are actually in the ballot and the secrecy envelopes and return envelopes that go out. Every ballot contains a security measure to differentiate it from some other unofficial or photocopied ballot. So the ballot itself has a layer of security to it. There's a secrecy envelope to ensure that ballot choices are maintained, as the Constitution says, in privacy when it's returned. And then there's the outer ballot return envelope. That outer ballot return envelope has a pre-printed name on it. It also has a pre-printed barcode on it that ties to the voter record. If all of that doesn't match with the signature, it goes back into a resolution process as well. So several security measures there. And then finally, when you go to once that signature is verified and the ballot itself is verified, then we go into the secrecy envelope. We look at, is there only one ballot in there? If there's only one ballot in there and it's not a duplicate or multiple ballots, then that ballot is official and it's ready for tabulation. All told, that's about 14 steps just to get to the point of that ballot being ready to be counted And then at that point, it joins the other ballots and is tabulated as an absentee record. So as you can see, quite a complex process and system there to get through those steps.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing all of that with us. I think there's another issue that people have been concerned about, and maybe we can talk about this briefly. And obviously, the word unprecedented or sort of unique, these words have kind of become cliche. But we are living through an unprecedented time, and certainly in my lifetime, I can't remember an election that was affected by anything like what we have going on with COVID-19, and folks trying to maintain social distancing and all those kinds of things. I know that in the state of Idaho, the counties run the polling locations, but maybe can you talk a little bit about what the counties are doing to make sure that the polling locations themselves are clean and sort of safe for people who are coming out to vote?
Certainly. So there's a number of different things that play into the election day vote. And one of the first and foremost is all of those opportunities to vote before Election Day. What I mean by that is your absentee processes, obviously, and the ability to get that ballot returned either by mail or by returning it in person to a drop box or to the county elections office itself. Then, of course, you have early voting, and those are going to take place either as an in-person absentee or in what they call an early voting polling location, depending on county. Those numbers are going to drastically reduce the number of people that are participating in the election on Election Day. So there's our first measure. It's reducing the number of people at a polling location in terms of each precinct specifically. Then we go into the PPE that counties are utilizing. We've had discussions I've actually physically gone out and met with every one of our 44 counties and the clerks therefore. And had discussions with them on, are you equipped for what you need for your PPE? What are your plans? What is your game plan? What are your locations look like? Those kinds of scenarios. And while it's going to vary in different counties, because every one of Idaho's counties has kind of a different situation in terms of what COVID looks like in their location, some places have very few cases. They're still going to be dealing with PPE. They're still going to be taking precautions, but maybe not to the same level or at the same extent that a county with a higher number of cases might. So again, that'll be managed on a regional and county by county basis, but extensive planning in place. We had Anheuser-Busch, for example, contributed thousands of gallons of hand sanitizer, and in partnership with Anheuser-Busch and the Idaho Guard, we've distributed that hand sanitizer to all the counties. So we know that component of the PPE equation is taken care of. So you'll see those hand sanitizer bottles in all of your physical polling locations come November 3rd.
Well, let's bring Hoda in here a little bit. One of the other areas I think that has received a lot of press, people talk about, is this idea of, sort of like hacking our election systems, right? You have voting systems that are, electronic. You have tabulation that's happening in electronic systems. This idea that some foreign government or actor, some hacker is going to go in there and mess with the results. Hoda, I know that this is something that you've spent a lot of time thinking about and working on and working with the state. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, Ian, trust and confidence basically in U.S. elections, we have been hearing it's a bit declined over the past decades. And there are different factors basically contributing to this. And as you mentioned, one is about the foreign interferences in U.S. election. And as we are more relying on social media for news and recent events, we have the threat of disinformation and unfortunately false news travels faster than reliable news, and although there is a smaller percentage of false news online, however, there is this fear of how could that impact election results and outcomes for that. Basically, these trends are are worrying because the result of that lack of confidence in election integrity will eventually reduces voter participation and trust in government, which we do not want that. And the state of Idaho has been very proactive in conducting research, basically collaborating with different election administrators and local leaders. We have had several, this is our third years collaborating with the state. So we are conducting, training, and we recently have established a center. We call it INSURE. It's the Idaho Election Cybersecurity Center, which will conduct research in the area of how can we basically identify disinformation in social media and be able to actively inform users. And we have been using, we have been investing in tools and algorithms to basically identify, detect, and visualize election vulnerability. So we will conduct research in that area to learn from events that has happened previously and provide information, and as a result of that, a better decision-making process at different levels. So that's what we have been doing, and we have a very strong relationship with the state. So yes, there are different angles, there are different issues, but that's why we basically need more funding and more research and training in this area. We have been talking about critical infrastructure, and election has been identified as a critical infrastructure, and we are seeing more funding that is assigned in this area at the federal level and the state level, and that's great news.
If I can jump in, I know that the right now, I think recently the House passed a bill. I think the Senate is thinking about taking it up, having to do with providing some more, funding to do this type of research, in particular into security measures in order to coordinate with the state. How is the federal government supporting and funding these types of fortifications and improvements in state election systems? And how has the state of Idaho been involved in that? And do you think it's going far enough? How is that working?
Well, Ian, that's a great question. We just recently, back in March, we were actually at a cybersecurity training event, an exercise that was happening out on the West Coast, and working with the D3P project, Defending Digital Democracy project out of Harvard University, the Kennedy School there. And they were one of, in fact, Boise State was our partner in helping bring that D3P project to Idaho. And part of doing the cybersecurity training that we've done here in Idaho with Idaho's 44 counties and the clerks and election directors in those counties. But we were out at that particular exercise when we found out that we were going to be receiving in the area of $3.6 million in COVID funds through the CARES Act, directly distributed through the Elections Assistance Commission under the Help America Vote Act. As soon as we got back, we started looking at how we could utilize those dollars well. We made the decision to invest $2.4 million of that funding into the counties to help cover the cost of both the May primary and this November election under the COVID pandemic. And in that process, that was part of why we did the traveling around to the 44 counties to help make sure that we were making the smartest investments we could collectively at the endpoints of the network that constitutes the election structure of the Idaho election system, so that the entire ecosystem as a whole was at least coming up to certain baselines. So we actually had all of the counties do a cyber evaluation survey. We've had all of the counties engage with the Department of Homeland Security and with CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Administration, to engage in cyber hygiene scanning. And we see those baseline tests and those scan results come back not only to the IT directors at the county level, but to our security specialists at the Secretary of State's office. So there's a significant shift that has played out both in terms of resources coming from the Department of Homeland Security and financial resources coming through some of the legislative acts like the CARES Act and the Help America Vote Act. All told, we've been able to invest over $3.9 million in infrastructure here in Idaho just through the counties in the last relatively 9 months.
And how are you at Boise State University collaborating with the state on some of these programs?
We have been, this is our third year collaborating with the Secretary of State, and we have between 20 to 30 undergraduate, graduate students that helped out with the tabletop exercises with collaboration with the election administrators and local leaders, election risk and cyber risk and all of that. We have been able to include our students, especially when, at the undergraduate level, everything is very theoretical. We have been able to show in action and how these cyber risk could play an important impact, and so it has been very good for our students to get involved and be able to participate. As a result of what Secretary of State has done and all the funding that we have been able to get from them and get the information that they have provided us, we have been able to kind of start this multidisciplinary research with political science, computer science, and we want to take this a little bit further and hire graduate students and continue this collaboration. That's how we have been involved and working with them.
Ian, our relationship with Boise State has opened up some opportunities for us to do things that we otherwise would never have, both the time and the funding effort, energy within our office to be able to do. I have a tremendously talented IT team and I have a great cybersecurity team, but there's things that we just, in the process of doing our day-to-day operations, that wouldn't get on the plate. And, recently we were able to come back from that exercise on the East Coast and bring an idea to Hoda and her team and actually launch this communication tool that we're working on now that's really based in some of the tactics utilized by special forces commanders. It's called a battle staff, communication dashboard that brings situational awareness to elections. That's a tool that Boise State is developing at our request right now. We're prototyping through some of those ideas with the hope of being able to, over the course of the next year, start to put that in kind of a testing phase. But the idea being that at the Secretary of State's office on Election Day, we would be able to have a situational awareness of the issues and the challenges that are facing not only the 44 different counties all at a collective dashboard, but then to be able to see that and stretch it out beyond the counties to the precinct level, give visibilities to the counties and the county election officials of what's going on in their precinct, see emerging patterns and do some data analysis on what's going on in that environment. And then even beyond that, stretch it out and coordinate with operations and emergency management that we already have in the state with GIS overlays, things like, just as a really simple classic example, if a power outage were to happen, the ability to be able to tell a county election director how far they need to move their precinct in order to get outside of the power grid challenge, or the traffic flows that are going to impact their movements and what they need to do that way. All of that information is in our emergency management system. It's just not yet networked into the state election system because it's never been a communication data point that we've considered. And now that we have Boise State with the ability to play with those kinds of things, we can start looking at those kinds of things in a prototype form where my team would never have the time to develop that.
So I hear, undergraduate students are involved in some of these efforts. Graduate students are getting involved in these efforts. We have, researchers and professors involved in these efforts. We've got, folks at the county level that are involved in these efforts, folks at the state level. We got funding coming in from the federal government. How can the people who are watching today, right, regular citizens, business people, entrepreneurs, other types of students, just people who are watching today and participating here in Boise Startup Week, how can they get involved? Is there anything that they can do to help out to make sure that we have good, safe, secure, and trusted election infrastructure and systems?
Well, Ian, from the start there, one of the things that's the most important in the election system is the fact that it is at the end of the day, it's a human-driven system. And a lot of the things that we try and do are there to try and mitigate the human factor in there to some degree. But But at the end of the day, one of the strongest things in the security of our election system in Idaho is that every vote is reduced to a paper ballot. The audit trail of every failure of every system falls back to a paper ballot. And those paper ballots are handled by individual people. So at the end of the day, being in a polling location, helping out as a poll worker is still one of the most critical components to the system. The number of polling locations that are able to open on any given election day is dictated both by the locations that are available, so actual physical location infrastructure, and by the number of people that are willing to go out and spend that day, 14 hours or so, even longer possibly, making that system work. And more, as technology increases, as electronic poll books become more prevalent, as the technology starts to come into the space, people that can operate that technology become more and more critical. So it would be great to see individuals trying to come into the county and helping out at that poll worker position. That's really where it starts, and that's really where the majority of the work gets done.
Awesome.
I would also want to kind of build on what Chad said, and I think as a citizen, it would be really good to train ourselves about voter registration, about absentee ballot, how secure they are, and if you hear or see a news on a Twitter, on Facebook, make sure that you verify the source of the news and decide for yourself. You have the knowledge, and you can. And as Chad said, the human component of the system and the security and safety of the system is dependent in that human component. And the more we know, the more we train ourselves and learn about the different aspects of election. We as a human, as part of that chain, we can decide better.
Hoda, that's such a great truth right there, because the system itself is actually a very well-built system. The decentralization of the election system nationally is one of its strongest points. But we've said it in the Secretary of State's office for a long time. The easiest way to get to the Secretary of State's elections from an integrity standpoint is to not focus on elections. The easiest way to disrupt the elections in the state of Idaho would be to go find some way to put graffiti on the homepage of the Secretary of State's corporate website, because most people don't differentiate between the corporate filing system of the Secretary of State and the elections system and the elections website of the Secretary of State. They just see it's the Secretary of State. In fact, 2 years ago, I was on my way in about 5 days before Election Day. I was on my way down State Street headed for the Capitol. I got a phone call saying, hey, the Secretary of State's website has been hacked. I pulled over to the side of the road. I looked up my the Idaho Votes website. It was good. I looked up sos.idaho.gov. It was good. I said, read me the URL at the top. What they read me was not even the Secretary of State's website. It was actually a different agency. I won't throw them under the bus right now by any means, but it was a different state agency, and there was a manifesto on that website, and the press release that the hackers had put out at the same time that they hacked the website was that they were going to be successful at hacking A, B, and C. They only got A and B. But because the press release went out and because nobody verified, I still got that phone call. And the news still ran that the state website that the Secretary of State's website had been compromised. It was bad information, but the easiest way that people are going to get in and mess with election integrity is not to get into the system itself. It's going to be through misinformation, disinformation. It's going to be through systems that don't actually impact the vote, but impact people's belief in the integrity of that vote. And that's where we really need to do a good job of shoring ourselves up. Get your information from trusted sources. Verify. Don't fall for spoofs. Don't question it. If you see something that looks illogical, question it. Find a verified source and check it before you go propagating that bad information and spreading it.
I think that's great advice. And with that, maybe we can be a source of good information for people who are watching this now. We can shift a little bit and talk about something that everybody should be doing, which is making a plan to vote. whether that's absentee or by mail, going to a drop-off location, participating in early vote, and just really thinking about what is your plan to vote. Are you ready to have an impact and have your voice heard in the upcoming election? So let's talk about that a little bit. This session might air a little bit sooner, but it's probably going to air somewhere around the week of October 26th. Election day, as everybody knows, is November 3rd, but there are a lot of ways people can start voting before that. And so maybe we can go through a little bit of those, a couple of those things right now. It looks like if someone wants to request an absentee ballot, that they have to do that by October 23rd. Is that correct, Chad?
That is correct. October 23rd. Applications have to be received by the county clerk by 5 p.m. That is the cutoff time. You might think that online you could continue to do so later, but it's 5 o'clock. It's the cutoff date, October 23rd, 5 p.m. In the hands of the county clerk for that absentee ballot request to be processed. Now, I will note that if you do wait that long to request your absentee ballot, you've got to understand that it's going to take time for it to get mailed to you. And by the time you receive it, you may not have enough time to get it back by mail. So you could then take it and drop it off by putting it in the back in the hands of the clerk, driving it to the appropriate drop-off location, or by putting it into one of the drop slots that your county is going to make available.
Gotcha. And so on that note, we have, I think, October 19th in-person early and absentee voting opens up, or at least that's the earliest date that it can open up, depending on.
Some counties may open it earlier than that, but if you're going to provide in-person early voting, you have to have that open no later than October 19th. I know Ada County does plan to open on October 13th, Monday. That October 12th is actually a holiday. It's Columbus Day. So they won't be there that day. But October 13th on that Tuesday, Ada County is going to open. Canyon County is going to be opening one of their 5 locations on that particular day. So that early voting will be open. Those go on a county by county basis. Check with your local county clerk to find out what that looks like in your county.
Okay, and then I think October 30th is the deadline, right, for in-person absentee early voting. So whenever they open, October 30th at 5 p.m., that's the last date. Is that correct?
Absolutely, that's correct. And that's that Friday right before November 3rd, Election Tuesday.
Right, and so it brings us to November 3rd. And then I think we have absentee ballot return deadline. So anybody who's dropping it off has to drop it off by the county clerk by 8 p.m. Is that correct?
So it's the same thing that they deal with your taxes. It's postmarked by midnight for your taxes. Well, with elections, we don't deal with postmarks. You have to have that in the hands of the clerk, which means in the drop box, there will be a county official standing by those drop boxes to take that box and empty it at 8 o'clock. So make sure you have it in that drop box by 8 o'clock or across the desk into the hands of the clerk if the office is taking it that way. But you can find out what that is in your county ahead of time, obviously. You can drop it off ahead of that time, but no later than 8 o'clock on election night. That's when polls close, and that's when absentee ballots have to be in as well.
So let's just say that again. I have an absentee ballot. I throw it in the mail the day before on November 2nd. Should I feel confident?
I wouldn't. I would actually, in fact, back that all the way up to maybe October 23rd. In Idaho, we've had several discussions with the United States Postal Service. We tend to deal with all elections mail as first-class mail, and the first-class delivery expectancy in Idaho is 2 to 5 days. So if you kind of do the math on that, if you're mailing that any later than the 26th, you're pushing that limit. That's your call. You can certainly do so, but just know that if it doesn't get in the hands of the clerk, if it isn't delivered on the 3rd before polls close at 8 p.m., that ballot's not going to be counted. Postmark does not matter. It's got to be in the hands of the clerk. You don't want to be dropping off an absentee ballot at a precinct. They do have specified, and the reason for that is they've got to process that signature on the absentee ballot. So that's going to be processed at an elections office, most likely. Those drop boxes accordingly are at those offices most often.
Got it. Awesome. And so if anybody has questions about this, if this isn't something, if they didn't follow all this, they didn't have a piece of paper and a pen to write down all the ins and outs that we just went through, where can people get more information about all this?
So by the time we get right down to that last week before the election, your best resource is going to be your local county clerk, because there are so many variables by county on how things are handled, on what addresses things are at, et cetera. So the first place I would drive folks is to their county clerk and to their county clerk's elections section of their website if they have that information up there. If you can't find it there, reach out to us at idahovotes.gov. That's idahovotes.gov. And we will, in our office, help you get the right information, get you taken care of.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me today and having this discussion. Like we said at the beginning, there's nothing more important that we can do to take part in our democracy than to do that fundamental thing and vote. And so again, for all of you watching, please vote. Please take part in this election. And for those of you that joined us today to discuss this, thank you so much for all the efforts that you've put in to make sure that we have a resilient election.
Hey, and welcome back to Boise Startup Week. I'm Don Berger. Feel very lonely without Nick. However, I have Sean with me, who is going to chat with me for the next few minutes. Before we do that, however, I want to remind you that we have an incredible platform being used this year, and that's Umbrella. So in case you're still not on Umbrella, or in case you haven't taken a tour on Umbrella, let me share with you a couple of quick things. First, you can use it for networking to meet anybody who's speaking, anybody who's attending, even people who are not in the chat. You can send them a message. Shout out to the few people who've reached out to me. I have appointments scheduled later today, tomorrow, on Thursday. And second of all, you can catch anything going on, one of the almost 20 sessions happening at any time at your convenience on the Umbrella platform. And with that, I want to welcome Sean to Boise Startup Week. He's with Vacasa. And Sean, why don't you tell us about what you do at Vacasa?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. First, just want to thank you and Boise Startup Week. We're excited to be part of this.
I didn't do anything. They just called me on Sunday to host.
Yeah. No.
But on behalf of everybody, thank you.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. I'm excited to be here. So Vacasa, we are North America's largest vacation rental management company. So we control the inventory. We manage people's second homes across the United States and 18 other countries. So we market the properties on Vacasa.com, also booking channels that many know, like Vrbo, Airbnb. We collect money from the guests, we clean the homes, we take care of the guest services, and then we send money to the homeowner.
And that's incredible, especially given the fact that you are based in Idaho. I overheard you say 160 employees.
Yeah, so I started with Vacasa in 2013, 2 years after they kind of started their co-office. We have a corporate office in Portland and in Boise. And when I joined the office here in downtown Boise, there was about 20 people in the office.
Wow.
So 20 employees in Idaho, and now we're well over 160 people in Idaho with 2 offices of professional staff downtown. So it's been exciting to be part of the growth.
And there's so much I want to cover as it relates to the pandemic and how it impacted the business. But I think one of the most important lessons from just what you shared right now is the resilience it takes to go from a company of 20 to a company of 160, where you're now part of the executive team. So could you please share with us, over those 7 years that you've been at Vacasa, going from a real estate agent to VP of sales and marketing, what are the top takeaways for being resilient at a startup that's growing fast?
Sure. I think the culture at the company, for sure, all the folks that are starting up companies and growing their companies, the culture is number one, to take risks. Measured risks. And that is prevalent at Vacasa. If you have an idea, a thought, a concept that is related to the strategic direction, which is growth at the company now, it is supported. So the entrepreneur mindset, which I know that's a lot of your guys' community. So that has really helped me. Also, a lot of just learning outside of my formal education. So bringing all those things together in an environment where it's supportive.
So maybe attending something like Boise Startup Week to gain some new knowledge and then apply that to your job.
Yes, exactly.
Now, your background is also in mechanical engineering, is that right?
Yeah, that's my undergrad.
We probably have a lot of folks who are either electric engineer, mechanical engineers, software engineers. How has that kind of skill set been helpful in the sales and marketing side for you?
Yeah, I think data measurement, management, and also a lot of project and program management. When you're growing a company, it needs to be methodical in how you do it and scalable. And that's the biggest thing that we see in some of the small companies that we go and purchase or acquire because they're ready to exit their business. We pull them into Vacasa, into a scalable platform. And so that's one of the things that, the more traditional engineering backgrounds is process-oriented, project management-oriented, and a lot of data.
As you talk, I think about so many salespeople I've worked with over the years are really good at sales, but are not really good at being organized.
Yeah, we have quite a few of those as well.
But people like you can organize them.
Yeah, it's obviously about the business giving support where folks need it,
Yeah.
and letting people play to their strengths. I've been in 4 different roles since I've been at Vacasa. As companies grow and mature, there's other opportunities that keep people engaged, and I think that's part of leadership and company owners' goals, is to keep people happy and move people in the right spots.
So let's switch gears to the pandemic. One of the things I've kind of said in recent months is if you haven't changed something about your life during COVID, you haven't done COVID right. And putting aside all the tragedy, that's definitely worth noting. Companies and people have gone through a lot of change over the past 6 months. How have you seen the pandemic impact the vacation home rental industry, and specifically Vacasa?
Yeah. First of all, back in late March, beginning of April, the health pandemic was drastic change for all travel. So roughly all travel was halted across the United States and international. So we saw our revenues reverse order, which we've never seen before. People were asking for refunds because they weren't going to be staying in the properties. So we had to take some pretty drastic measurements or decisions as far as reducing staff. Luckily, when the markets reopened in April, we saw our demand skyrocket. The pent-up demand was amazing. We're even higher now than we were in 2019 from demand perspective. So the summer was a little challenging because we had less staff and we were bringing back everybody that we could.
So you furloughed people or laid off people and brought them back?
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
And now we're continuing to reinvest in growth and hiring because the pent-up demand.
So do I hear that Vacasa is hiring?
You do, for sure.
That's wonderful. And what kind of roles are you, maybe there's some folks out there who may want to try working at Vacasa or apply. What kind of roles are you looking for?
Yeah, so engineers, analysts, sales folks, and also outbound sales. So it's the growth side of the business that we're continuing to invest in. And then as we continue to add properties throughout markets, we invest in the people in those markets for operations.
Awesome. And for those who are tuned in and may want to learn more about Vacasa, we'll talk a little deeper about it, but there is a talk with Jeff on Thursday morning, I believe, Jeff Flitton.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you want to say anything nice or not so nice about him?
I'll say something nice about him right now. So yeah, he's taken a big lead in our company, especially through this pandemic, in kind of reorganizing our IT and our roadmaps. So yeah, I'll leave the talk up to him on what he's been up to, but it's been great to have him there.
Cool. So let's just get back to hiring real quick. How is the hiring pipeline? Are you seeing, walk us through the profile, at least for your group or the ones you have visibility into. Are there more folks applying from remote locations? Are there more folks coming in here and kind of saying, I want to work in Boise? What kind of profile are you looking at, and how has it been different from years in the past?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we see is quite a bit different is we are no longer requiring people to be in Boise or other central office in Portland, which has been great because really the value people add is what we should be all looking at as a company. And this is one of the benefits that we've seen out of this health pandemic is people are now working remotely. I haven't been to the office since March, and we continue to on our growth trajectory. And so there's opportunities for folks in sales, marketing, other roles that now we just don't have to hire where our central teams are.
So you just kind of, the aperture is wider as far as where talent can come from.
Yes, exactly.
So speaking of that, has Vacasa made an announcement about the return to the office?
Not yet. Yeah, we've actually delayed it through the end of this year. So,
what would you want to see happen?
I definitely think we'll go back to
Yeah.
some office. There's definitely, we're missing some of the camaraderie in the office.
The gongs and the
yeah.
bell ringing.
And there's some folks, I mean, I have a full family that keeps me busy after the workday ends at 7 or 8 at night.
Whoa, the workday ends 7. Yeah, that was a flex. That was a mini flex, but
that's what we all do,
That's
right?
the lifestyle of startups,
if
right?
you love it, if you love it, that's what you do. But there's other folks that, they don't have the demands of family and they want to engage with other coworkers and stuff like that.
Definitely.
So that's really the downside that I see of us not being in the office.
And what are some unique ways you guys have been, kind of keeping up that wonderful culture while being remote?
Yeah, it's been interesting to overcome some of the challenges. We have monthly recognition programs for our sales team members and stuff like that. And it's much different being all on Zoom. You can't hear the applause and all that sort of stuff the same. So we've been doing what we can, definitely breaking out different kind of outfits and stuff to make it a little more fun, and then using as many apps as we can to make it engaging.
Great. So speaking of the pandemic on the housing side, obviously a lot of our community's been impacted by the rising costs of owning a home and buying a home. Are people moving into their vacational homes, for example? Is that like a thing where your primary residence becomes your secondary home and your secondary home becomes your primary home?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're definitely continuing to watch this. What we have seen is some of our, we call them owner holds. So holds that owners put on their calendar. We're managing their home. They go in and put a hold on it so they can use it. We've seen that slight increase. And then on the real estate brokerage side, we sell real estate as well in vacation rental destinations. We've seen real estate sales of vacation rentals increase in some cases 30, 40% relative to primary residences. So same market, just sorting out vacation rentals, you're seeing a much higher increase in sales compared to regular sales.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of examples for that here in Boise, the market has appreciated 16% year on year. And usually the Treasure Valley has about 2,000 homes for sale. Now it's under 900. So definitely feeling the crunch here.
And that's in markets all over the place. And what we're seeing is a higher demand in vacation rental destinations. Drive-to markets, if you're 2.5, 3 hours away from a major metro area, in a vacation rental destination, there's going to be high demand and prices have continued to increase.
So what are some hot markets right now that people should be thinking about checking out?
Yeah, Big Bear, California continues to be a pretty hot market. Tahoe is a hot market as well. And then on the East Coast, you have the Panhandle and Destin, Florida area. And then in Idaho, obviously close to McCall, has been very short supply of inventory.
Speaking of Idaho, are you seeing an increase in out-of-state vacation demand in Idaho?
You mean on the guest side?
Yeah, people coming here and staying here?
Not as much. Like I said, most people are not flying as much and they're driving. So those drive-to destinations.
Right, we're a pretty far away destination for the driving.
Yep. Yeah, they would much rather go to a Tahoe or something that's closer to the Bay Area.
I see. Yeah. I see. Got it. Okay, so we talked about working remotely. We talked about hiring. How have you seen the Boise tech community change in the past 7 years? And what are you most excited about? I know you're not exactly in tech, but obviously you're kind of tangential to it. So let's kind of maybe rephrase the question of the Boise business community. How has it changed, and what are you most excited about now that you have a new decade to look forward to?
Yeah, I think one thing I want to say is I think we are definitely tech-enabled.
Tech-enabled, oh yes, fair. You kind of have your foot in both tech and real estate.
Yeah, and we see that by the number of engineers that we have and analysts and product managers.
So maybe for our viewers, what percent of the 160 employees are in tech or tech-related fields?
Yeah, let's ask Jeff that question when he gets on, because they all report to him. But yeah, we have close to 6,000 employees across the United States.
Okay.
We have roughly 160 here in Idaho and about 250 in the Portland central area. So I'll let him tell you those exact numbers because I don't know. But definitely we are hiring for engineers, product managers, analysts, which is the tech side of things. What I've seen in the last 7 years within the Boise Valley is just more investment in the startup companies, but also the people that are supporting that. There's much more, there are many more people that support those positions than there used to be. Back when I was at Boise State, I think my graduating class in undergrad engineering was like 15 people. Now, like it's 70, 80 that are coming out every semester. So I'm excited for the continuation of that.
And speaking of the university system in Idaho, is that a university system you look to for hiring?
Definitely. Yeah, we have partnerships with Boise State for sure, and other colleges that we, it's kind of a networking thing. If you know somebody that works at Vacasa or another company, they're connected with the college. So when they have their recruiting events, then we show up there.
Got it. Okay, so we are going to turn to a question from the chat.
All right.
And his name is, well, you don't know his name actually, so, but he's asking you a question, and I'll read it out loud. Hey, Sean, student from Idaho State, currently finishing up an MBA. Quick question from a strategic standpoint. Do you set stretch goals for your department and team, or do you find it more effective to set timeline-based goals that are smaller?
Yeah, great question. OKRs are a big thing at Vacasa. There's some good books about it.
OKR stand for?
Objective results and key.
Objective and key results, yeah.
So, and what that does is it breaks down the goals. So I think actually we do both. We set very large expectations for goals on the growth side, on the revenue. And then you break it down by month, by week. We have weekly reporting within our departments, so we know whether we're trending in the right direction or not.
Cool. And thank you to the person who submitted. I think that's the first time we've taken a question from the audience, which is awesome. We're going to start doing that more. That worked well.
I got it about half right.
Okay. Well, we're being resilient. It's been definitely a challenge, but I think we're really stepping up to it. So with that, I want to remind our attendees that later today is Trailmix. It is one of our preeminent events during the Boise Startup Week, and it will be the time where you will find out who won Trailmix and who gets to put their product on the shelves of Albertsons. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to a panel that I think is going to be super interesting. It's about copyright and music and the arts, and the title is Arts, Media, Design, and Intellectual Property. And before that, a quick word from our sponsors. Thank you. And thank you, Sean.
There's the high road and the low road. And if you're a lawyer at Holly Troxel, you better take the high road.
We have 24 practice groups with 75 lawyers.
The number of people and the breadth of practice allows us to be a full-service law firm to meet clients' needs.
The client's gain in hiring Holly Troxel is a deep understanding of the law, a deep understanding of the process and the players.
We like being the person that they pick up the phone and we're the first person they think to call.
My name is Tilly. When I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with a brain tumor in my right temporal lobe. I had struggled with focal seizures for a few years prior to this. We did multiple tests, such as an MRI, an EEG scan, and just a bunch of different types of tests to monitor my brain when I had these seizures. So July 3rd, 2017, I went in and I had brain surgery. They were originally planning to remove my hippocampus, but because I have two extremely genius, smart parents, they only had the doctor remove the brain tumor, which cured me from my epilepsy.
Tell me a little bit about the background about how the song came to be.
So this song, it's called Stepping Stone, and it was written by my mother. She tells me that this was just a God-given song, and she's not musically talented at all. but music is one of my passions, and so it fit really well. And so it kind of just came to her one day, and ever since, yeah.
Your mom said you came out of the womb singing, and that you are very musically inclined and love music, and that you needed an anthem. And I just think the words are so gorgeous, and I think your voice does sound like an angel. So Molly, welcome.
Hi.
Hi. Let's begin with you. Share with us and our audience some of the pitfalls and similarities when creating a business and in the creative field.
So let's start with the main pitfall that I think people begin their businesses with, and that is perhaps a little bit of too much reliance on folklore and what I will call internet lore about intellectual property matters. So let's talk about intellectual property. Intellectual property is an umbrella term. It actually covers 4 different types of legal columns, right? And 4 different types of legal precedents. Intellectual property covers trade secrets, trademarks, patents, and copyrights. For creatives, right, most creatives, especially in the arts and media and design world, are going to be living in the copyright world. So that's where we're going to focus our conversation here. And one of the things that is fundamental to all of intellectual property is this principle: he or she who creates owns, absent an agreement to the contrary. So, right, if you create it, the law presumes that you own it. And when I talk to kindergartners, they get this, right? Like, it's only as adults that we start messing this up, right? And putting in all kinds of other things about it. But, right, if you create it, you should own it. And that's where the law starts. But you can give it away, and you can assign it away in a lot of different ways. And I think that's where we talk about our first big pitfall. And people, especially in the arts and media and design world, you are very creative, you're very collaborative. Collaboration is really difficult in intellectual property law because you kind of have to set up the rules of collaborating ahead of time, especially with regard to copyright. So the biggest mistake that I see people making is that they enter into a very creative collaboration and they don't figure out who's going to own what and who's going to protect what and how that's going to happen before they do the collaborating. One of my favorite stories in this one is that, you know, there was a group that said, oh yeah, my brother-in-law designed our logo and we've been using that logo forever, but my brother-in-law designed it. Well, the brother-in-law divorced the sister and then realized that he owned the logo, so that the group ended up having to pay him in order to get the logo assigned to them, when if they had just set it out at the beginning, there would have been no subsequent payment. So, right, you need to set the rules of collaborating ahead of time. And as distasteful as it might be to say, I'm going to own this at the end of it, you have to do that. And what the other thing that someone will say to me is, well, oh, that's a work made for hire, because they've read something about work made for hire on the internet. And they don't realize that even if it might be considered a work made for hire, if you don't have an agreement documenting the fact that it's a work made for hire, it's not a work made for hire. And you don't own it. So you can't presume that you own it if you didn't create it. So I think that's one of the biggest pitfalls that I see creative people getting into. And I understand it, right? You want to get into the creation, you want to get into the collaboration, but you really do have to take that step back and document how you are going to operate after the collaboration happens. So Also in that, right? And one of the things about copyright is that it really only protects the expression of the idea. I think the best way that I know how to put this is if Jeremy and I were standing next to each other. Jeremy is a way better photographer than I am, but let's just assume that we were standing next to each other and we were taking the exact same picture of a night sky constellation, right? So we're literally, and maybe even we're standing on top of each other, right? Right, so that we have the exact same perspective. We each take a photo. The photo looks exact, right? Only an expert would be able to tell that there was a difference between the photo, right? So you have a photo that looks exactly similar to, the untrained eye, and yet there's two different copyright owners for that photo. Even because I took one and Jeremy took one. Again, he or she who creates owns. So there's a lot of times when you're in the creative world that, it might look like something is infringing, but it isn't. And then there's also a tendency in the creative world to borrow. And I truly believe that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. However, in copyright law, imitation isn't allowed. You cannot copy somebody else's copyrighted work. And there is a fine line between inspiration and imitation. And those are usually the cases that make the news. I always like to use, there's actually two cases in the media over the last several years that talk about that. And the best one, I guess, is really Pharrell Williams and Robin Thicke's Blurred Lines. At the end of the day, it was determined that they borrowed 6 beats, 6, and but they evoked a feel of a Marvin Gaye song, and that actually got them held liable for copyright infringement, and they ended up having to pay out. So I think, right, again, imitation, inspiration, and infringement are very fine lines in the copyright world. And the internet will tell you that, you can take 10% of a copyrighted work and not get held liable for copyright infringement. I, again, talked to you about Pharrell and Robin Thicke because they took 6 beats and evoked a feel. And they got held liable. There is no rule in terms of percentages or what. In copyright law, infringement is based on a substantial similarity. And yes, substantial has some meaning, but it isn't a hard line of 10%. It can be 6 beats and evoking the feel. And, when you're looking at copyrighted works that are out in the world, it's very difficult to determine when something is in the public domain. Copyright law has changed over the years. And so it's very difficult to tell when something is in the public domain and therefore available for use. Determining whether or not a copyrighted work is in the public domain is actually something you need to confer with an attorney about, because a lot will depend on when the copyrighted work was created and when the copyrighted work would then go into the public domain and how it was treated. So I think, right, borrowing from something that you think is in the public domain may come back to bite you in the butt. And we don't want that to happen. So the other thing that I think that was the second pitfall, is that, imitation, inspiration, and infringement are very fine lines. And then the final pitfall that I want to talk about is what I call the failure to register. So a lot of times people will not register their copyrighted works, or they won't register their trademarks, the brands that they're using to sell, because I don't know, maybe they think registration is too hard. Maybe they think the agencies are too difficult to deal with. And sometimes they don't know what to register, right? But really, for copyright, you can't collect damages and you can't file a copyright suit unless you have a registration. And ideally, you want to file your registration prior to somebody infringing you or within 3 months of you publishing that copyrighted work. And for people who are prolific creatives, I understand, right? There's a business aspect to filing your copyright registrations because it does cost money. But at a minimum, right, a creative person really does want to think about their brand and registering their brand as a trademark. And you also want to think about how you can package up some of the work that you're doing from a copyright perspective and file those copyright registrations early. I recognize that it's difficult, but one of the things that a copyright registration in particular does for you is that it eliminates the need to prove how much you were damaged, because copyright law has something called statutory damages associated with it. And those statutory damages are per copy. So, right, if someone really copies your work a lot, that can run up the statutory damages quite significantly. And I think that's one of the reasons that it is absolutely worthwhile considering, a copyright registration. So some photographers, I'll use photographers as the example, right? Some photographers who are very prolific will put a copyright registration together of a series. When you're considering what to copyright in that realm, if you're very prolific, you really want to be careful about how much you put in there, knowing, again, that the standard for copyright infringement is substantial similarity. So let's say you put 1,000 photos in a copyright registration as a compilation, and someone picks one. While there isn't a percentage, right, that's associated, or a hard line, bright line percentage that's associated with copyright infringement, 1 out of 1,000 might raise eyebrows. So you want to be careful about how you're creating those compilations if you're very prolific. And I really do think that's something that you want to, talk to an attorney about how that might look and how you might want to do that. With that, I think that's actually a perfect segue to Jeremy to talk to you about resources that Idaho has to offer to help arts and creative people in Idaho with legal stuff.
The advice about copyright is something that creative developers of any type should really have a handle on. Whether you're an artistic creative like a photographer, a videographer, or a sculptor, or whether you're more technical creative like an app developer or a web developer, copyright can still be used to cover your creative outputs and help you maintain the commercial value in those creative outputs and maintain it for your business or for yourself rather than let other people take it. The copyright registration costs either $35 or $55. And as Molly said, it can be used to protect compilations if you have a good strategy behind that. It's a great investment. $35, $55 is a great investment if you plan on using that creative asset for your business at all, if you plan on disseminating that asset for any reason or asking others to do so, because then you know that you'll be protected and you have a much easier pathway to claiming back against an infringer if they actually do use your photo or your sculpture or your video or your website or app in their business. So it's a great investment, and it's a great thing to remember that that it's a benefit of you living in the U.S. that this copyright office exists. So how might you develop that strategy? How might you get to the point where you know, okay, I've got this copyrightable subject matter, I want to file a registration. Okay, I've got this logo and this business name, I want to file a trademark on it. Some people are really savvy, some people are needing more assistance. So luckily in Idaho, we do have some resources that are available for entrepreneurs of any walk of life and any educational background. And these resources will help entrepreneurs interact with these important federal agencies that allow for these intellectual property protections. So I'm just going to talk through a few of those resources. So as Stephanie mentioned I work for the University of Idaho. I'm also a proud Vandal. I graduated from the University of Idaho College of Law. And so some of these resources focus on the University of Idaho. And the first one is one that I actually participated in when I was still a law student years ago. And today has a different name than when I worked in it, but it still serves the same business community, is the Entrepreneurship Law Clinic. So this clinic takes practicing attorneys that work at the University College of Law, and they pair them up with students who have an interest in developing skills around representing small businesses. And so you'll get the service of a third-year law student under the close supervision of a licensed attorney. And this advisor will help you develop a strategy around how to protect the basic intellectual property that is the foundation of your business. This program focuses mostly on copyrights and trademarks and helping people develop their business in terms of business formation documents and business registration. So they will register a trademark for you through the Entrepreneurship Law Clinic. You have to pay the fee to the USPTO, the actual fee, which Molly's organization, fortunately, gives a reduced cost if you're utilizing an entity like the university, or if you're a small business. To file your trademark costs less than if you're a large business or a large organization. So they give you a little bit of a break, but of course those fees are still due, so that little bit of cost will still be incurred by the business if you register your trademark. But the substantial cost of having an attorney advisor walk you through the process and develop your registration documents for you will be covered or will be provided by the Entrepreneurship Law Clinic. They can also help you address just general questions about your business, about premises liability or other issues that you might encounter as a business operator or entrepreneur. In the same vein, the College of Law hosts the Patent and Trademark Resource Center, which is a collection of special resources and trained law librarians to assist accessing those resources, basically to instruct and empower entrepreneurs and business owners to conduct background intellectual property searches on their own. So what you would do with this tool is go in, you might have an idea for your trademark, and the law librarian will help instruct you on how to use the trademark electronic search system and other tools to discover whether your mark is registerable for your business or whether somebody else is already using it in commerce for their business. Another great resource is called the Patent Pro Bono Program, also hosted in collaboration with the USPTO and the University of Idaho College of Law. This program does vetting of clients who might qualify for patent services from lawyers who want to give pro bono service back to the community. So these patent attorneys in the past had a difficult time sorting through the many clients who were requesting pro bono services from their firms. And so instead, the College of Law now sorts through those applications and helps partner qualified attorneys with projects that they might assist through pro bono services. These resources are especially helpful for folks that are getting their business set up and that their business might rely on that intellectual property foundation. These folks who are trained professionals can help get you set up with the right advice and the right strategy to make sure that you're leveraging intellectual property in a way that makes sense for your business.
I'd like to apply this question to you guys, just to apply some of these facts and knowledge that we've just gained from the both of you. So Jen wrote a song for her daughter, Tilly, who was going through treatment for a brain tumor. Jen asked a few friends to help with some of the music. Tilly sang this song. Other singers and musicians have recorded their version of the song. The song is now posted on YouTube. Can Jen still get royalties, and what is her first step?
So they wrote the song together, or did Jen write the song?
Jen wrote the song, and a few notes were added by others.
Okay, so this sounds like we're in collaboration land, and so I'm guessing that this group of folks didn't hammer out an agreement that outlined the relative contributions to the copyright claim, right? Okay,
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, so what do you think, Molly? I think here we might have multiple contributors to the artistic work.
Definitely, and right. So copyright exists as a doctrine when you fix it in a tangible medium, right? So, if Jen wrote the sheet music for the most part and all of the lyrics, she would own the copyright to the sheet music and the lyrics. A lot would depend on how people added notes to that. If there was, a violinist who came up with their own, like, a harmonic melody that went along with the song, that violinist might have their own copyright, depending on how they agreed that this was all going to go. Definitely, if Jen did not file copyright registration, and she just allowed these other bands or other musicians to perform it at will, they would have their own copyrights in the performance. And Jen may not be able to collect royalties. One of my favorite stories comes from one of my favorite bands on this exact topic. So Zach Brown wrote Chicken Fried, one of my favorite songs ever. Like, if I'm in a Friday afternoon, I need a pick-me-up, I'm listening to Chicken Fried on the way home, I guarantee you. But he let another band record the song with this caveat. And he said, yeah, you can record the song, but I think the song is going to be really big, so you can't release it as a single. And you can only record it and put it on your album. Well, come to find out, this other band decided that that's exactly what they wanted to do. The record company told them that they had to release Chicken Fried as a single. They released it as a single. Zach Brown sued them, pretty much against the advice of everybody in Nashville, because he was not a known name at the time. And he sued them and said, you agreed that you were only going to put this on the album and you weren't going to release it as a single. He won. And then Chicken Fried started Zach Brown's career. And he is an amazing creative. He is absolutely fantastic. But one of the things that he is absolutely savvy about is copyright. And it worked out very well for him. So, yes, a lot would depend on how the collaboration was done, how Jen allowed all of those other musicians to, record, and whether or not she put any restrictions on their recording the song, like Zach Brown did. And then, again, how she allowed other people to collaborate with her and add to the song. So, if she didn't do anything, she might be, what's the technical term we want to use for that, Jeremy? Is that SOL? Up
the river without a paddle.
She might, it's SOL. She might be a songwriter out of luck.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would love to also hear the other side of it, because as creatives, so you have copyright and you have copy left. Oh, here we have.
Yeah, so I think here, the multiple artists that contributed to the creative work here, each of them is an artist. Each of them is a contributor. And each of them brought new creative subject matter to the song. And whether they fixed it in a tangible medium by writing the sheet music as maybe the original author did, or by recording it using their phone sitting next to them as they played it over the top of her performance, either way, they've created a new creative input to that song. And they have additional independent rights in their creative input that are independent from the rights of the original author or the originating creator, let's say. So here I think we do have an instance where we have multiple creators. I think we have an instance where they did not agree to a royalty share at the beginning. And so they each have a claim to the creative work and the element of the creative work that they contributed to. So here I think we're in a little bit of a slippery situation where rightly either the originating contributor might claim that the song that she wrote in the first instance is her creative output and that the others are infringing on her creative output by performing it with their subtle additions. And the new creators who have put their additions on the top would say, hey, my creative input on top of the background that she wrote is substantial enough, is new enough and different enough that I qualify for my own right in the whole new creation. So I think it could cut both directions. I think people have a pretty good foot to stand on in terms of arguing either way. But it would boil down to questions around substantiality of the creative work, what was new versus what was borrowed.
I think that there's a community of folks that say, you know what? I want to share my music with the world. I don't care about copyrights. I do want to have attribution. And whether I'm creating a game, a video game, a virtual reality game, augmented reality, I want to put this in the public's hands and allow them to continue to build and build and build upon what I've shared with them. However, I want them to give attribution to it, to me as a creator, but they can be part of that creative process. Can you talk to that?
So that's the agreement that we've been talking about. So anytime that you're talking about putting something, whether it's open source software or whether it's putting music out in the world, right, you would accompany that with some sort of license agreement that says you can use this, and please don't quote this as contract language, but right, you can use this however you want, just as long as you give me attribution to it. There's a lot of licenses in the software like BSB, or I'm spacing on some of the other ones. But there are a lot of ways to do that. And if that's your choice as a creator, but what you don't get to do is to say, I want to donate this to the world, and then later come back and say, I want royalties for it. You make that choice when you assign it out and when you sign that license agreement or put that license agreement into the world and say, all I want is attribution. You don't get to come back and say, well, now I want royalties.
Yes, I understand.
Right, because you've already given it away.
Yes.
Right. You've already given it away.
Yes. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Jeremy, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, that's a great point about you make the decision once, basically, and that is true for each new creative output. So if you decide in one instance that you want this app that you developed yesterday to be open source, and then you develop a different new app tomorrow and you want to charge money for that app, fine. You make the choice for each creative output, and that's your choice as the creator, absolutely. So at the university, we grapple with these questions sometimes, and we do release certain software and certain creative outputs as open source. And the license that Molly talks about can be as short as a couple of lines long. And some of these open source licenses literally are just a couple of lines long. It's not the kind of agreement that you think about signing and returning back to a party. It's the kind of agreement that says, if you download this, you're going to agree to these use parameters. And those use parameters are typically included in the actual code itself that you download. So it can be a fairly simple system to utilize, as long as you understand that there are certain decision points that you can't walk back on.
And one of those decision points might be when you signed up for YouTube. So when you sign up as a user for YouTube, you signed a contract. And so you need to go back as that YouTube user and figure out what you gave away. In certain instances, there are some social media sites that will say, if you post a picture on X social media site, the user agreement says that you are granting either an unlimited license or a limited license or something else to the social media site for reproduction and for replication. You may also be guaranteeing that you are the copyright owner of that particular photo. Which, look, when I'm taking pictures of my pretty puppy, that's one thing, because I know I'm the owner then. I took the picture. But, if this is a picture that my friend took of my puppy and I'm publishing, but I'm guaranteeing that I'm the owner of that, we're in a sticky wicket then. And so you really want to be careful about what you signed with respect to that social media user agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And two, those, and in a tiny additional point is that those apps might also make claims that depend on the way that you interact with their services. Such that if you take a photo and you are the original copyright owner, but then you upload it to their app and you use their filters or their software to change it, sometimes that's the trigger for them to make that copyright claim. So yeah, you got to be very careful.
Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Molly, for your time today, sharing all of your resources with our creatives out there, and just so much to think about. And I think that I learned a lot around imitation, inspiration, and infringement. I love that we have the University of Idaho and the other Idahos in universities, Boise State University and Idaho State University, that can help people navigate through this process. And so with that, we are signing off. Thank you.
What's up, Boise Startup Week? My name is Matt Price. It's my colleague Louis Armstrong, and we're reporting live here today from the Jump Building in beautiful Boise, Idaho. Just wanted to do a little preview of the Trailmix competition, and I thought we couldn't find a better guy than the one who was this whole thing was named after. Louis, you're actually pretty famous. When I met you, I didn't know how real famous you were around here. How'd you get that way?
Just by me being me myself, Matt. I don't know if I'm famous, but yeah, we've got a cool thing going on with our ice cream company.
We do.
Excited to kind of talk about it. I have a keynote coming up. Join Bella. I'll be on there answering any live questions at 3 p.m. Mountain Time today.
That's Umbrella?
Brella, sorry.
No worries. I thought what was interesting is that in the Be Resilient theme, when we met, so some context, I met Louis officially about a year or so before we started working together, and Louis is the king of the slow play. There's no question about that. But be resilient in COVID. We really met around how do we build a company in Boise, Idaho, get it funded, and all coming live from my backyard. That was our conference room.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's been an incredible experience. Louis, I just kind of get a highlight of kind of what have you learned throughout this weird time.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, our relationship kind of started off with a little bit of mentoring, just CEO role type stuff, the struggles of startups and family and kind of everything going on there, and building team and everything like that. And yeah, just working with you during this period has been interesting. Obviously, COVID's thrown like a whole wrench into this and kind of the plans and structure we had kind of laid out for this ecosystem. But I think we've done well. We're able to find some talent in Boise even.
Of course.
And continue to kind of push forward, and we're seeing a lot of positives even through COVID here. So excited to kind of see where it keeps going.
Yeah, no, it's been a super interesting process being an outsider, not necessarily from the Boise ecosystem, and only being here just a little over a year. For me to take a context of some of the other things I've worked on in CPG and try to apply that here, I truly believe that with the right process, a growth playbook, and an ecosystem, you can go to any kind of overlooked market and apply that playbook to it. And I think we've really leaned into that so far.
Yeah, not to toot your horn too much, but that was one of the things I would say missing from my startup. Who I had surrounding me, I guess, is that outside perspective, just kind of stuck in a rut here in a way, trying to figure out what the next steps were, who to network with, this ecosystem of capital, kind of what to do next with the company, and getting a little bit outside perspective to kind of shed some light on the stage we were at really kind of helped me, I guess, make some decisions this last year and how to push things forward, which I think we're doing a great job of, personally.
I think so too. I think when I met you, you were definitely a founder. You were a founder blossoming into a CEO, and I think that process in itself is always difficult for any founder. And I think what I've noticed in you over the last 6-7 months is just a difference in confidence, difference in swagger. What do you think led to that? Like what have we done that has given you the confidence to do that?
I think it's the results type of thing. So seeing what we've been able to accomplish we're a grocery store item to see what we've been able to pull off there. The type of talent that's getting attracted through some of your network and mine that see and believe what we're doing. While all this has been in my head since day one, to see kind of the people buy into the idea and telling the story properly, I guess, is probably a big part of it, which have helped me kind of craft during this whole process. But just getting that different level of talent and people that have been there and done that to buy in and actually get involved is that just breeds some confidence right by itself.
Of course, yeah. No, it's I think building the strong relationships that you had, and when we were able to start this particular round, you had everything going for us in terms of we had a great relationship with Albertsons, on trend. Yep. But I think as we've all both learned that the opportunity at hand is pretty scary because we have to go quick and everyone has to grow up pretty fast. I've enjoyed really trying to be kind of helping our team grow, providing the resources we need in terms of just that mentorship or people from my network to help. We've got an awesome team. I think it's not a traditional team, and I think that's why it works.
Yeah.
But this is very much not a traditional company.
Yeah, definitely. We've kind of navigated what's came our way, and just like our current stage right now, we have a huge chunk of potential growth coming within just a couple quarters of the year. So we're in our category reviews, so we're locking up all this additional business, new product launches with our ice cream sandwich and some of the new flavors. So, and as a young company, I could kind of manage all that with my own hands. Now we're having to hire all these people.
Yeah.
We're accountable to more people now, and it's exciting to kind of see, and it's good for me to finally be able to hand off some of these tasks and focus more on being that CEO and making sure our shareholders are taken care of.
Got to make sure the shareholders are taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
I think that kind of leads me to the next thing is, so I think some important differences of just the context that I think I've been so fortunate to have from working with guys like Doug Weeks and being in kind of failing forward into these crazy ecosystems. It's almost an out of body experience. But I think one thing I'm trying to really push us into is really just story and stage fit. I think those two things are what most founders. I see a lot of founders that don't know how to do either of those.
Yeah, and it's a bit of you don't know what you don't know kind of thing. So. As some of you may or may not know, I started an ice cream company here in Boise, Idaho. So we sell pint ice creams locally. And just for some context, a year and a half ago, I was still hand scooping ice cream out of my own creamery, delivering it to stores into Utah in my own frozen delivery van and everything like that. So we've since scaled to co-packers, and we continue to make pint ice creams, sugar-free, keto-friendly, good for diabetics, all natural ingredients. They taste amazing. Our whole goal is really to make sure these products taste just like the real thing. And I think we're doing that, especially with some of the updates that we're doing here. So yeah, we're excited to kind of keep growing this thing and kind of see how it goes.
For all the Trailmix contestants today, and be sure to tune into your live or your keynote speech today, Umbrella at 3 p.m. I guess if we're now imparting some advice, I've been a mentor in this particular contest before. What advice would you have now that we've sort of reframed your point of view a little bit? What advice would you give those founders that maybe you didn't have before?
Yeah, it's really kind of growing that personal network, your close inner circle, I guess, and trying to figure out who to trust and who is giving the right advice. Because I'm sure you've heard it before, but everybody's got an idea of what you should do with your company.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously you have your own ideas of what can happen. Find the people that understand what you're trying to say and believe in what you're doing, and hopefully they're the right people to kind of help you guide into the direction you want to go. So that's extremely vague, obviously, but I'm very willing to help companies, especially in the food industry, navigate this. I love offering help and doing what I can. I don't know every industry. I don't know all the ins and outs of everything, but I do know some things. So it's all very situational. But yeah, surround yourself with good people and try to find as many of them as you can, especially to start.
I think that there's a lot of different routes from my experience in CPG, which is pretty deep. I've always been taught from being a CEO, exited founder, mentor, and really an investment banker at a time. I've really you get more skeptical as you see more and more opportunities because you know that CPG by and large is a giant home run swing.
Yeah.
You have to catch a trend, I think, or you have to be willing to fund it and withstand and prove a trend like Halo Top did in this category.
Yeah.
It's just it's a daunting task. Not that every building any company is not daunting, but what's exciting and I think both terrifying from when we started is the opportunity that laid out that, timing had a huge deal, trend had a big piece of it, and your ability to get a foot in the door when you did was, look, that was an absolute, you can't make that up.
No.
You couldn't replicate that and you can't make it up.
And that's why I say everybody's journey is kind of different and their challenge is going to be different. I think luck, timing is a huge part of all this, and I think we did kind of find ourselves in the right spot to take advantage of some of that. And that's exactly what we're doing right now is riding a trend and taking advantage of our networks and the opportunity in front of us, which, and none of that's easy by any means,
No.
but since we have a shot, we're doing everything we can to try to continue the growth and make sure that our brand's successful and well-known out there. We want to be a household brand with Killer Creamery.
We're going to be a household brand. I think when we started, I don't know that it was super clear.
You didn't believe?
Well, I believed, but I didn't know. Did I think that post-COVID, out of my backyard, we'd be oversubscribing around? Yeah. I mean, I did, but I also think that the team and the company throughout the raise and throughout sort of the installing of leadership bench and really, as you guys focus, really going down the path of putting out the best product, being able to give me the trust to build the team around it has been incredible. But it's a weird story, and I don't know how we'd, now getting to know you, I don't know how we'd do it any different.
I hope it gets weirder.
I think it's going to get weird.
I think we operate well in weird, and I think it's all part of anybody's startup story. I don't know if anybody has a very clean, this is non-weird side to their startup story. It seems like there's always something interesting or some unfair advantage for why people succeed or why you see the people that get publicized make it all happen and eventually go to exits or some type of quote unquote success.
Yeah, what I saw, I always think about, is it the right founder, and then is it the right company at the right time? Those three boxes have to get checked, and then of course, what's the revenue and but if you really check that box first. Getting to know the team that you had, the small team you'd already assembled. Tate and Josh, those guys are unreal. Do a lot of different stuff. But I think as it broke down for all you aspiring kind of CPG investors, what I saw was, I always try to keep score by saying, okay, what is the velocity and how much money did someone spend to get that velocity? And if the amount that they spent was a lot lower than the result, that's product market fit.
Yeah.
And when you have product market fit, like we do on the trend that we're in, you can deploy capital and really put gas on the fire and go very fast.
That's a good way to summarize where I think we're at. That's a great story, and we're very much a bootstrap company, but we can lean back on the fact that we haven't had maybe the full capital to execute on what we could have at this point.
Definitely didn't.
But talk about a great opportunity to put capital to work, because now it's literally going just to brand building, creating that velocity and the story on shelf. We're so operationally sound. We have capacity to do as much volume as we want, and with some respect to that. But we're so ready to kind of put some fuel to it, not be that story for too long.
Well,
we're not actually putting the money behind marketing because we don't have it, but now we do have capital, and we're ready to really, really grow this brand and bring more players in that can help us do that properly.
Yeah, I think that kind of speaks to what ultimately we want both for the Boise sort of consumer product ecosystem is to, we have a couple other great companies here doing really cool things, but I think as we build the ecosystem forward, the way to make this a consumer product city, in my opinion, is for exits. And for those exits to continue to draw in the Doug Weekses of the world and people to pay attention to us, some of the kingmakers that exist in CPG that you have to go through. So I just, what do you think, what do you see, how do we continue to build this ecosystem here the way we both want?
You kind of alluded to it. I think we really need some success stories. So I hope that Killer Creamery can be part of that. I would love to have a successful exit and bring that network with us to here, because I know there's plenty of companies here through Trailmix, through Boise Startup Week, through all of this that have great ideas. There's lots of people with good ideas out there that I think need some guidance, and getting some of that energy around exits, of course, just excites the investment community. Maybe get it together in a more professional way than it has been in the past. Yeah. So I think we just need some examples of that, and how many tools are here in Boise with Albertsons, all the food brokers here, all the distribution, Winco Foods, all these types of things where a food brand can really incubate here in a very powerful way. So
we're kind of proving it. Although you had a journey of scooping ice cream and making it yourself and buying a van, and I always say just to get to the starting line.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like we were at the starting line in February, and I just think the progress that you've made, the team has made, the product has made, it's going to be a great story to tell when it's all said and done, for sure.
Good. Yeah, I hope so too. We'll do everything we can to make it happen.
Yep. I think that hopefully all the Trailmix the competitors today, again, I think suffice to say they could reach out to both of us.
Oh yeah.
I would love to have any, to be a mentor for those people, to do anything that we can to help the ecosystem. They can get a hold of you. Lewis is an absolute genius as it applies to manufacturing and logistics. It's just weird. It's weird to have 51-point margins in an ice cream company. We're just so excited, and hopefully we'll finish this one out right, and we can find a way to get the community involved in another one.
Yeah, join me on Umbrella. I'll be on there answering questions at 3 p.m. Mountain Time.
How long is your keynote?
I think an hour.
Holy smokes. An hour. Well,
maybe less.
30 minutes.
30 minutes is way off, but
30 minutes. Well, I can't wait to hear it. I'm just so proud of what we've been able to do together, and what you did before. I have to for sure say thank you to our wives.
Yeah,
because without our wives, we are in serious trouble.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This is a big for all of the team members that are married. I think this is we couldn't do it without you. Quite honestly.
That's a whole nother talk right there.
That's a whole other talk. Keep your significant others aligned and motivated.
A lot of strategy behind that.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of game plan. Well, we're gonna take a quick break. Thanks for watching Boise Startup Week, and next a quick word from our sponsors.
Welcome back, Startup Week. Right here with Don Berger at Boise Startup Week headquarters in downtown Boise. Beautiful jump building. My name is T.M. Rastegar. I'm the executive director at Trailhead. I'm also the co-chair here at Startup Week. Don?
What was I supposed to say? It's good to see you.
Is it?
Yeah.
We've been seeing each other all day.
I know. I feel like we formed more of a relationship on camera than off camera.
So what you're really telling me is I should go back and watch all this later to figure out where we stand?
You know, I feel like I just feel like we spent a lot of time together on camera, and that's really strengthened our relationship.
Yeah. The relationship that started somewhat informally, I would say.
Yeah. Who introduced us?
I think it was Nick Miller from the Venture College.
Oh, and shout out Nick Miller.
Definitely shout out to Nick Miller because it led to you becoming a tenant and a member at Trailhead.
That's right. But before we get to that, let's cover some news.
All right.
I'd like to share some news. A few items we should probably discuss. First is if you thought there are a lot of Californians moving into Boise, wait until you hear this. In-N-Out, the California burger chain, shout out to the vegans, I'm one of them, is coming to Boise in 5 years.
In 5 years?
In 5 years.
Okay. So,
I don't
know
go anywhere.
I don't know. Stay around for 5 years.
Exactly.
So wait. Do you think there's a calculus on their end as to the quota of Californians that will be here by then and eat there?
Oh, I didn't think about that. I think they just think it's a growing market, and they're like, we're going to bet on it. It's pretty close to where we're from.
So is In-N-Out setting up shop like a proxy for you've made it, you're growing?
Absolutely. Huge.
Silicon Valley?
It's the number one predictor, or I guess leading or lagging indicator of success.
You know what's funny? I have never been to an In-N-Out.
Really?
I've driven by 1,000 of them. The thing, so I moved to the States, 20 years ago?
From Germany.
From Germany.
Shout out Germany.
Shout out Germany. I noticed a lot of people wear Jägermeister shirts. And in Germany, Jägermeister is like, no one would wear a Jägermeister shirt, even though the people who drink it. But then I noticed a lot of people wore In-N-Out shirts.
Yeah.
I go, man, Americans are really into
we love brands.
Whatever they eat, and even if it's like a fast food chain, they'll wear it, right? I didn't think much of it. Everyone tell me about In-N-Out. So come to find out what the uniqueness about it is simple, right? It's straightforward, short menu.
Yeah.
I go, guys, I lived in a refugee camp. I came to America to get abundance, to have choice. Why would I go through all the effort move here and then limit myself to two items on the menu?
You want like the Schitt's Creek menu where it's like so long, it's like a Bible.
Yes, I want the Cheesecake Factory where I can just tell other people that the menu was so long, I never even ordered a meal.
Right.
I just left.
So, okay, let's talk about a couple other pieces of news. Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani are married. They just got married.
Gwen Stefani from
No Doubt.
No Doubt?
Yeah.
Don't Speak, Gwen Stefani?
Yeah. Don't speak.
It breaks my heart, kind of.
There's probably a song there that Blake Shelton has written about that. But anyway, just they met on The Voice.
I mean, hey, thanks for keeping me up to date. I don't know any of these things, and it's quite embarrassing in front of my kids, but I mean...
You know what? I have one more piece of news you're going to love.
What's that?
Saved by the Bell is coming back. They're doing a reunion show that's going to be out on November 25th, next month.
Watching party at Trailhead? Or
maybe COVID-safe watching party. Because I loved Saved by the Bell. I always really related to Screech personally, but unfortunately he's not part of the reunion. So that's the news of the day.
Okay.
Let's move on to some actual important things regarding Boise Startup Week. So the Tech Tribune, a publication I've never heard of, but they put together a list of the top 10 Boise startups. And I knew a few. You knew all of them, because obviously you are super
I do
connected.
that for a living.
Yeah, exactly.
I better know them, yeah.
And I want to talk about some of the companies that are featured on it. First is AppDetex. I believe they have an office right next to Trailhead.
Yeah, matter of fact, they are co-located right next door to us. Yeah, Faisal Shah is the founder of AppDetex. He's the former founder of First to File, as well as Mark Monitor. And for full transparency, he's actually one of the 3 founders of Trailhead as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So AppDetex is on the list. Another one is Retrolux.
Retrolux, Leif Algathon founded that one. Retrolux is a clean tech startup here right out of Boise. And a couple of exciting things about Retrolux. For one, they landed a deal with a VC firm that's tied to Panasonic. So they now joined the equivalent of an accelerator that's tied to a fund that's backed by Panasonic, which I think is super cool. You know, the other thing that gets me excited about Retrolux is Trailhead won a $50,000 prize award called the EPIC Prize. And we are intending to put that towards a clean tech effort, potentially building an early version of an accelerator. At the same time, the city of Boise, and our viewers probably heard that earlier in the opening keynote from Mayor McLean, the city of Boise has set aside an annual line item of $100,000 towards a clean tech accelerator.
Okay, so quick anecdote. Washington, D.C., when I started my company, Social Tables, in 2011, had no incubator, had no Trailhead. We joined the city's first incubator, and that's how we got our start. So incubators are such an important part of the ecosystem. And in fact, our incubator was made possible by the city of D.C., where at the time Mayor Vince Gray gave $100K to the incubator.
And that's how it started.
That's how I started my company.
You have your roots.
Yeah. So I think that's really, really important. That's
it's
great.
important, and especially for a company that's, you know, in clean tech. Look, Retrolux was around before some of these support services were around. Matter of fact, Leif was a Trailhead member.
Yeah, I mean, he started many companies.
Right. He was a Trailhead member. He's been around. It's just so cool to see. We almost built it first, and now they're coming.
Right.
And so it's just a cool 1-2 punch timing wise.
Well, if you build, they will come. That's the famous saying. Another one is Black Box VR.
Really excited about those guys. So I actually did an interview with Ryan DeLuca, the co-founder and CEO at Black Box VR.
Who was at bodybuilding prior, that sold to private equity.
That's right. And we had Jazz here earlier from bodybuilding. So again, small community. You get to actually interview Ryan, I believe that's tomorrow. So them making it on the list is huge to me for several reasons. For one, their vision is ambitious.
Yeah.
And it's a big one, which typically companies from Idaho will shy away from taking on the big problems that have huge impacts because there's just too much chance of failure, I think, getting from A to B. And I'll make that statement. I know I'm going out on a limb. But what I like about them is,
well, I'm sorry, though, my reaction was only because I think I could see why you're saying that, but I think that maybe, you know, a new era of remote work and kind of like secondary markets may change your perspective.
Definitely. You know, matter of fact, my perspective is changing every day.
Yeah.
With some of the trends that you're speaking to. And what Ryan is doing at Black Box VR is changing my perspective because it's hyper complex, it's electromechanical assembly, powered by software,
virtual reality,
merging fitness and VR. I mean, it's like, you talk about the number of problems you can choose and fit them under one roof in a startup.
Yeah.
They've done well on that part.
And that interview with Ryan DeLuca is Wednesday at 10:15 a.m. And it's part of the youth track.
Yeah, he actually gives the youth track participants an insight into his innovation playbook, which is pretty cool.
Ooh,
the
that's
one he
awesome.
applied at bodybuilding and how it evolved in his doing at Black Box VR. You know, the other thing that makes me excited about Black Box VR is they have a physical gym in San Francisco on Market Street.
On Market Street, yeah.
So for a Boise company to say, hey, we are across from Twitter headquarters in the heart of Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Get this, pumps me up.
I love that. That's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Another one is Visit Pay.
Yes, Visit Pay.
I've never heard of them. So
they're pretty quiet and keep to themselves, actually. From what I understand is they are in the space of medical insurance
we'll get back to you on what they do.
It's basically, and here's the deal. I applied there, and they gave me I made it to an interview. I took a test.
Hold on.
It was
Damn, so you applied there, and you don't even know what they do.
I think the experience was such that I pretty much erased it because the math test they gave me, and in all fairness, they told me, they said, we need math heads. If you're, we need analysts.
Okay.
But we need them to be selling to CFOs. I go, wait, you need a salesman, but you need a math geek. Good luck. So I took the math test.
Kind of two sides of the brain.
Yeah, I took the math test. I didn't do so good.
How did that make you feel?
Terrible. I went back onto YouTube and brushed up. Believe it or not,
Khan Academy.
I did some math skill brush up because I was like, hey, if they give me a math test, the next employer may give you a math test.
You come from the place where the abacus was invented.
But all jokes aside, what's cool about them is they actually got the chance, before they even launched a product, to go alongside their future potential customer and sort of shadow them all day long and identify pain points.
Yeah.
And they came up with this It's basically modern day credit card tools that you have on your phone to encourage you to pay on time. They're applying that model to the medical side. So insurance payments you owe to your doctor, your hospital.
The things you don't want to pay that are just stacked up on your kitchen counter.
Right, and and their philosophy is people actually want to pay it if you make it easy on them and if you make it transparent.
It's so true, because how many times have you gotten a bill and it's like, I got to follow what steps to pay something?
Do I call them? Do I get interest-free payments for 12 months? That's sort of the MO for medical bills here. So they're really revolutionizing that single-payer system now.
Cool. All right, so...
How was that for a recovery, by the way?
That was
from
amazing.
a total blank.
Unbelievable.
Okay, good. Okay. Feel better about myself.
This is where I would do a sports analogy, but I know nothing about sports, so I think it's the equivalent of like somebody coming back in the bottom of the ninth to win a game. Okay. So let's switch gears to your job at Trailhead. As you reflect over the last few years overseeing Trailhead, what are some of the famous companies that you're now kind of look at proudly?
In terms of our alumni, a couple of them stand out right at the top of my head. First and foremost, just because he was just here, Louis Armstrong, Killer Whey back in the day, now is known as Killer Creamery. For one, it's a keto ice cream company, and we don't have many ice cream companies at Trailhead. It is a CPG company, and so it plays into the regional strength that we have.
CPG being consumer product good?
Thank you for that, yes. And specifically, with Albertsons being headquartered here in Boise, our history and our capacity as an ag state, and then everything in between, literally from farm to the retail shelf, if you will. And so I'm really excited about what Killer Creamery is doing. They closed around, they're raising money, their team is growing.
Can I just jump in real quick and self-promotion? I'm working with Idaho Tech Council and the Boise Chamber of Commerce on creating an ag tech showcase of Israeli startups in ag tech to introduce them to Idaho farmers. So if any of our viewers and attendees have a connection to farming and want to learn about Israeli technology, specifically as it relates to ag tech, please hit me up, and it's free to attend, and I'm doing it because I'm Israeli and I want to...
What a cool connection to Israel.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we should talk because Trailhead, twice a year, we host a delegation from Haifa and then one from Tel Aviv.
Oh, cool.
And one of them is Arab-Israeli entrepreneurs and the other one are non-Arab Israeli entrepreneurs.
Well, if you're trying to make peace, maybe bring them together.
Bring them together.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was witnessing. No, but that's cool. That's cool. The last thing I will say in terms of what gets me excited about Louis, and they spoke to it a little bit, is Louis himself is the genesis of Trailmix, which is one of our big programs at Startup Week and at Trailhead. And long story short, he basically, in his infinite wisdom, showed up to one of our fundraisers. This is before my time, by the way. And he brought his ice cream because he knew Albertsons executives were going to be running around because they supported Trailhead. And so he brought his ice cream, kind of cornered one of the Albertsons execs and said, try this.
Just shoved ice cream down his mouth.
And they did. They tried it.
Like, I can't stop eating it.
Right, get it on our shelves. And that literally happened.
Yeah.
And so anyways, the leadership at the time took a step back
Talk
and
about
said,
resilience.
Resilience, but also, look, let's form a program. This just happened. This was a coincidence. But let's form a program around it. So really excited about them.
What other companies are you...
Love every...
alumni?
I cannot skip over them for various reasons. For one, I want to set you up. You're going to be interviewing Rod on Friday. You and Rod, who was the co-founder at Love Every, actually have some shared history there with your past.
We hail from the same geographic location,
and some of the same people. What gets me excited about them is, for one, they've been growing like gangbusters. I think they left our space and they had maybe 19 employees.
Oh, they're almost at 200 now.
Right, and if you look at their job openings, I mean, they're not slowing down. They're not stopping.
Well, I'll talk to Rod about this, but the reality is that apart from them just being a great company, the pandemic has kind of forced us back to the basics, and people want to spend time with their kids doing things other than digital things. So we'll touch on that with Rod. But also,
and even when they were a member, I would really get pumped, and here's why. A lot of the members that we have in startups that we support have software products. They can show it to you on the screen. I have a manufacturing background and electromechanical assemblies. I love putting my hands on the physical product, understanding how it's put together. Well, Love Every's product is a physical product. And when they would do their photo shoots at Trailhead, matter of fact, your office was one of theirs. A baby would appear because it's baby toys, what they make, right? A toddler would just appear out of nowhere. They'd set up a little blanket, they'd put up their lights, and it would be a photo shoot for their actual product.
At Trailhead.
So just going from, oh, cool line of code, bro, to, wow, there's a baby and there's actually a physical product. That really got me pumped about Love Every. The last one I'll mention is Natural Intelligence Systems.
Okay.
Proud of them because...
Oh, NIS.
NIS.
Yeah.
They spin out of Micron. Proud of them. They joined the Techstars.
These guys basically have a competitor to a neural network.
A competitor to your brain.
Yeah,
That's
mean,
right.
yeah. So that's a cool one.
That's a cool one, yeah. And they completed the Techstars program.
We're running out of time. We still have a lot to talk about. But I hear that if somebody joins Trailhead this week, they're going to get a free Boise Startup T-shirt, Boise Startup Week T-shirt. Is that right?
It's the T-shirt that we've been getting all these comments about. And Umbrella, I know everybody's writing about how they're going to get their hands on one of these T-shirts. Answer is easy. Become a Trailhead member.
Right. And maybe you can talk about the importance of a physical gathering place for the community. And I love the fact that Boise only has one place. Because it's like, okay, you don't have to choose. You could just go to the place and you know it's the place. So
there's one place. We have 2 locations. So you get a little bit of a choice.
Well, yeah, but they're close.
They're close. Look, when it comes to supporting entrepreneurship as a discipline, if you will, right? Table people for a moment. You know, you really have to think about all of the resources, tools they need to be successful, right? And entrepreneurship in that sense, you know, typically you as a founder, you can relate to this. You're going to be good at the thing, at the widget, whatever that widget is. But your business is going to need 5 of those to operate successfully. So you as the subject matter expert on that one widget, you're not enough. You need help. And so places like Trailhead, where we consider ourselves an incubator, we support entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial support center. You know, we really take space and we treat it as a commodity. Space, and I know it sounds like a cop-out now, to be quite frank, because space is just not on demand. But we always treated space as a commodity because we don't look to space as a profit center. Space is just the anchor, and then we overlay that with our value proposition, mentorship, ecosystem building, educational programming, experiential learning like Startup Week.
Awesome. So if somebody wants to join Trailhead as a member, how much does it cost, and who should they get in touch with?
It's $50 a month for a hot desk.
$50.
$50 a month.
That's it. Folks, we got to take it. $50 a month.
You can't even get internet at your house for that much.
You can't. Yeah, I mean $50 a month. Wait, why do I pay so much? Well, we'll talk about that offline. Okay, $50 a month. You get your own. You can show up and work.
You can show up and work. You can show up and join. What's more important is you can show up and join a community of entrepreneurs, of innovators, and a community, an ecosystem, if you will.
And COVID safe. Let's talk about some of the precautions you guys are taking.
Yes, we've put some COVID compliance policies in place. We upgraded our air filtration system. Our landlord was really proactive about that. He even installed a GPS system counting air particles. You know, we have hand sanitizer, wipes. Our desks are spread apart, minimum of 6 feet, actually more than that. It's first come, first serve. You have to wear a mask as you enter the building and our space. You can take your mask off once you're by yourself at your desk. So we're trying to do all the right things.
And I got to be honest, I visited, and it's the protocols that are in place and that you all follow, you adhere to very strictly is great to see. And if somebody wants to join and get a desk, they should email Matthew, right?
Yeah, they should.
Shout out Matthew.
They probably know Matthew. Shout out Matthew. Trailheadboise.org is the best place to land. And from there, you can send us either an email or just give us a call. Sign-up process is really easy and straightforward. It's a membership. It's not a lease. Membership. It's month to month. Think of it as a gym membership.
It's basically like a entrepreneur social club.
That's a great way of putting it. It's entrepreneur country club. I like social club better.
Well, we have so much more to talk about, but I think we're going to get the boot from our producer.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, we're literally halfway through. But with that, Tim, you want to close us out?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for joining us. Up next is Louis Armstrong. He's going to deliver the keynote with Jeff Reynolds. Louis Armstrong was just on with Matt Price earlier live. But before we switch over to Louis's keynote, a quick word from our sponsors.
It's the vacation memories you make being with your family, in a place where the waves rock you to sleep and the sunset can't be beat, where you can ski out the back door and your dog has room to roam. We are Vacasa, North America's largest full-service vacation rental management company. We care for amazing vacation homes so our owners can rent with ease, and our guests can enjoy one-of-a-kind vacations with the people they love. We started with one home and a vision to deliver a seamless experience for vacation homeowners and guests. Today, our industry-leading technology enables our professional local teams to deliver exceptional service at over 25,000 vacation properties in some of the best vacation destinations across North America. Earn more, worry less, and rent with ease with Vacasa.
We go way back.
We do.
Well, it wasn't Killer Creamery.
Wasn't anything.
It wasn't anything. It was just a company. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the product specifically? Like what makes Killer Creamery different?
Yeah, so really what makes us different, especially right now, is the quality, the taste and texture that we're bringing to this better for you category. So at the end of the day, we're a no sugar ice cream that tastes good. It's as simple as that. We're trying to bring some fun to it. You know, it's a little bit of a Ben and Jerry's of the better for you ice creams. And we're trying to make ice cream not just better for you, but great for you. So what we have right now, we have this new formula rolling into market that is sweetened with allulose. It's a brand new sugar substitute. So it's really helping with the freezing point of the ice cream so you can actually scoop into it. It's the kind of the problem that plagues our old product and the category in general. So we're bringing innovation, we're bringing fun, and really just trying to make ice cream great.
And I mean, you have a ton of flavors. I don't know, is this all the flavors? Or
We got one additional one.
One additional flavors.
Yeah.
I mean, so that out of the gate to start, or relatively soon to start with that many flavors is really something too, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely trying to keep it simple.
Yeah.
It's really easy to kind of, especially me as a food scientist, I want to get out there and just make, 50 different flavors. But realistically, I mean, I can't warehouse that much. I can't put that much in my co-packer.
I definitely want to get into all those logistics and like learning about that part of the business. But like, just as a founder, you're a small team. I know you've broken past the 7-figure mark in sales. So do you feel like you've made it?
Oh, not even close. No, I still feel like I'm faking it, absolutely. But yeah, we got past the 7-figure mark. I hear like the 6-figure, 500,000 is tough enough to get to. So got past that hurdle. We're in the 6 figures now. But yeah, I still feel like we have so far to go before I'd ever feel comfortable. And that's probably never going to change. Even when we get to 100 million, I'll still feel like we still have so much more to do.
Well, there's always plates in the air, I imagine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, constantly juggling.
Yeah, and so what did you do today? Like, what is a day in the life for you?
Well, these days it seems like my days are very focused on raising capital for the company to execute on everything that we want to do going forward. So trying to make sure we don't go bankrupt and can provide the capital to pay not only my few employees, but to keep this train going because we have so much opportunity and so many advantages kind of stacked with us. Yeah. Just trying to tell that story and get it out there. That seems to be a never-ending battle since day one, since I met you when we first started this company, is capitalizing, telling the story properly and getting people involved at the right time. Yeah. That's a big part of this whole thing. So yeah, my day was pitch decks, kind of preparing for this next round. We're talking about coming to a Series A, so we're planning that side of things. And of course, we have stuff going on right now where we're trying to finish out a seed round. So that alone takes a lot of time. Then there's the day-to-day stuff, so literally paying the bills, managing money, just controlling the team. And my team's tiny. I mean, I have one person in marketing, one person in operations, and an outsourced sales team right now. That's it. So it's really three of us full time.
But you imagine you still have to communicate with most of those people today or this week, right?
Daily, yeah.
Daily,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, there's still a lot to juggle.
Oh yeah.
So you not to get obsessed with the 7-figure thing, but so you broke through this barrier.
Yep.
And now, I mean, knowing what you know now, you mentioned you're a food scientist. You broke through this barrier. Do you think you were focused on the right things? Did the things that worried you back in the day are those the things that worry you now?
Yeah, it really kind of is. So food science background, yeah, I get the food industry. I understand how to scale products, and that side doesn't scare me at all. And that's probably been the easier part of our business and how we've got here to today. But really the things that I knew were going to be a struggle were raising capital, really, and the sales and marketing side of things. So I'm not a marketing mind by any means. And that's definitely a place that we're putting all our energy now, is how do we have all this ice cream out there in 2,300 stores right now.
Wow.
But it's not, it's almost easy to get into the stores in a way. I mean, sure, it's hard, but how do you get people to discover your product and start pulling off the shelves, keep those retailers happy? That's the hard part. And that is money, that's marketing, that's sales, like those three things.
Where's the money go in that leg? Like, where will you be spending that money to make those retailers happy?
Well, we have a couple things. So with the retailers, it's a lot of the traditional type of marketing that you kind of have to do, TPRs, just on-shelf promotion. So that's almost a necessity. Some people get away with not doing it, but that would be a tough route to go. But it's really discovery, especially during COVID right now. How do we get people to go find our product at stores? So I'm sure we have this great product. We think it's the best in the category, and I'm very confident it is. But I mean, if Jeff goes out there in a whole new store, are you spending much time in the frozen aisle, just looking around saying, what do I want to try today?
Yeah,
Probably going to go to your old brands that you love and already know and respect.
Yeah, and in fact, it's funny because I remember buying it in the early days at Winco.
Yeah.
And you still had to kind of look for it because it would be on top shelf, and sometimes if one or two were sold, it was set back.
Yep.
And you'd have to go hunting for it. And now I was in the co-op looking for it.
Yeah.
And there's just so many that are now all in the same sizes and all these things. It's a crowded shelf. So I just want to go back to this idea, because what I heard you say was you knew you were going to be able to scale the product, sort of, the science of it.
Yep.
You thought you could get into the stores. Now, I don't think a lot of food founders think it's really hard. And you said that's sort of the easy part, or relatively
yes and no,
easy
yeah,
part.
Exactly.
So talk us through what that looked like for you.
So you would think Boise's a great place to have a food company for a couple of reasons. I mean, there's Winco Foods headquartered here. Albertsons, obviously the juggernaut. They're the number 2 conventional retailer in the United States, and they just IPO'd, all that type of stuff. So they've been amazing with us, but it was not by any means simple for me to get into the store. So even though I'm local, it's not like I can go knock on the door and say, hey, I'd love to get into all your regions, because they're decentralized. You have to go to every region of Albertsons to get into those stores. So I literally got into 2 of the regions by just cold calling them. Somehow I got a name and a number, and I found the buyer and just bugged them enough that I got meetings.
I remember that. I remember those days when you were
Yep.
It's like, what are you doing? I'm hassling the buyer.
Yeah, just get on the horn any way possible. And that's my advice to anybody else, is you just got to get out there and hustle. Nobody's going to hold your hand through the process. And if you get that handhold, then great, take advantage of it, but it's not going to happen. And eventually I did work my way into finally meeting people at the corporate level that could help introduce me to the right buyers in certain categories. And that friendly introduction, of course, makes it much simpler to go sell your product versus the cold call just knocking on the door.
But what was the time frame? Like, can you walk us through from your first PO? Was your first PO with Albertsons, or you were selling through the co-op or something?
So yeah, first started with co-op.
Yeah, I remember
that was my very first grocery store. Then Rosar's, which ended up shutting down. They were a decent sized food chain. So that was like my first kind of big paperwork experience.
Yeah.
So we did pretty well there. Then Winco was next, and Winco is a fairly simple process. That was a kind of nice introduction. In those days too, we did all our own deliveries, merchandised it ourselves. So I was at the stores every 72 hours checking. And we eventually, the following year after that, we were driving product into Utah with our frozen delivery van. I mean, a lot of sleepless nights and craziness, making sure those shelves were stocked. And that lesson's been something I've had to carry forward going into this thing as we scale, is I'm not hands-on anymore at the stores. So we've had to spend quite a bit of money. And I wish I would have done it earlier too with merchandising groups. So you have brokers, yes, you're on shelf, and you have distributors putting product out there, but you can get third-party merchandisers to go make sure that everything's executed properly. Are you on sale, or is your marketing effective? You can push something out there, but if you're in a region with 350 stores, is every store doing the right thing? Is half of it wrong? Are you just spending the money and not getting the execution on shelf?
Is the freezer at the right temperature?
Exactly. Those are all the things that you just don't have the control over. So,
and I think most people think that sort of, at least this is my perception, they think, I'm going to go to Albertsons. And Albertsons, I think, it has been great with local companies.
Yes, they definitely have.
And as part of Trailmix here at Trailhead and all those things. But I think most founders think they're going to get a PO, or they probably don't even think they're going to get a PO. They probably think they're going to say, yeah, we'll take 70 pallets. Woo! And then you hand it off and you walk away.
Yep.
And what you just said is it's quite the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
It's like almost running another business on top of the business that you're running to get into Albertsons or whoever in the first place.
Yep, and you got to perform right out of the gates. There's no time frame where they say, okay, I will give you a couple years to figure this out. They want you to perform, because those categories are tight and they're competitive. No matter what you're doing, there's going to be competition there. So getting on the shelf is, like I say, kind of the easier part if you have the right product, the right story, and the category fit, of course. This was very much a growing category. No sugar products are going nuts right now. And it's the whole reason why we're in the space and having success, because we're innovating in this space and continuing to grow. But yeah, you get in the category that's hot, and you still have to be performing because competition is coming.
Right.
Absolutely.
So so again, I'm hearing, okay, food scientist knows what the heck he's doing, right? That's a rarity, or at least not that common. Entrepreneurial, gutsy hustle. You create these products, you're willing to run the business, and then you know, to get into these stores. How long did it take? What was a time frame from those early days to feeling like you even kind of caught momentum?
I would say last year is really where I felt like we caught momentum because...
Wait, how far in was last year?
So we really started in 2016. I created the LLC and started Killer Whey, so the protein-focused no-sugar ice cream.
Yep.
And 2018 is really where we launched our keto version, so keto-specific, and stopped focusing on the protein but more the fat. And that was, as soon as we put that in the market, it was the obvious thing that we wanted to do. So that was 2018, and we got into, we're only in like 30 stores in 2018. And then last year, 2019, we ended up the year in about 900 to 1,000 stores. That's where I felt like, okay, we're in a bunch of stores. I'm having a hard time just conceptualizing what's happening out here.
Right.
Need to get control of this thing. And this year, more than doubled that. So yeah, I feel like we're out there making moves and playing the game now, like at a true level.
But yet, the success brings other squeezes.
Oh yeah.
Capital squeeze, like we've talked about. We don't need to beat up. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Sure.
Time squeeze, I imagine, talent squeeze, all these things, right?
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to new founders or early founders who are sort of either dreaming of this or in that early stage? You know, they're in month 6 right now, and they're going, oh my God, this is so hard. Yeah. And you're telling me it's going to be 2.5 years if you get the right product at the right time and you have all these.
Yeah, exactly. Things. So it seems like a blink of an eye to me, but it's been years, I guess, since I kind of started this thing. But yeah, I mean, there's no one path to do this whole route. That's for sure. Mine's unique. Everybody else is going to be unique, but you got to take the leap. I mean, that's the only way to do it. I think people get kind of stuck on what's the clear pathway to kind of make this all happen. And what you got to do is get out there and network and hustle and meet as many people and try to get good people involved with you, whether they're literally hired by you or just an advisor. That's been the biggest kind of successes for me, is just getting people with knowledge in the spots where I think I don't have it and really leaning on them and listening, and I think just being a good person and hoping that people want to help out. And that's, so far, it's been a good thing. And it's ice cream, so I mean, it's pretty.
I mean, it could be worse.
It could be worse.
But you say all that as if like all these other people did it. But I know you and your wife. I mean, I remember when you bought the bike.
Oh yeah,
you still have the bike.
That's how we started. I just sold it this year.
Did you? A bike that you could wheel around to events.
Yep.
With a freezer in the front and sell ice cream or do demos out of it.
Yep.
And all I'm trying to get at is there was a lot of grassroots hustle.
Oh yeah, big time. So yeah, I mean, every weekend we did the farmers markets for 2 years. So from April to October, every single weekend was tied up between me and my wife.
Yeah.
And we had our first child through that process too. So we're dragging this little infant around to all these events, and I mean, huge events, small events, all the farmers markets. So literally all our free time was tied up with that. My wife has a full-time job, still does, and had back then. She was really kind of paying the bills. I'm still not technically paying myself.
Yeah.
But we're at their creamery scooping ice cream late at nights. We're putting labels on products at all waking hours. So there's definitely a huge part of hustle. That's the whole story.
Really. And credit to Liz. Right?
Oh, big time. Yeah, I
That's
can't believe
your wife.
She's a patient lady.
Patient lady, and I mean the reality is she's like the biggest investor. I mean, in terms of every way, really.
Absolutely, yeah. This is not possible without my wife, definitely.
And absolutely. What do you think it took? I mean, not to get like insanely personal on it, but to get her on board on this. I mean, did she know what she was getting into?
I would say there's a thread of her not knowing what she's getting into, but I mean, probably my passion and like understanding that I'm gonna work my ass off with this whole thing, and I'm not going to quit. That's really, I think she saw that from the beginning and saw that I had an opportunity, and she's seen the growth of this thing too. If we're just, still stuck in 30 stores and I'm talking about my IPO next year or something like that, it might be a different story. But
I mean,
but we are incrementally growing. There's a visible thing happening here, so it's very easy to kind of, I think, get on board with that.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that you get to see that because a lot of people don't. I mean, a lot of people, it's really unclear, So it's, I'd say even your story, as hard as it's been, and it's still in the middle, has been relatively smooth compared to what a lot of people.
Yeah, so I guess in a way you can kind of say it's smooth, but man, it feels like pain the whole time. I can tell you that much.
That's fair. I mean, it's like when you zoom out, it looks smoother. But it's like the stock market,
If you had to paint a path, we're on a decent path. This whole thing, I can't deny that. But yeah, it's been. So much hustle to get this to where it's at, and that's my lifestyle. That's how I grew up. That's all I was surrounded by entrepreneurs constantly hustling. So I've always had that mentality and worked hard my whole life. So it's just kind of the norm.
What would, I guess what that'd be 4 years ago, we'll say, we'll call it 4 years.
4 years ago.
What would 4 years ago Lewis be surprised about today's Lewis?
Is this kind of like what would I ask myself kind of back in the day, or
like,
what direction would I
what
give
did you
myself?
learn? What would be surprised looking from back then to now? What would be surprising about now?
The biggest thing is still the capital side, like what it actually takes to fund, especially if you're going off high growth in grocery stores. My original plan was kind of on paper, you're supposed to, especially in these kind of natural products, like better for you foods, you're supposed to get into Whole Foods, start off, build a brand in natural channel. But my path was much different. I kind of had big conventional stores just jump onto this thing. So I had the opportunity. Timing is a big part of this thing. I think I had to go at the time that I did. Yep. So that brought in a whole different level of challenges and really put the pressure on fundraising. So that was the biggest struggle with this whole thing is trying to have enough funds to capitalize on something that I knew was just so obvious to me. But
yeah, well, why is it hard to raise money?
I would say a couple different things. So Boise is not necessarily the best place to raise money. It's just, there's specific food towns almost that have food funds and just a lot more happening in those spaces. Hopefully that kind of changes here, and hopefully that I can be a catalyst to some of that and come back someday and foster some of that. And Albertsons is doing some good things in that space, and hopefully there's more and more people that kind of continue to foster that. But that's a big part of it. I should have went broader sooner and very specific. I should have got very specific sooner too. So not only just investors or angels or anything like that, but people that actually have experience in the space, like super target those types of people in networking events and just lead down that route.
And so with sort of the idea that the people who invest in this stuff are the people who understand the stuff, or at least the best investors.
Yeah, so friends and family obviously was part of my my fundraising, but yeah, beyond that, it's people that understand it a little bit at least.
Yeah.
Or in the space to kind of take.
That was always a category for me.
Yeah,
it's just it's such a complicated business.
It is. Yeah.
We kind of stopped, when we were talking about the logistics, but. You have distributor, you have the buyer, you have distributors, all the couponing companies, all this stuff, right?
Absolutely.
It's very complex.
Yeah, the food world is not necessarily the sexiest place to invest. I mean, you see all the stuff happening in tech and all the multiples and all that type of stuff. And there's more of an energy here for tech, of course, but it's just food is more difficult. It just costs so much more to get the ball rolling, essentially. So. It's just is what it is. You need people with an appetite for that understand that space with at least consumables or packaged goods, something like that. So you got to find those people real quick.
Yeah, real quick. And what do you think founders then get? Is that beyond that? What do founders get wrong about fundraising, specifically around food?
I think just telling the right story. There's like certain stages of this business and the reason why people would get involved in your fundraising round. So. I don't know, just telling it as real as possible, kind of where you're at, why this is a good opportunity right now. Storytelling has probably been the place where I could have focused more time on, and just telling the right story to get the capital going, to take it to the next level, and ultimately, the people that came in early would benefit from that too. Yeah. So
tell me about telling the right story. What does that mean? And you said two things in there. You said telling the right stories and being open, or I think you said being open about where you're at.
It's pretty easy to set up a pitch deck and say, I'm going to be at 100 million sales in 5 years, and I've had some old ones like that too. But right now, I'm so much more focused on what I have today and what's very, very tangible stuff going forward, and why now is a good time to invest, because we truly see the legs to get to a $30 million valuation, $50 million valuation in 2 years, 1 year, everything like that. So and part of this is you just have to kind of take those steps to even get to those kinds of conversations. Like I can't just paint that from day one. And if you do, I mean, a lot of people just think you're kind of crazy. So,
well, and it also is you have to be honest about your business. Like you have to get to know your business well enough to talk.
Got to get to know your business. You got to get to know your investors, and that's been one of the biggest things for me too. So now that I'm focused on certain types of investors, now I can tell a much clearer story and kind of get to the answers much quicker. And that's a big lesson for me too. I learned through this process is the timing of talking about fundraising and closing to get to the yes or no, whatever that is. So moving that conversation along faster so you're not wasting time, which you could be using to execute with the right people that are actually interested.
Why do you think people let things linger? Founders let things linger?
It's just tough. So, if somebody seems interested and you have no money, what are you going to do? So, so you kind of have to in a way, but there are definitely ways to kind of push things along much faster and smoother. Those are the big lessons I've learned through this process.
Yeah.
It's still learning. I mean, to be frank, like
Yeah.
it's not like I'm some fundraising master. I'm still in the middle of a round. Like,
yeah, and I don't like to get too obsessed with fundraising because you had to do so much right to
Yeah.
get to the point to have those conversations that, you know, the best thing to do is build a great business.
yeah, and that's definitely what I try to stay focused on is this. Like, how do
Yeah.
we make this
Yeah.
just so amazing that it's undeniable?
Yeah.
So that's where I think we're at, and where we're going to continue to go. This is our newest update, and we have like our next update coming, ways to enhance this kind of coming all staged out
Yeah.
along the way. And as this non-sugar kind of category starts moving, and you have Nestle's, these giant super houses, you know, bringing in ingredients and new options into this type of a space that just enhances the availability for things that we could put into our products that taste good and get us closer and closer to that kind of, you know, traditional ice cream, which like your Haagen-Dazs and Ben & Jerry's type thing.
So that's interesting. So the idea there a little bit is like the pie, the big guys coming in grows the pie in both probably awareness in the market and all these, you know, an availability of inputs, ingredients. But you still have to, that's why it's so critical for the brand, because you still have to stand out in that crowded market.
Exactly. So we're living and dying on innovation. So I'm a food scientist. My operations guy is like an R&D specialist. So we're obsessed about these ingredients. And we have a very, very strong supply chain of like the biggest, best type of producers out there. And that's something we pride ourselves on. That's what we think is our unfair advantage, is being able to move fast into these spaces and to get people to, you know, love our products because of that. And we're trying to you know, bring the fun into it and everything like that with the brand, but that's very key for us.
Yeah, and the point is you're obsessed with it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like,
absolutely.
if you're talking about your obsession.
Never satisfied.
Never
So,
satisfied, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So yes, I think that's a great point, is if you focus on this and your people, that's going to take you a long, long ways, and hopefully everything else kind of falls into place. Obviously, you have to focus on being very, very professional with how you do everything else. But
obviously, you have to focus
on this. Like you're gonna die.
Yeah, this is the thing.
This is the thing. Yeah,
you have to focus on all the things, but this is the real thing.
This is the real thing. Don't lose sight of it. That's a very good piece of advice.
What's the toughest decision you've had to make?
Whew, the toughest decision. I'm still in the middle of one. It's hires for me right now. So, you know, a key role for us is sales. So that's obviously a huge part of what we're doing. I'm currently the best salesman for the company. I'm the founder. I can talk about these products all day long. So these key accounts love hearing, you know, my story and how I did this and everything like that, and how we're innovative and how we're bringing these new products to market. But, you know, it's getting to the point where I have to start flipping the switch here and becoming that CEO and stop getting my fingers in everything else and trusting other people to do it. So the biggest hole right now would be I've outsourced people and I have brokers and everything like that to manage our sales, but we need that one person internally, and it's my next key hire to do this. And each key hire it's been a tough one for sure. Like it's always, it's stage fit's huge. Somebody could have the best resume in the world, and I've experienced this firsthand, especially on the sales side. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're the right fit for your company right now. It could be when you're 10 million in sales, 30 million in sales, or something like that. But finding that right person that has that same hustle to go out there and, you know, every weekend do a farmer's market, somebody like that with that sales mentality, that's what I'm looking for next. So the hiring part, building the team is kind of the biggest stressors for me.
I want to say, can you say that again?
I went back and forth on it so many times. I've done recruiters, all sorts of things, almost hired some people and pulled back and relied on advisors and brokers and things like that, and just staying involved myself. And yeah, that one's tough.
Yeah, what did you say, the phrase you used, which size what fit? Size?
Stage fit.
Stage fit.
Yeah,
stage fit.
That's
stage fit, employees with good stage fit.
And I got that term, I got to give credit to Matt Price. He's been helping me out. Yeah, it's a Matt thing.
It's a Matt thing.
So Matt Price has been helping me with my corporate development. That's one I got from him. It's been, and it rings so true.
Yeah, I love it.
I say it in different ways, but I like that those two specific words make a lot of sense to me.
Well, and both them and you, you have to be at the right stage to manage those people.
Exactly.
Or,
exactly.
you know.
So it's an awkward transition. So as I try to become the CEO, you know, pretty soon here, right now I'm responsible for my stakeholders, whether that's my employees or the people that are involved, investors. So that's a big switch for me to kind of get my hands off of this side, and my operations manager's managing most all of this now and all the logistics. So pulling back to what is technically my expertise and focusing on being a CEO. So giving my employees the right tools and taking care of my stakeholders. That's a big switch and a very big challenge.
Absolutely, for everybody, just so you know, very common. What's your current thinking on hiring, like on what you're going to try to do for this next big hire? Like,
so yeah, it's all about the attitude. I almost don't even care about the resume. So sure, you have to understand some stuff about the space, but I almost don't even care about that. And I've heard people say that in the past, and it's so true for me right now. And I've got a couple people that I know are just like dogs that'll get out there, won't take no for an answer, kind of like I did when I first started trying to get sales going. Just go, and no quitting them basically. So that's what we need right now. That's kind of hustle. So yeah, like we said, I say it's easy to get in the stores. We need that person to make sure we're like the best partner possible for these buyers, to be undeniable essentially, so we can continue our growth, bring extra flavors in, just be the right partner. We need somebody extremely hands-on and laser focused on making that all happen.
Good luck. I hope that works out. It's hard.
We've got a couple good ones actually, so I'm feeling good about it.
Nice. Well, you have a magnet. You mentioned that you had your first kiddo during sort of the really early startup phase. I know you had your second kiddo recently. Liz is working, your wife's working and supporting. How have you balanced? You talk about balancing the roles as CEO role and all these things. How have you balanced the parent?
Oh, terribly. Actually, I would have to say I'm doing pretty good. I think I'm doing okay. You can talk to my wife about this. It's probably a different story, but I really do try to shut things down at like 5 o'clock to bedtime for the kids. And I try to be a family man at that point. And then if I have to clean some things up at night with work or whatever, I can do that. But obviously I have to be a good husband too. So I really do try to shut things down. And when I'm with my kids or my wife, I try to focus on that. I'm not trying to be on the phone. I'm not sitting with my laptop thinking about, so I might be thinking about things, but I'm trying to be as engaged as possible. So I'm really, really trying to focus on it. I'm by far not even close to perfect with that, but I am putting a true effort into it. And I think it's paid dividends.
And I think the intentionality is a big part of it.
Yeah. I think my wife sees that too. I'm not perfect, like I said, but she knows I'm trying. We talk about it openly. She knows what I'm trying to do, and that things are a struggle. And it's it does cause some tension here and there, but we tried to think like, okay, what's the right time to have kids? And always like, there's no right time. We'll figure it out. We'll be able to feed them. We have ice cream.
I have ice cream. I'm always just impressed by people who really do hold all that, and I don't necessarily see a correlation between people who like put familyness off for business. It probably it's just different. So. Okay, we only have a couple minutes left. So what is a piece of advice? What is like the best piece of advice that you could think of that somebody else gave you?
Who to trust? I have to go back to that stage fit thing. It's extremely relevant right now. So back to the kind of that talk about making sure the right people are on the team at the right time. And it could be that person's only right for a certain amount of time, and be aware of that and make that very intentional and let people know that's kind of the way it is. So I think the stage fit thing, I can't harp on that enough. Like whether you're small or you're getting pretty big, like that's so important.
I see that with several companies I work with right now, for sure. What do you think most founders aren't scared of that they should be scared of?
Aren't scared of their idea. Everybody's in love with their own idea, of course, and it's almost in a way kind of easy to come up with ideas, but executing on them is really, really tough. So I'm sure you could probably come up with a great ice cream idea. You could probably look at the category, look at the numbers, and you could have a great idea, but how are you going to execute on that? So
I'm not.
You better have like some unfair advantage of how you're going to take that great idea, because it probably is a good idea, but you can't be too married to your ideas and just go all in forever and lose it all, essentially. So I've always tried to be aware of that. I've talked openly with my wife about that. Like, if we don't get to this, we need to consider shutting this thing down. I'm not going to drag this on forever and hope for the best. Like, just be extremely intentional with this whole thing. So,
So some people like
be aware that your ideas might not be the best, or the path that you think for your idea may not be the best, and you can rely on what other people think about stuff too.
Well, that seems so hard to hold that objectivity and also the passion to keep fighting the daily battles.
Yeah, and I'm an eternal pessimist, so I'm kind of a weird one to start a food company, probably in a weird way. But also, I think it's helped me to kind of stay objective to the path that I'm on and the things that we're doing. Hence the pivot that we did. I mean, I still think a protein-specific ice cream has legs. We could still do that, but
we didn't really cover that. That's where you really started.
Yeah,
we mentioned it. Started protein-specific.
Yeah, and I could have, my heart wanted me to kind of keep doing both lines and have, kind of this and that, but just stayed laser focused on what was kind of the obvious opportunity. So my original idea died technically. Yeah.
But that's an example.
Willing to give that up.
you say you went sort of the obvious direction, but for a lot of people, it wouldn't have been so obvious.
Yeah,
they would have told themselves a story.
Yeah, very true.
Of why to keep doing it. Yeah.
And I just kind of, at that point, So we're kind of keto focused right now, and at the end of the day, we're Killer Creamery. This is a sugar-free ice cream, but that's the major movement we're on.
Yeah.
The ketogenic side, we're super involved in the space. We actually go to the events. We're well networked with the space. We're involved with a group called Max Love that does. We give them ice cream essentially and donate to their events and things like that. And it's a group that they essentially do ketogenic diets therapeutically for kids with cancer. So a lot of cancers thrive off high sugar. So going to a ketogenic diet, kids can go to remission or at least control cancer. So kind of nuts. And ice cream, of course, is one thing that brings happiness everywhere. So it's like the perfect thing for kids.
It's definitely brought happiness.
Yeah. So it was a
household.
space that I was not like at all interested in because thinking like fad diets, all that type of stuff. But once I started understanding what this side of the anti-sugar movement, keto specifically, was all about, I mean, it just clicked for me that this is a great place to go. And there was a lot of unknowns. I mean, I didn't know that's going to be a big trend. Like I had a feeling it was going to be, but didn't know it was going to pop off kind of like it did. So we did find ourselves at the right place in the right time. And I think luck is definitely part of this whole thing, but you got to put yourself out there to, sound corny, but to find that luck, you got to be out there doing your thing or else you're not going to get lucky. So.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end it. So where can people find you? Stores and online and such?
Yeah, so online we sell direct to consumer all across the country, Amazon, and through our website. We're in pretty much all the Albertsons, Fred Meyer's locally, Winco's, Boise Co-op. And then, depending on where you're at in the country, just go to our store locator and boom, you'll find the spot.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can eat some ice cream.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Gonna have to.
Let's do it.
Welcome back, Startup Weekers. Right on the tail end of Louis Armstrong's keynote for the food track. Hope you enjoyed it. He talked with Jeff Reynolds, who is, a matter of fact, one of the founding executives at Trailhead as well. So 2 Trailhead legends on stage there that you just saw. And I noticed a few discrepancies within the chat features umbrella. So my team and I wanted to take a couple of minutes and just highlight the chat feature and the schedule and stream feature umbrella, just to make sure that from a user experience, the folks at home can exactly see what it is that we're talking about. And so I believe that you can see my screen now. And after you sign up in or on boisestartupweek.org, you will receive a confirmation email from Eventbrite. That email will direct you to Brella. Once you're set up in Brella, this is the screen that you will see. So right now I'm looking at people, as you can see on the left-hand side here. These are all the people that are participating, including speakers. So you can toggle back and forth and just find out who else is attending, who is speaking, are they matched to you, set up a meeting with them, try to chat with them, engage and connect. But what we're seeing, and Louis's keynote really made this clear to us, I'm going to click on the link over here that says stream. So this will take me to the curated live stream. In other words, these are videos, talks, and panels that we, the community, chose for you to watch in the live stream. Now, while you're in the live stream, on the right-hand side, you can see that there's a chat feature here. And in here, you can type in your question or your comment, so on and so forth. What is really important is that when you're in Brella, to take full advantage of Brella's capabilities, if you're on the stream, which it looks like most of our users are naturally gravitating towards the stream, when you're in the stream and you see a talk and you really want to get engaged and start networking with the people that are in the talk, you need to switch over to schedule. So now that I hit over on the schedule, you see the schedule for today pops up, and you will see at least 9 more talks on the schedule for Tuesday than you would just watching the live stream. So there's, in other words, some talks on here that are not in the stream that you still have access to. The speakers for those talks are waiting in these chat rooms. So for you to engage with these speakers, you really should go to schedule. In schedule, pick the event, and for example, Right now, our social impact track is hosting diversity, equity, and inclusion for your company, no matter how big or small. I'm going to click play. I am now in the channel. I'm not in the live stream. I am in the actual channel. And over here on the right, you can see both Alex, the speaker, and Kenton, the facilitator, are in the chat function over here, taking questions and answering questions and elaborating on them. So I hope this made it clear for you. Get into Brella, get into the schedule, pick your talk, and engage with the speakers. That said, we're about to take a quick break, about 15 minutes long, but before we do, a quick word from our sponsors.
Entrepreneurs solve problems that make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why it's so important to support Startup Week.
Welcome back, everyone. Back to the live stage at Jump here for Boise Startup Week 2020. I'm excited because I have here with me my teammate and coworker, Matt Gilkerson. Welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, team, for having me, and for all the folks joining us for Boise Startup Week. It's an honor to be here today at the headquarters of Startup Week this week.
Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
This is going to be fun because you and I get to work together every day and technically interview each other every day. So this will be a little different for me. That said, we're here to tee up Trailmix, one of the marquee events of Boise Startup Week this year and every year. Also one of our marquee programs at Trailhead. And so before we take a deep dive into Trailmix and the genesis of Trailmix, I want to give the audience a chance to get to know you a little bit, Matt. So why don't you tell us just a little bit about, your role at Trailhead, how long you've been there, and what you enjoy doing.
Yeah, sure. I'm more than happy to share a little bit about myself. I started at Trailhead just under 5 years now, which is insane to think about the time that I've been at the organization.
So you've been there longer than I have been.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and in that time, I've kind of grown with the organization and started out, managing member services, member communication, that kind of stuff, and then over the years have moved in, really under your leadership, into like a full-fledged program management role. So, be it Trailmix, we have some really cool programs I'd love to share a little bit about. Those are all really kind of under my management through you and then the board, and so really just my day-to-day, amongst a myriad of other things, especially on a week such as Boise Startup Week, I manage and coordinate all of our programs at Trailhead, and there's a lot we do in the community and in the state that I'm really proud of.
And Trailmix being one of the programs and one of the marquee programs.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about programs in the context of Trailmix. So when we do programs, they're really tailored to help entrepreneurs. At the end of the day, they're the center of all the work that we do. And when you apply that to Trailmix, tell me a little bit about the history of Trailmix. How did Trailmix come to be? And tell us about our fabulous partner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Trailmix, spearheaded by Albertsons, and has like a deep history, I feel like, within the organization. Albertsons, as you know, and some of our audience may know, is a founding supporter partner, if you will, of Trailhead as an organization.
So they sponsored us since day one, right?
Day one, yeah. There's a photo with Faisal, who we talked about earlier, and a few other founding members, with Kathy Holland, who's really our main point of contact at Albertsons. So
Andy Scoggin is on that photo too, right?
That's a good point. Yeah, Andy Scoggin is also on that photo, and so we're talking, 6 years ago.
This was our opening day, if I don't.
Yeah. And so they have the original check. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
So long history organizationally, and then we saw Lewis earlier. So why don't you tell us about how Lewis then led to what we conceived as Trailmix?
Yeah. And before I get into that, this really paints a picture in my mind of the value of everything we're doing here. Whether it's with Trailhead, Boise Startup Week, Trailmix, it really ties back to, like you said, putting the entrepreneur at the center of the ecosystem and trying to understand their pain points, the problems, and help them grow to that next level. And so going back to Lewis, who you just heard his great keynote, with Jeff Reynolds, as you mentioned, which was a founding director of Trailhead, and was, it's been around before I have, really started with an idea from Lewis at Trailhead, where he, saw this need, saw this problem, if you will, and uniquely solved it. And then through connecting with Jeff as the program director at the time, went through a few of our programs, Startup Now, Idea Set Go, and really went through and graduated out in a demo of his product at the stage at Trailhead. And this was probably 4 years ago at this point, or more. And so to be able to, for me personally, to be able to see the breadth and depth of that relationship and the way it's formed over the years, it's something that I don't think ecosystem builders get to see all the time. They put in that work, they put in that effort and that energy, but they don't get to see the fruits of their labor, for lack of a better phrase.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Ecosystem building is a long-term game. I mean, you plant seeds today, 5 to 10 years from now, they may take root and turn into something. But as you talk about Lewis and the partnership, Trailhead's partnership with Albertsons, I think it's really important to point out that, let's consider Lewis as a food product entrepreneur at a farmer's market, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you have, prior to going public, I think Albertsons was the second largest privately held company in the United States, right? So a giant corporation over here, Lewis, a small food product entrepreneur over there, is bridging the gap between those, right? Leveraging the assets that Albertsons has and brings to our community, figuring out a way to benefit the small food product entrepreneurs at farmers markets like Lewis. And so Trailmix is sort of that conduit, that bridge between the two, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's really cool to see someone like Albertsons who, bring up their history with the organization, in that they really are a very unique partner in the space, because they are this behemoth of an industry leader, while at the same time they are able to pinpoint back down to their Market Street stores here, specifically Broadway, and partnering with us to really bring one of these products from a farmer's market to the shelves of Broadway, the shelves of an Albertsons store.
So on that note, though, let's talk about that for a second. So in this value proposition, pretty clear, Lewis gets the benefit, or food product entrepreneurs like Lewis get the benefit, all its participants. Trailhead benefits because now we have a resourceful private partner that comes to the table and enables us to help our entrepreneurs. But why do you think Albertsons is doing it? What's in it for them?
At their core, I feel like Albertsons, I believe Albertsons is a grocer, a true to their mission, and have always steadfastly held to that. And you look at the work they've done here locally in our community, they obviously aren't going to change or shift into their core mission and values of what they're doing. And so for them to come back down and look to local products within our ecosystem, our robust ecosystem, really just makes sense, because it really is their competitive advantage in that space. They are grocers.
So what you're saying in a way is, if I understand correctly, is that so Albertsons may not be, because of their size and because of their scale, they might not be the best at figuring out the supply chain for small local producers. And so that's where Trailhead comes in, that's where Trailmix comes in. Again, the conduit between the Albertsons and the local producers, or the small food product entrepreneurs. And so on that note, I know we talked about Lewis a lot, so now I think the audience and I are having a good understanding of how this got started, and then we formed a program around it. Talk about the last 2 years. So the winners, why don't you point them out?
Yeah. So I'll be interviewing the past 2 winners of Trailmix. Joni Kinwell-Moore with Snacktivists won our inauguration year of Trailmix, and then Kate Stoddard with Orchestra Provisions, who hopefully you were able to join us at the kickoff of Boise Startup Week and take part in that delicious recipe that they used her spices in. And both of those are great examples of the journey of a food product startup. The reason Trailmix started, the reason Albertsons and Trailhead joined together was at the core 30,000 feet, food product startups, CPGs, all face unique hurdles and barriers to entry into a market. And so, you know, you look at like what it takes to develop an app or what it takes to launch a website or a service, and then you look at like creating a food product, and there's just a lot of different needs and resources to help grow and scale. So yeah, that's really where the work is done post Trailmix with these finalists that I refer to, where everything prior to that is really, you know, from farmer's market to supermarket. It's working with a variety of different types of entrepreneurs at different levels, and therefore have different needs and unique needs. And that's one of my personal favorite part of this program is the diversity of types of startups that we, of course, they're all food products, but within there's so many different levels and types
We'll
that
get
you'll be
into
seeing
that
here in a minute.
I want to get in. Yeah, we'll see that in a minute. The pitches are ahead, right?
Yes.
But I also I want to get into that here in just a little bit. But before I do, tell me a little bit about, you know, you have really close relationships to the winners. You keep in touch with them. You provide ongoing support to them. Tell me sort of, as you experience them winning, like, what does it mean to a Joni or a Kate to win $20,000, which is nice, but ultimately the prize is to get on the shelves of Albertsons. What does that mean in terms of, you know, validation for an entrepreneur?
Yeah, there's so much in there, and there's so much in that question. And I'm actually going to bring up another, not to throw another one in here, another competitor of a former Trailmix competition, and her name is Judy. And at the time, her idea was a granola bar called Be Good. And she came in as a finalist and at Trailmix and was able to work through her pitch. Had not given a pitch up until that point. Worked with her and helped her develop her product. She wasn't a winner, but then after, she was hooked up with some of our partners to provide her some mentorship. Through that, she found out some IP. I hope you tuned into the USPTO talk earlier, because there was a little bit of an IP issue there, and she had to rebrand completely to now Your Bar.
From Be Good to Your Bar.
Yeah, and so you can even find her at both Albertsons and the Co-op here locally.
But let me get this straight. She didn't win, meaning she didn't land on Albertsons shelves, but participating in Trailmix led her down the path of rebranding, and she ultimately did get on Albertsons shelves.
And not only that, she presented at a national food product pitch competition in San Francisco and won in her category.
So safe to say that if you become a finalist at Trailmix, you've pretty much already won.
There just is you could say that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's say that for our viewers today.
Thank you. And you're not hesitating to correct me because I'm your boss. It's just you happen to agree. Sure. Let's talk about Trailmix in years past, really contrasting to this year's Trailmix. So in years past, we've all been used to, going to Trailhead, 200 plus people packing the house. There's a full-on trade show going on. People are sampling food left and right. The finals are on stage. It's a very dynamic event. You can just feel people's energy. This year, it was all done differently, right? It was pre-recorded. So tell us a little bit about the difference between the last two in person and this, or was there even a difference other than this logistics that I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, great question. A lot of nostalgia in describing the showcase portion of Trailmix, which look forward to presenting in a variety of ways in years to come. And in fact, this year we actually have a showcase taking part on Thursday as part of Boise Startup Week with some past Trailmix participants, applicants, and even finalists this year. But to your question, this year was a huge pivot, of course, as you're hearing across every track for that matter. What we did is we made this a pre-recorded event where we had the judges, where in years past everyone would be in the same spot. The judges got all the samples delivered to them, and they called in via Zoom to sample and try the products. Basically, at the conclusion of those 5 pitches, they enter their scores, and then that's how we select the winner.
So it was all one and done, one day, done remotely. How did the judges taste the food of the pitchers that were on stage?
So they had it. We hand delivered it to them at their home or wherever they were at, and they were able to basically have this packaged goodie box, if you will, that they were able to take out those samples and try them at the discretion of the finalists. So was definitely a different approach this year, but the takeaway for me personally was very similar in as far as the impact and the overall outcome. And I am just as excited as ever to hear who the winner is. And
if you don't know already.
I may have a hunch.
You may have a hunch. Someone must have processed those judging scores, right?
Yes, someone was in charge of that, and I don't know.
Okay, all right. I'll take you by your word. Hey, I want to touch on one other thing, one last thing, really. From the time these entrepreneurs apply to Trailmix to the time they pitch or they show up today to receive their check, what happens in the meantime? Do they just apply and then one day they show up with a nice slide deck? Or what is the work that you do from the time to apply to help them get ready? And I will throw this out there. These aren't your usual pitches for investment, right? You're pitching to win shelf space at Albertsons. So tell us kind of what happens between when they apply and when they pitch.
And that's an important distinction because it's a very unique pitch. But we really do have an intense application process. And then through that, we select the finalists, multiple application rounds. Then we select the finalists. And then at that point, we link them up one-on-one with a mentor that we check in with them and they follow them throughout this whole process. And so that's something that's, as I'm researching more into similar programs, is pretty unique to what we do. And as far as we really work with them to curate this pitch with hand-selected mentors who and coaches who we've worked with in our ecosystem for the past 2 years, at least on this specific.
Maybe a quick shout out to this year's mentors.
Yeah, so I want to shout out. We have Matt Price, who you guys saw just a few moments ago. He was a mentor for one of the finalists. We have John Williamson, who you'll hear from and see throughout this week. We have Jolene Anderson, as well as Steve Clear with Kitchen to Shelf, and I was a mentor myself.
The fifth elusive mentor, sitting right here.
There's one other. So yeah, I had a really valuable time, and it speaks to really the value I pull personally from this program. And
so they get support, they get preparation, they're assigned a mentor.
And then they get ready and we throw them into the pitch portion, which is literally like one shot. You do it, you get questions from judges, which were made up of Albertsons store managers, as well as another partner. So we had Kim Capelli with Albertsons, and we had Mark Pretty, and then
from Happy Day Brands.
From Happy Day Brands, who's also a sponsor. And then we had Heather Lindberry, who was the other Albertsons store director that encompasses all the judges this year. So they all said they had a really good time and are as eager as we are to learn who the winners are.
So as Matt's talking about this, guys and gals, I really hope that you're getting pumped and excited because everything we're talking about, you're about to see. The Trailmix pitches are up this evening. I believe it starts at 4:30. We are going to take a quick break between now and then, but before we do, quick word from our sponsors.
Albertsons is bringing the fresh every day. Crispy, juicy, delicious. We're cutting fresh, so you don't have to. Slicing fresh in store. Icing, baking, and flower bouquet making. At Albertsons, this is how we do fresh. Come and get it.
You're about to watch Trailmix Pitch Competition 2020. You'll see 5 early-stage food product entrepreneurs who are going to get on our stage and compete for a $20,000 cash prize and a much sought-after spot on Albertsons shelves.
Hi, I'm Dan Smith.
My name is Matt Bishop.
Thank you for the opportunity today to share a little bit of our product with you.
When it comes to food, food is very visceral. Food is very personal. You are what you eat. You put it inside of you. And it's much like art. And when foodies go out and share their creation that they've, blood, sweat, and tears were spent on this creation, when they share it with other people, that validation, that visceral, emotional, you put it in your body, when they get a positive feedback, it just changes everything.
I worked for my mom for over 10 years to learn how to perfect the white barbecue sauce.
So Albertsons looks at Trailmix from a few different perspectives. So first and foremost, their Broadway store and their new Eagle store have a heightened emphasis on local. When you walk into the store, there's an entire section that features local product. They do that not because it's only the right thing to do, because that's what their customers are asking them for. The customers want more local products. And so that is where, Trailmix and Trailhead come into the picture, as we can help Albertsons be the bridge between that large corporate giant we have here and these small early stage food product entrepreneurs.
So what made you decide to go from a raw material supplier to a CPG?
First of all, on the margin, it wasn't that much incremental capabilities.
Most food product entrepreneurs have pitched for some kind of investment, or have gone to a bank, or have had to convince their spouse that this is the next best idea on the planet and I have to do this, honey. So they've done pitching before, but what's different about Trailmix and what we have to prepare these finalists for is now you're pitching for shelf space. The $20,000, yes, it's a prize, but really what you're pitching for is shelf space. That's a different proposition. Because now you're talking about velocity of your product, how fast does it fly off the shelf? You're talking about price points, distribution, your ability to supply, where in the store does it go, what category does it fall under? And so we do a lot of vetting when it comes to making sure that these finalists meet a minimum threshold. And what that threshold is that their product is shelf ready. And through that process, we pair them up with mentors. Those mentors then sync up with the finalists one-on-one and prep them. They go through their pitches. They go through each and every slide. They question the figures and metrics that they put up there. And then from that point, really the finalists prep to get on stage and deliver their pitches.
I really appreciate having the opportunity to present to you guys today.
Boise Startup Week, are you ready for this? Without further ado, here are the pitches for Trailmix 2020.
The best advice I would give is that, a good idea is a dime a dozen. Execution is the most important thing, but cooperation is even more important. Learning how to build a coalition effectively, especially with what we were doing, which was ahead of the curve. Winning the pitch competition would be immeasurable. You can, it's the visibility, the validation. It would be an inflection point. Hello, I'm David Wishnick. I'm CEO and co-founder of NutriBerry, and this is our pitch for the Trailmix Pitch Competition. Hello, my name is David, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to share with you how I founded NutriBerry and the journey of how NutriBerry developed the capabilities it has today. In 2011, while finishing my MBA, I began to discover that I was very entrepreneurial and that real opportunities in food and beverage were happening from the ground up. Since my undergraduate degree was in chemical engineering, I thought a good place to start would be to organize a conference with the American Institute of Chemical Engineers on sustainability to fish for ideas of what to build a company around. At that conference, I met Professor Graham Allen. Professor Allen has been a chemical engineering professor for decades and teaches creativity and innovation. He mentioned to me how he'd been reading about the health benefits of berries and introduced me to some Pacific Northwest fruit processors. These processors educated me on fruit processing, and they gave me some berry seed cake to work with that's often discarded during the production of seedless puree. After tinkering with an R&D berry seed process, I went into business with Robert Allen, Graham Allen's son, leased a 3,500-foot food processing facility and scaled up our manufacturing process. And like Joe Albertson, I became a clerk at a natural grocery store on the weekends. And then I started working at a high school as a tutor. And while I was tutoring, I started to realize that the students were doing projects on how to read nutritional labels. And they were doing projects and studying the microbiome. It was those experiences and walking the aisles countless times on the weekends that helped me understand that NutriBerry had a purpose and was developing the capabilities to meet unmet consumer demand. The way people perceive food has changed rapidly over the past several years, but there appear to be two societal trends locked in. First, that the environment be protected along the food chain, and second, demand for healthier products. This has created a brand new category. It's called upcycled food. Simply put, Upcycling food reclaims nutrient-dense byproducts that would normally be discarded and transforming them to be used in food and beverage manufacturing. It's a big issue. In fact, in the US alone, over 52 million tons of unused food ends up in the landfills. 1/3 of everything in landfills is food. And going back to the changing market sentiments, a recent Drexel University study suggests that consumers perceive upcycled food to be on par with organic certification. Saying it another way, consumers may be willing to pay more money for truly upcycled and sustainable products. And the food industry is listening. They created the Upcycled Food Association, and they're rolling out a certification process. And CPG products that use a certain percent of upcycled ingredients can use their logo to communicate to consumers that the product they're about to purchase is upcycled. This has only been amplified during COVID. In fact, a recent survey says that 85% of the people that responded back have been thinking about sustainability more often during COVID than before. And 58% of those consumers say they'd be willing to pay more money for products that demonstrate environmental responsibility. But we're much more than just an upcycled food company. We work with berry seeds, and seeds have nutritional value. Think flaxseed, hemp seed, chia seed. But what differentiates berry seeds is their high content of polyphenols. Polyphenols, though natural antioxidants, are much more than that. They're prebiotic. That means the 5 to 7 pounds of gut bacteria that we all have, collectively known as the microbiome, consume polyphenols. And science has proven that when these bacteria consume polyphenols, they produce healthy compounds that have a positive impact on human health. The nutraceutical market is growing at 9% compounded annual growth rates. And more specifically, the polyphenol market is growing at 7.1% compounded annual growth rate, revised upwards. NutriBerry is already working with independent natural retailers, and many of them are very cooperative with us and tell us what's working. And what we found out is that our product, as one retailer said, is flying off the shelves by the bananas. It's literally low-hanging fruit. We believe that's because our product works excellent in smoothies. But we're much more than a standalone product that can be used in smoothies. The berry seeds, because they've been in a berry, absorb a little bit of flesh. And when they're milled and you add heat, it releases a very pleasant aroma that fills up the room and is also retained in the baked good product. So we think extending our product into baking mixes, which are up 125%, makes sense. Raspberry, blackberry, and blueberry, powered by NutriBerry. And baking mixes are up 125%. One Smart Cookie, powered by NutriBerry. We're also ketogenic friendly. We have 1 gram of net carbs per 5 grams of serving. And the polyphenol content plays right into the ketogenic diet. Bulletproof 360, for example, a pioneer in the ketogenic diet, has launched an in-fuel product. And their attributes are high in fiber, high in polyphenols. We're 60% fiber. And we're low in sugar too. If you think about a whole raspberry that's dried, it's about 60% sugar. We're 5% sugar. And we have more polyphenols in the fruit itself, and we're 60% fiber. NutriBerry already has traction. We started off as a B2B bulk ingredient business and have forward integrated. We've sold bulk food ingredients to New Zealand. We work with a lot of e-commerce sales channels for our retail product and are about to launch our website for an omni-channel sales approach. I'm a preventive control quality individual, which means I could amend our food safety plans. We're HACCP certified. And we work with multinational fruit processors. And we're plugged right into them. And when they make their seedless puree, they freeze it right away. All we do is ask them to put the seed cake in a barrel. And then it goes to the same cold storage that they use. It goes under our accounts, and their seedless puree goes in their accounts. But what we do is we take notes of the lot number that the fruit processor used to manufacture their seedless puree, giving us perfect traceability from the farm to our product. I'm very grateful to have shared with you the journey that NutriBerry has had. And I'm honored to be a finalist in the Trailmix pitch competition. I so look forward to working with Albertson regardless of the outcome, and look forward to continuing our conversation with your questions.
How do you
David,
plan on distributing?
We start off in bulk. We have a couple of food distribution brokers. Frankly, most of our sales have come in personal care. We backfill microbeads, for example, but that's given us, we've built the skill to separate the seed from pumice. So because we size the powder as a natural exfoliant, that has given us the capabilities to use pumice, which is juice concentrate, the seedless puree. That's how we started. It's a very clean raw material. We don't need to really do much for that. But pumice is like billions and billions of pounds that we can sift to get to the seed, which is important because pumice is a little bit more debris. I mean, maybe I'm getting too much into the manufacturing, but we broker in personal care and food. We have a successful broker in New Zealand. We have some brokers in the United States. And Europe's been a little bit more challenging, but that's bulk ingredients. For retail, we just got a list from the Independent Natural Retailers Association of 380 independent grocers, and we've been calling them, mailing out samples, and some of them buy on the spot, some of them take some time. And we've had some pretty good success considering the circumstances we're under. And consistently, we found that it sells well by the bananas. And that's because we believe it works really well in smoothies. We got accepted into the California Milk Advisory Board, Beverage Accelerator, because of this, because purees and milk are good bases for smoothies. And they're very common to stock up on bananas when people buy their fruit for the weekly smoothies.
So what made you decide to go from a raw material supplier to a CPG?
First of all, on the margin, it wasn't that much incremental capabilities. A competitive advantage. Plus, I do believe that you have to show the market the way. You have to prove that it can be done. I mean, Renewal Mills and Regrained, as examples, have the same business model. And, for lack of saying it better, I just think that if I'm given the opportunity to win on the retail level, I will. And I believe the opportunity is there. And it's not that difficult to put it in pouches. We have one broker. We do work with Stocked, for example. They're a local Seattle, and they fill. So all we have to do is, we have a truck. We put the drums on a truck, put the pouches on the same truck, and take it to them. They fill it for us. It's the sales and marketing, and that's my entire focus. We've already mastered and perfected the manufacturing. We have the supply chain. And we're making the product already, so we have we're getting towards economies of scale. So it only made sense to forward integrate, and go out there. And we've had some good feedback from the natural grocers. They're buying it. Some of them are putting it on the shelves, but everybody has liked it. Buyers and independent natural retailers, I don't think they see the future or have the staff to see the future in the same way a company like Albertsons does.
We're also kind of known as a high-low operator. So if we took a new item like this, we would definitely look for a plan quarterly, at least quarterly, on how you plan to promote and how you plan to get your item out there, tried, and get it to be a household name. And it would probably be best in one of Heather's store, her Market Street store. And I don't know if and when we're ever going to do sampling again in the stores, but Heather, I could see this in a smoothie in samples blowing off the shelves. I think it would be, because there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it, really.
Yeah, and we have an access strategy, and demoing is something we are planning to do. We understand the cost drivers associated with that, and we're prepared to invest in it, especially with a company like Albertsons. I mean, that's really what we want to happen. And thank you so much for your time, and I really do appreciate it, and look forward to being in touch. Thank you so much.
There's some history in my life that has helped me to really focus on the long-term goal while making adjustments as we go. I climb mountains, don't right now, but that was one of my favorite things to do. And I could see the top, but the path that you took to get there, sometimes you'd run into boulders, you'd have to do something different. And I think if people can keep the eye on that long-term goal, and that persistence and that ability to adapt, I think is what resiliency really means to us. Winning this pitch for me would be a validation that I made a good decision. I was managing a 6-surgeon medical practice for almost 7 years and walked away at the end of the year from a $100,000 a year job to do sipping vinegars. And so the validation that it would bring to me, that just like an encouragement, not so much that I need a stamp of approval, but we're on the right path. This is the right direction to go. Hi, I'm Jenny, founder and CEO of Wild Heart Sipping Vinegar, and this is our pitch for the Trailmix Pitch Competition. I'm Jenny. Thank you for the opportunity today to share a little bit of our product with you, our sipping vinegars, also known as shrubs. We're excited about them, we're passionate about them, and we're looking forward to sharing a little bit of that with you. And just by full disclaimer, I am not a polished presenter, but I am something of a serial entrepreneur and have started several successful companies with my husband of 30 years. Most of those grew out of our desire to take something that was a curiosity or a passion and move it to the next level where it became something that had potential for us to turn into a business. So Wild Heart, these sipping vinegars, started at our craft distillery. They were made with apple cider vinegar. They were made for components of craft cocktails. And I've been long a proponent of the benefits of apple cider vinegar, so it was a natural transition for us. But what I was really excited about was the potential to bring the health of that whole apple cider vinegar into the whole of a person's diet, not just through beverages like you see here on the screen, but also as vinaigrettes and marinades. In your sampler box, I think you got one of our culinary guides, and it just shows a way that we can empower our customers to really tap into the versatility of this product. But we knew when we started that we needed to learn a lot about food process and safety controls. So I went to Oregon State University. I took their course in preventative food controls for human consumption, as well as an acidified food course, which is what the shrubs are. And then I tucked myself under the wing of an experienced processor we had in our area, kind of as a mentor to help guide us. We subscribed to periodicals and things that would help keep us current in that food safety industry. So what do? We take that healthy apple cider vinegar and we combine it with natural fruit juices and botanicals, with spices and herbs, with natural dark cane sugar and raw honey, and then we cold age the whole thing for 4 to 6 weeks. And what that results in is this really nice, balanced beverage that people can actually enjoy, but it's also just chock full of all of those antioxidants and vitamins and minerals, the things that are found in those natural fruit juices. With that base ingredient as apple cider vinegar, that we found that a lot of our customers are interested in the health benefits of that, but they want something that's vegan. They want it plant-based. They prefer it gluten-free. And that's what we do. So the people that have apple cider vinegar, that understand the benefits of it, know that it's good for our gut health. It's good for anti-inflammatory. It's good for acid reflux and even an immune booster, like Matt mentioned a little earlier today. But the downside of all that is the taste. It can be pretty rough. So we feel that we've solved that for the consumer by that cold aging process. We've taken something kind of unpalatable and we've actually made it tasty. People that even thought they could never enjoy apple cider vinegar are finding that they really do like the taste. So apple cider vinegar as a whole is trending strongly among our health-conscious consumers, especially women, among athletes, people who are aging and want to continue to retain their good health as they age. MarketWatch is predicting nearly a 30% growth globally in that apple cider vinegar market. And they're seeing as the key strategy to that is diversification. So specialty beverages like we talked about and other ways that we can bring it into our health diet. But people want functional ingredients. They want things to be natural and clean, sustainable. So the people that buy Wild Heart specifically, our customers are 65% women. They are ages 35 to 65. They're very health conscious. They're foodies. And a lot of them are really looking just to solve a particular health concern that they think apple cider vinegar can help with. At $16 a bottle, our direct-to-consumer price, it's very approachable in that way. And we have sold over 7,000 bottles this year alone. The differentiator is that cold aging. It creates a really delicious product. And then we also empower our customers, as I said, to understand how versatile they can be. Regional competitors in Portland would be Pak Sum, and they're at $20 a bottle. There's the Shrub Farm that's up north of us in Bellingham at $23. And then out of California, Shrub & Co., which is $19.50 on Amazon. There are also other small producers, the ones that you'll find just in your local farmer's market, but they have trouble scaling up sustainably, mostly because in our area, due to a lack of good cold processor space. Our annual sales year over year have been strong, and so strong, in fact, that at the end of 2019, we made the decision for me to resign from my almost 7-year position as a surgical practice administrator to move into this full-time. 2020, even with the pandemic and the cancellation of most of our major events and festivals, we have seen tremendous growth in that wholesale side so that we will be over $100,000 by year end. We We have a very strong team, not only my husband and myself, but we have other people that are very strong in our producing side and in our sales side. We're debt-free. We have excellent liquidity. And the key for me is our equipment. It can scale up almost 5 times our production before we would have to move to a different facility. So some of the things we see as growth facilitators for us in the next 2 to 5 years are moving to a larger facility so that we can make enough product to support our relationships with our larger retailers. We're still expanding into farmers markets. That's where we get to introduce ourselves to people, have them try our product, and then send them over to those retailers, the innovative ones like Albertsons on Broadway and others that are really kind of changing the dynamic of that customer grocery shopping experience. And that processing space I mentioned, we saw a need there. So my husband and I forged a relationship with our local EDC, with our Department of Agriculture, Washington State University, and we're creating an incubator space of almost 5,000 square feet where those smaller processors can step in and grow their businesses. I think that's why Trailhead was so intriguing for us, is that there's an understanding that our success should be a rising tide that helps float others as well. So our customers find us at farmers markets, at fairs and festivals. The customers that find us there, they're looking for something that's delicious. They're looking for something that's versatile. They're looking for something that has value added, not just a beverage, but something that they can translate into a variety of things. So they find us at specialty shops and niche shops. And again, those progressive grocers like Thriftway and Tacoma Boys, soon Metro Market, and hopefully Albertsons. The only thing that we saw as a challenge with those larger retailers was where to put us, because we fit in several different categories. So our solution was to provide those retailers with a rolling cart like the one you see here that allowed them to easily stock, easily remerch, and had space for us to explain to the consumer at that point of sale what a sipping vinegar is and why they would want to try it. Our retailers that do that see a turnover near their busier check stands of 50 to 75 bottles a month, which we feel is significant. And I don't know if you've tried them yet, but I hope when you do that you love our vinegars as much as we do. I hope you find them delicious and intriguing. And I hope I've communicated well how they will resonate with your health conscious and your food-centric customers. And I believe we have some questions now.
What is cold aged compared to, I've seen lots of other sipping vinegars kind of out there, and maybe that's why yours is like 15, 16 versus $5, you know?
Right. So the sipping vinegars that you see like Bragg's in those little 8-ounce bottles and whatnot, those are predominantly water. So they take what we have, that sipping vinegar, very concentrated, they put it in that bottle, and so it's like kombucha. You just knock back the whole thing and you're done. So ours are concentrated. That's the difference, and that's the difference in that price point. But the cold aging process, what that does, it's kind of a little bit of like mad science from the winemaker's world. If you have a wine that's beginning to turn toward that vinegar, if you take it and plunge it, cold age it to about 28 degrees, what it does is it breaks down the exterior of that vinegar molecule and it takes the edge off it. So we do that at about 36 to 38 degrees, and when we cold age it, so when you try it, it doesn't have that bite as nearly as strong as you would have if we didn't.
So what would be the proportion? Like, we have these cute little shot glasses to be able to try them, but if we were making, do I take a can of Soleil sparkling water and add how much?
Exactly. So about a half an ounce. So that's what I enjoy, and it keeps that flavor is nice and soft. My husband likes it a little stronger, so he'll do a little more to an ounce. So in each one of those bottles of sipping vinegar, there's about 26 of those half-ounce servings. And the same for cocktails. When you're enjoying them that way, if they're placed more toward your liquor or your alcohol, they wind up being about a 2-to-1 ratio with that spirit. They do great. Most of them are great with vodka.
I just wanted to ask one question to be clear. So from a vertically integration standpoint, so you're a distillery, and you were saying that if as you scale, you're able to do that at your current facility, or you're going to use co-packers to do that?
So I'm not opposed.
co-processors,
Yeah,
I guess,
I'm not opposed to co-packers. I don't think we're at the point now where we need that. So we're continuing to rely on the staff that we have and what we're doing. So the distillery is one facility, and we sell the vinegars out of there. We have a commercial kitchen space that we have been working out of to produce the vinegars, but we knew we were going to outgrow that quickly. So the last almost year and a half, 2 years, we have been acquiring, retrofitting, and building equipment that will fit into a much larger facility. So instead of doing 50 bottles at a time, we moved to 100 bottles at a time, and then 200 at a time. And now we're doing 2 batches in a production that are over 500 apiece, and we can go to almost 5 times that before we have to change our equipment. So the kitchen that we're moving into at the end of the year will be that stair step, that next step before we move to a co-packer.
And the last thing I would just add, just as you're thinking about your scaling, think about your cost structure. It's one thing to be able to go to direct. Heather and Kim know this better than I do, but as a CPG brand, it's one thing to go direct to the marketplace stores. But as you expand and expand that footprint, you're going to have to think about a distributor, and that distributor could take anywhere up to about 25%. So when you think of your costing structure at 16, because I think you're mentioning most of your competition is above $19 to $20. So just know that as you scale, you'll have to think about that extra 25% margin in there for a distributor, so that you're really giving real thought to your profit margins.
I think you were talking to my husband earlier, because that's the exact same thing you and I were discussing on the plane on the way over here from the Olympia area, as he was talking about the need for that. And I think it's something that we definitely have in the works. So thank you. I appreciate it.
I was pleasantly surprised. I was kind of worried about tasting vinegar, but every one of them was tasty.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you.
Very good.
I think it's really easy to get burnt out and not be resilient if you don't have purpose. And so for us, I think having purpose has been key. If we're fortunate enough to win this competition, we would use the $20,000 in shelf space to obviously continue our mission. We're doing something that fundamentally is just structured differently than how most people imagine coffee being traded and sold. And we see huge value in that, but it also requires a little bit more effort and sometimes funding to be able to communicate that appropriately and tell people why this is different. I'm Matt Bishop, CEO and co-founder of Direct Access Coffee, and this is our pitch for the Trailmix Pitch Competition. Hello, my name is Matt Bishop. I'm co-founder of Direct Access Coffee, and we are re-engineering the coffee supply chain in order to get more profits to smallholder farmers and ultimately ensure that great tasting coffee remains on the shelves of grocery. Great tasting coffee is currently at risk because the smallholder growers who produce 80% of the world's supply of specialty coffee are also at risk. I would like to introduce you to Humberto Pecopaque. Humberto is a Colombian farmer who farms roughly 5.5 acres. And Humberto produces some exceptionally great tasting coffee. However, he has some challenges. When Humberto harvests his coffee, he can't take it and sell it to his neighbors because his neighbors all have a taste for instant Nescafe, and they don't have enough money to pay Humberto. Now, Humberto has a lot of potential customers in the US, in Europe, and other markets that are willing to pay top dollar for his coffee. However, he has some challenges there as well. When Humberto takes his coffee to the local intermediaries and processors who can help get his coffee into the export market, they all offer him the same price that Humberto's father would have received 45 years ago. This is an issue because Humberto's cost of fuel, fertilizers, his picking costs are all significantly greater, to the point where Humberto is no longer profitable. And he's not alone. We see this same thing with smallholder farmers in coffee growing regions around the world. Under the existing supply chain model, smallholder farmers often sell their coffee off of the farm almost immediately at an incredibly low price. From there, that coffee is traded from intermediary to intermediary, each one owning and reselling the coffee outright with a lot of profit being extracted. Each of those players is looking for profit maximization for themselves. At the end of the day, a lot of profit's taken out of the supply chain that doesn't go to benefit the smallholder farmer and doesn't even add value to the coffee. We've invented a new ownership model at Direct Access. We allow our farmers to own their coffee from the moment they grow it until it's sold through to grocery. We do this by aligning lenders with farmers. Once farmers borrow this money, they're capable of paying for their production costs, and they're capable of hiring us at the Direct Access team to manage a vertically integrated supply chain on their behalf. We help these farmers process their coffee, ship their coffee, roast their coffee, and package their coffee, all for set low fees. Once their coffee is roasted and packaged, we place that coffee under the Direct Access brand, a brand that we're actively growing in grocery and have sought outside investment to grow quickly. What does this mean for farmers? In the case of Umberto, if he were to take his entire crop for the year and be forced to sell it on the commodity market, he would actually lose money. If he's to take his entire crop and he puts it in Direct Access, he actually receives a profit of $15,000 for the year. This is a huge deal in an economy where the average annual income for a family is $287. Now, thankfully, Umberto is already one of our clients. He's a farm partner. We have additional farm partners in Colombia, in Nicaragua, and Guatemala. We're actively growing our presence in Indonesia, Ethiopia, and Honduras. We have a lot of interest at the farm level to participate in our program, and that's a great thing because we're going after a massive market. $2 billion is spent on specialty coffee that's consumed at home in the US each year, and specialty coffee is growing at a rapid clip. In less than a decade, the amount of people who reported drinking a gourmet coffee drink in the previous day grew from 24% to 61%. We're not only going after the people who are drinking specialty coffee, but we're going after another growing demand that we see in the market. That's a demand for transparency. RX Bar is a great example of a brand who's grown themselves on transparency in ingredients. Tony's Chocolonely is a great example of a company that's growing themselves on transparency in supply chain. And I should mention that Tony's has a strategic partnership with Barry Callebaut, which happens to be the world's largest chocolate producer. Barry Callebaut is committed to a completely transparent supply chain by 2025 because they see this growing consumer demand. Consumers want to know what they're putting in their body, where it came from, and ever more so, whether or not the people all along that supply chain were taken care of. We're meeting all of those goals. We're providing transparency in ingredient, transparency in supply chain, and financial transparency. We make a bold statement up front with our coffee. This coffee will save coffee, and we believe that. We are saving great tasting specialty coffee. On the front of our packaging, we tell consumers that we get more money to the smallholder farmers who need it. On the back, we introduce consumers to the actual farmer who grew this coffee in the bag, and we tell consumers more about our supply chain model and our finances and invite them to go online and look at the actual finances behind the coffee that they're drinking, the individual coffee. Now, I took a sampling of national coffee brands selling in the specialty space at the Broadway Albertsons. I've graphed them in quality versus price. With Direct Access, we're sourcing small lot coffees that are hand cultivated and carefully processed. And I believe we could have the highest quality coffee, best tasting coffee on your shelf for a price that is of value to consumers. If I plot those same brands in transparency versus price, we offer the highest level of transparency to include financial transparency. And again, in meeting that demand that we see from consumers for that transparency, we're the greatest value on the shelf. We have a leadership team that brings together deep skill sets in leadership, business, and food production. I'm a United States Naval Academy grad. I served as a Marine Corps officer with 2 tours in Iraq. I additionally served as an Army Special Forces officer in Latin America. I have a master's and an MBA from Georgetown, and I was also a strategy and operations consultant for Deloitte. I founded a coffee company called Cafe Mule, of which you have a mug this morning. Along with my partner, we've grown that brand to have a regional presence and are already distributed in 31 Noshi Albertsons in the Intermountain region. My partner, Colin Seeley, founded a coffee company called Ironside Roasting Company, which has been a great success locally in natural and specialty grocery, as well as the cafe and office markets. Colin has a master's in food science from Cornell. He's worked for such companies as Treetop and Danone, managing co-packing on a national level, and additionally, he's worked down at the farm level in Zambia, taking raw products and producing those into higher value packaged goods. We operate out of a 4,100 square foot production facility that we manage on our own here in Boise. We have 2 roasters that we work in tandem. We're currently at 20% capacity with our equipment, with plenty of room to grow. We're an FDA registered facility. We're certified by the Central District Health Department as a production facility, and we're an organic certified facility by the Idaho State Department of Agriculture, allowing us to release a line of organic direct access coffees where we work with organic farmers in the future. I'd like to also mention that we have the required education and certification to meet all FSMA requirements. We have a board of advisors that brings additional skill sets in scaled distribution, green coffee cultivation, specialty grocery, marketing, and finance. When we look to work with a channel partner, there's one thing that's most important to us, and that's finding a partner that aligns with our values. Albertsons aligns with our values. I'm going to give you a moment to read this quote by Chad Koester, Albertsons Company's own brand Senior Vice President. As you can see here, Albertsons is looking to source coffee in a manner that improves the livelihoods of the people that grew that coffee. That's exactly what we're doing. We believe that through a partnership with Albertsons, we can scale direct access to a national level, and we can do so quickly. In achieving that, we can have a major impact on the livelihoods of smallholder coffee farmers the world over. And in achieving that, we're going to do something that has true relevance to our industry, ensures high-quality specialty coffee is in the market, and important to Albertsons. Through that partnership, we can ensure that Albertsons has the best tasting specialty coffee available in grocery on their shelves. Let's partner together to achieve these ends. Thank you. I would like to open up to questions.
So do the beans get sent to you guys then here for you to roast and package?
They do. So we're working with collectives and co-ops in Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Colombia right now. And so we manage our relationship with the farmers through those co-op operators. They end up, doing the processing, and we coordinate on the shipping, and then it gets sent here to us. We roast it and package it here in Boise.
So Matt, well, first of all, congratulations on this. Right now, these beans are not organic. But obviously, in order for you guys to certify them organic, they're going to have their organic certification in place.
Yes.
Are you guys at the farm level? How do you know how they're producing the coffee? What types of chemicals they are or they're not using? Just tell me a little bit about that kind of real direct relationship. How direct really is it? Are you there? Are you relying on somebody else to tell you what they're doing?
Yeah, right now we're relying on collective and co-op operators whom we've worked with for 4 years over the course of the other brands we've built. And we kind of cherry-picked those people because of the processes they have in place, to include codes of ethics that they have their farmers, sign and knowing their processes. It's funny, I was actually meant to be in Colombia in April and then a slew of other farm-level trips as we launched this. And then obviously we all know what happened, COVID happened. So I'm kind of on the burner as soon as COVID lifts to be down at the farm level. Right now, the best that we can do is with some of our farmers, we have varying levels of contact. There's one farmer in Guatemala whom I talk with on WhatsApp, and we send photos back and forth, and I have that level of contact. But in the case of some of our other farmers who are more remote, we're relying on those co-op and collective operators. We're asking them to send us basically verification through contracts and photos that they've followed through in giving the financial premiums back to these farmers and taking care of some of the other items in this supply chain.
So do you just have the whole beans in the grind, or do you have a K-cup version as well?
Yeah, currently we're not in any single serve options. We're open to those in the future. We launched this program, going into the shelf in grocery in July. So we're in 2 locations of a natural, specialty grocer here in Boise, one further upstate in Idaho. We've sold into a couple other locations of a larger chain, and then we have a grocery broker that's actively working on our behalf. We'd like to grow the whole bean and ground coffee for a little bit, but we're certainly open to moving into K-Cups in the future. We see the demand there. We see the massive market that's growing there. Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so
Have
much.
a great day. Enjoy the coffee.
See, I live in Washington. My mom, she's in Alabama. So the way I look at it is to keep her legacy and food alive. I can do it from the Northwest and then, keep her name alive. That way the restaurant and all that work she did won't die. And then I can pass it on to my kids and they can have their kids. They can always see what the restaurant did out of all these years and, the outcome. Well, if I win it, it'll make me feel wonderful because I can go and say, look what I done. So that would just put her on a whole different scale. You know what I'm saying? Hey, she been working all these years and doing all this work, and it'll be a reward for her. My name is Douglas Williams. I'm the owner of Dot Soul Food, and this is my pitch for Trailmix pitch competition. Okay, hello. I want to thank God, Trailmix, Albertsons, for this great opportunity to introduce you and let you know that Dots give people different choices of sauces for their meats, salads, pastas, and coleslaw. Have you noticed that the world doesn't need another red barbecue sauce? What the world is missing is a white barbecue sauce. And let me tell you why. White barbecue sauce has a southern taste that is common in Alabama. Hello, my name is Douglas B. Williams. I am the owner of Dot Soul Food. I'm going to introduce you to the world's best white barbecue sauce and share a little bit about why I am here today. I want to start off by telling you my story and introducing you to my mom. My mom's name is Dorothy L. Williams. She owns a soul food restaurant in Alabama. My mom is a great cook. She loves to cook, and she's been cooking her whole life. My mom does not mess around. And when I say she doesn't mess around, I mean that. Because one time, when I first started this and I started sampling, I sent a sample home to my mom, and she rejected it. I always loved eating her cooking. It was until I moved to Washington State that I realized how much that I missed her cooking. Since I've been here, eating her foods, one of my favorite memories of her foods was the white barbecue sauce. I always loved eating her white barbecue sauce. It has a southern taste that is not spicy that I had to have. I could use the white sauce on all my meats, salads, coleslaws, or whatever foods I chose. I will pour it on my foods and let it do its thing. I felt like a part of me was left in the South. I later moved back to Alabama to learn how to perfect the white barbecue sauce and cook many foods. I worked for my mom for over 10 years where I learned how to do all these things. My mom does not write her recipes down, so all my learning was on the fly. I remember mentioning to my mom about putting the white barbecue sauce on the market. And her words to me was to do it myself. I have done enough. 2015, I moved back to Washington with my son. Remembering what my mom had told me, I knew I had to do two things. One was I was gonna make the white barbecue sauce a part of everybody's life in the world. And two, that I would have to do it from the Northwest. Knowing Miss Dot's white barbecue sauce is the best white barbecue sauce in the world, this is when my journey started. Now, let us try it. Now you understand why I'm committed. I first started out in a rented commercial kitchen. Got all my certifications, went through all state process of being fully certified. We are now selling in 14 grocery, specialty, and other retail stores in Washington and Idaho. I now needed a co-packer. I found it, Shaver Farms, located in Hayden, Idaho. They are a Chef Life FDA certified food manufacturing company. I am with Shaver Farm, but I am also speaking with other large co-packers for the future that will allow us to upscale our abilities for Albertsons. Researching how to get my unique sauce on the market led me to Professor Michael Evanger from WSU Innovative Department. Mr. Evanger helped me develop a blueprint to figure out the uniqueness of my white barbecue sauce. Knowing that I had a unique barbecue sauce that could be used for salad dressing, different types of meats, coleslaws, and seafood, a barbecue sauce being made with mayo as the base is what makes it unique and would do great in Albertsons. Here are my stats of my top 5 stores. I sell on average 2.5 bottles a week. In 2 years, I grew at average about 80%. All this happened without promotions or sales. There is not another versatile, great tasting white barbecue sauce on the market. My white barbecue sauce even sold 7 months during COVID without me even sampling. Working different events in stores, I got to meet a lot of different people with different tastes and likes. I chose to use a small sampling spoon to do my sampling. I call my spoon my swords because when the customers was in doubt about my products, I would raise up the sword, and with the sword, I would put it in their mouth. And when I put it in their mouth, I knew I had them. Sampling at different events, customers started asking me about other types of flavors. From this came 3 more flavors: all natural vegan, and 2 types of sugar-free, one with the monk fruit and the other with the xylitol. Winning the Trailmix will allow me to place my products in Albertsons specialty store. It would take me from this stage of my business to the next level. I am looking into the future of growing my business all over this world. With the winnings, I will be able to get the guidance and support from Albertsons and place my versatile products on your shelves to grow nationally and regionally. I will use this prize to greatly expand my market reach, get access to my first big hire, will be an operation expert in my field of business. Me being an evangelist and recipe person, I will use the operations expert for that 1-2 punch to move the scale of my business upwards. I have grown this company on my own while raising my son. I know with the support of Albertsons, Trailmix, and the expert, I will be able to scale my business upwards, which will allow me to get our great tasting products into all your great stores. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Well, hi, Douglas. This is Mark. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Good. You did a great job, by the way. I love to see scrappy entrepreneurs that take a dream and a vision and on their own really make it happen. And I love the family aspect of your mom's story. It's inspiring. That's one of my first questions is around your story. I noticed in the pictures you had a hang tag. Is that hang tag always on the product? One, and two, does the hang tag tell the story about the brand and the history and your mom?
Well, the hang tag was a feature from the co-packers. So it could since it's unique and people didn't know the different types of foods and whatnot it would go on, it would tell them that they can use it on, the different foods, how to reach me, and let them go to the website if they need to find any other information. But they do come with all of the bottles that I have them to co-pack for me.
Okay. So one recommendation would be you have such a you have a compelling story, right, about your mom and about you as her son. I would love to see on the label kind of that story, in terms of how it started and who your mom is, and I think that would lend itself really well for the end consumer. So that's just something to think about. Is one of your differentiations is the story about your mom, and I think highlighting something like that on your label would be really beneficial for you.
But we can always change if necessary, because ain't nothing in stone right now, because this all is a growing process. You know what I mean?
For your vegan one, are you using like Veganese, or since you taste mostly mayo as your product?
Well, it's a totally vegan mayo. It has nothing in it. And so I really had to work with that to get a taste that I like for the vegans, but it's totally clean. I have that on Amazon also.
So how much would this bottle cost that you sent us?
$9. All natural is $9. The regular 7, the all natural is 9. The vegan is the 11. Then the sugar-free one is the 13.
Okay. Douglas, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You did a great job, by the way.
Thank you for your time. First time. Love this. All right.
Good job.
Thank you.
Most of the big companies, you work in silos. You work on specific things. And I've worked in a couple of family businesses where you're the band of pirates and you work on everything. And it excites me. But I learned a ton of things from the big companies, but I also learned I want this to reflect a better product. I know how hard I work at this, and I see these same people, whether it's been at the stores or wherever, you see them and you meet them at different events, and you see how they're hustling just as hard as you are. I know how hard everybody else is working, and to be recognized, it's truly humbling. So, and this is what drives me. I want to make this thing great, but it's part of it that, it excites me. These are all big wins when you can get them. Hi, I'm Dan Smith, founder of Recipe 33, and here's our pitch for Trailmix Pitch Competition. Hi, I'm Dan Smith, founder of Recipe 33. This all started when I went back to school, a lot of late night study groups. Somebody would always bring snacks. You read the back of the package, it's either loaded with junk ingredients or you get the dreaded residue, salt and seasoning all over your hands. That's when Recipe 33 was born. So the problem, all the additives, all the junk that's put into seasoned nuts, and then Most nuts are oil roasted, so you get the unnecessary calories of the oil roasting, and then the dreaded Cheeto fingers with all the junk on your hands. The opportunity, the United States is a huge snacking culture, culinary trends. If you look at Bon Appetit online and the Food Network, there's a lot more education, and consumers are looking for bolder and different flavor combinations. And in health trends, people flip over the back of the package more today than they ever have due to health concerns, allergens. So people really care about what they're putting into their body. Introducing Recipe 33 infused almonds. So just like you would marinate a piece of meat or a piece of tofu, that's what I do with almonds. So I have a black truffle, smoky serrano, cinnamon vanilla, lemon rosemary, and then a brand new item, garlic dill. So for example, the garlic dill, we're using fresh garlic, fresh dill, sea salt almonds. Again, we create that marinade, we let the almonds soak, and then we have a proprietary process that pulls the moisture out and then none of the junk on your hands. And I think as you were sampling, you noticed everything but the truffle has an inclusion inside. So we want people to see we're using real ingredients. So in the lemon rosemary, you're gonna find the lemon wedges, you're gonna find the bits of the sprigs of rosemary, because I want people to see that there's 3, 4 ingredients in the product. So that's great to have a good idea. Is the market there? So this was my, again, MBA project. So looking at my local backyard, Seattle, could we get into 50 stores? And after talking to Whole Foods and PCC in the local market, could we sell 2 units per store per week? That was the buyer's feedback to capture the market and validate our business model. We ended up getting into 57 stores and moving 6 units per store per week. Great. So now let's look at the national market. What is the addressable market for that? So really it's just looking at snack nuts, not as an ingredient and not as a baked item, $1.5 billion market. So the market's there. And then it's a category that's growing with a 4.3 CAGR rate. And then the thing I'd really like to point out is 2/3 of American households buy almonds and it's perceived as a healthy snack. So there are a lot of things. It's like, okay, great concept, market's there. The next slide is comparison. What else is out there? So we were really looking for clean ingredients and then unique flavor combinations to address the consumers that we were going after. There's a brand out there called Peazoots. They launched with peanuts. They just launched an almond item last week, but they do a lot of different flavors, and it's not like it's like Inferno, something like that. So it's nondescript. You just know it's spicy, but they're not doing the same thing we are. Honestly, I modeled building the business after what Sahali did with their kind of glazed, bringing different flavor combinations to the market 15, almost 20 years ago at this point. They are actually really good counsel on helping us get out of the gates. And then Blue Diamond, I mean, they are seasoned nuts, but they're the reason why I started Recipe 33 is to make something that is clean and without all the junk. Who is our consumer? So we are really going after foodies, so people that are looking for those bold flavors, unique flavor combinations to pair with wine, cheese, charcuterie. And in the health-conscious consumer, that's your workout person, the person that, I mean, I know I'm halfway home. If I can do a demo and they flip over the package, I'm halfway to my customer. So, and then I validated this in the pre-COVID, the first 2 years. I was able to do 500 demos, sample about 60,000 people, and really track that, who she is. The foodie consumer seems to skew a little older, and the health conscious seems to skew a little younger, but it's 80% consumer or female consumer. That's who buys our product. How do I get to those consumers? So online, we're really focused. Our website, Amazon. When we launched this, it was really going after, because we launched it in $8.99, $9.99 price point. So we were really focused in on like premium groceries. So in the Seattle market, it's PCC, New Seasons, Met Market, really going after that. And then really focusing on specialty store shops. So it'd be the tasting rooms with the wineries in Woodinville, charcuterie shops, and then some cheesemongers local. And then immediate consumption, we have a smaller pouch that we're really trying to drive trial and get the product into consumers' hands. We've already gotten into the Nordstrom's e-cafe. We're still chipping away at Starbucks, just not the same business model that they've had. It's kind of in and out. There's not really shopping or sitting that's going on. And then Alaskan Airlines, hopefully when business gets back to normal, this is a perfect fit for first class. Brokers where necessary to get through the market, working with KeHE and UNFI to get to that premium grocer retailers. And then Ames International is down in Fife, or right outside of Tacoma, and they are GSFI certified, kosher certified. I worked for them 10 years prior to launching Recipe 33. I had to do a HACCP plan before I could even present my item to be a co-packer at the facility. So they really, as much as I'm committed to quality, Ames International is as well. So my 2 packages, so we have a 4 ounce that has the zip top for home, for at your desk snacking, and then the 1 ounce is on the go, the trial piece. When we launched this, we launched at the $8.99, $9.99 price point. So I was really trying to go for that good, better, best. Nuts are a very commoditized category. So we were really trying to not just do premium, but trying to do a super premium. I've had decent velocity, but it is really about $5.99. I can get into more retailers and really show that this is more than just kind of a regional specialty niche type item. And then same thing with that, but I really tried to focus on making sure that we had the gross margin and then the case packs to really be able to grow. And by taking from $8.99 or $9.99 price point to $5.99, I know it's still important, and you'll see with my past life, to be able to support this with promotions and to be able to get onto the shelf. That's half the battle. It's getting the consumers to buy it with promotions. In 2.5 years, we've been able to do $250,000 in revenue. These are the key retailers we're working with. Our first year we did $75,000, and then last year we did $125,000. We're a little soft this year with COVID, but we're really starting to pick up, and we know we're gonna have a strong back half with the $5.99 price that rolls out in November. I have 25 years of experience with consumer packaged goods industry, working for Ghirardelli, M&M Mars. I've worked in 2 family businesses, so mostly sales, some marketing, and in the last 3 or 4 years, especially while I was doing my MBA, I was working operations and finance. A couple of my classmates joined me on the journey. Jen is actually based here in Boise, and she is our CFO. She's the reason why I could sleep at night, because she double checks me and tries to keep me in line financially. Giuliano is why we have incredible packaging, a Microsoft marketer, but to take something from a white sheet of paper to this has been amazing. I'm glad to have him on my team. He just has that eye for design. And then Mutu, he is my website, Amazon, anything analytical, this guy knocks it out. So that's what brought us all together. My friends at the Auburn, Washington store with Albertsons allowed me to kind of show you how beautiful and what the impact would be on the shelf. So I really appreciate having the opportunity to present to you guys today. I'm looking forward to any questions, but I want to get your feedback on the product. Thank you.
So are these raw? You just start with good old raw almonds, correct?
So all almonds are pasteurized in the United States. So I wish I could say they're raw. They're not. They have been pasteurized. So, and then I do the steam treated pasteurization versus the chemical. But I follow that raw. There's a lot of people there's an enzyme that upsets your stomach, and a lot of people, especially when I get into these natural specialty stores, it's like, oh, I soak almonds too. It's like, yeah, I do. It's just a longer process.
Dan, it's Mark. So is that a differentiation for you in terms of how you process them compared to Sahel and the others?
So like with Sahali, they do this sugar glaze on the outside of the nuts. So they did some different things with flavor combinations, but theirs is all about that sugar glaze. And again, other than my cinnamon vanilla, it's the only one I added sugar to, but it's that clean snacking experience that you can keep working on the computer and not have either the seasoning or the sticky feeling on your hands.
What is Recipe 33? Why Recipe 33 is the name?
So when I went back to school, we were the 33rd cohort to go through the executive MBA program at University of Washington. There were initially there was 3 of us. And so we were from 3 different continents, 3 different industry experiences. So it was kind of the 3s were pulling us together. You don't want to say, We spend a lot of time. Honestly, we spent 9 months. So when it was a grade at school, we were Salty Squirrel. Cute name for a grade, not a brand name. That was the feedback I got from everybody, except for one finance guy. I wasn't going to him for brand advice. But that's kind of, it's the hardest thing I've done to date. It was coming up with the brand name. The logo stuff, we had our packaging all designed, we just didn't have a lockup. And it was funny because we were R33 through the entire program, and we just had recipes over here and R33, and it came together for us.
What is your gross profit margin?
So I'm at 51%. So that's the piece to this is I know when I have been pitching to investors, they're ecstatic when you talk to a food company that's above 40. So
You're 51, even with KE in there.
So I have stuff in there that if it's 25 to service and work with you guys, I have it built into that. So I've tried this comes from the Mars and Ghirardelli of the world of what it actually takes to build the brand. And I've done a lot of private label co-packing in the past that like you're literally starting at 18 to 20% margin. And it's every penny. It's honestly, it's how you source the product. Because if you don't do a great job of sourcing, it kills you right out of the gate. But trying to build the brand, I wanted to make sure that I could support it with demos. I could support it with promotions, TPRs, ads. That's what it takes to get off the ground.
Are you guys taking out a salary? Are you taking out anything? All right.
All hustle, baby. All hustle all the time.
All hustle all the time.
Love it.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the conversation and the feedback.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Just floored at those presentations. Some great questions from the judges. I have the honor of announcing the winners of this year's Trailmix pitch competition. First, I'd like to announce the runner-up position. So let's just dive right into it. The runner-up of this year's 2020 Trailmix pitch competition. Can I get a drum roll, please? Thank you. So the runner-up of Trailmix 2020 is Wild Heart Sipping Vinegar, and I'd like to introduce Jenny Borden to the stage. Woohoo! Congratulations,
Thank
Jenny.
you.
Would you like to have a
Wow,
seat?
Yeah.
Yeah, truly congratulations. Such amazing and hard work that I've seen through this competition. So while we're here in front of the audience today, just share with us a little bit about what's next for Wild Heart Sipping Vinegar and for you.
Well, what an honor to be a part of this whole competition and to be selected to be a finalist and then runner-up. This is amazing. And I'm really excited about this. This is going to be helpful for us as we scale up our equipment, as we're doing different things to help facilitate our growth. But I think my biggest takeaway from this whole thing has been the collaboration, the way that Trailmix has allowed this wonderful synergy with information, education, people, mentors, things like that. It's just been awesome. So I'm really excited about that, and thank you.
You are so welcome, and you really deserve it, and congratulations. So look forward to following you, seeing more of what you have going on in the future, excited for announcing the winner of Trailmix Pitch Competition after this short word from our sponsor.
Albertsons is bringing the fresh every day. Crispy, juicy, delicious. We're cutting fresh, so you don't have to. Slicing fresh in store. Icing, baking, and flower bouquet making. At Albertsons, this is how we do fresh. Come and get it.
All right, now it's the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm about to announce the winner of this year's Trailmix pitch competition. I would first like to thank some of our sponsors. Of course, Albertsons is our title sponsor. We've spoken a little bit about them. We also have Lamb Weston, another sponsor from the onset of Trailmix, iGem, Dairy West, Chobani, Happy Day Brands, Inspire Media, Kitchen to Shelf. All of those organizations make Trailmix a possibility and really just make it happen. So thank you to everyone and all of you, of course, tuning in today for joining us. So can I get a drum roll? The winner of this year's 2020 Trailmix Pitch Competition is Recipe 33, and I'd like to welcome Dan Smith. Congratulations, Dan. Please have a seat, and truly excited to hear what's next for you. Recipe 33. Tell me.
Well, this is the equivalent of 4 pallets of almonds. So I'm really excited that I can start building some inventory. Our big push this year was to expand distribution more than just the Pacific Northwest. So we're looking at California, really the West Coast. So this allows us to kind of get that springboard, and in that opportunity with Albertson, I'm in your backyard now, so I'm excited.
So it sounds like we'll be seeing more of you.
Yes.
How many almonds are in a pallet? Single almonds.
So single almonds.
You can.
I can tell you there's about 2,000 pounds in a pallet.
Okay, that's a lot of almonds.
We can do the math though. There's about 22 almonds per pound or per ounce.
Not sure if we have time right now, but yeah, tell me a little bit. How was this experience for you? Where can we find you? What?
This has been amazing. Honestly, when COVID hit, I actually talking to some of the other founders, I'm so used to being in the stores, so used to hustling and demoing and one customer at a time, street fighting and getting the customers. And when COVID hit, pulled all the demos. I started looking at opportunities like this, and these have been like, they give you the hope, they keep you focused. There's opportunities with financial benefits. So, I mean, these are the things that really push us. And I'm honored and I'm truly blessed to be a part of the program, but then to win it is just, I'm humbled, absolutely humbled.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for the kind words. And we are all excited to see you not only on the shelves of Albertsons, but just to see where you go next, like all of our finalists and participants in Trailmix this year. So thank you so much, and excited to send you on your way with this big check, and most importantly, shelf space at Albertsons.
Thank you, Matt.
Awesome. Well, for those of you tuning in, we have a founder fireside chat after this with Monty Kelleher, founder of Fitted, as well as TM Rostigar, executive director of Trailhead. So enjoy, and thanks for tuning in.
When I'm on the road, bound for home, back to what I know, back to Idaho, Idaho.
I'm joined by Monty Kelleher, founder and CEO at Fitted. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Honored to be here.
I want to give the audience a chance to get to know you a little bit. So, knowing that you've recently moved to Boise, why don't you tell us a little bit about your personal background and when your family moved to Boise?
Yeah, so grew up for the most part in Bay Area, San Francisco area for the most part. And in December of 2019, so a little over, about 8 months ago actually, we decided to move to Boise. My wife has family here out in Nampa, and it was kind of one of those, well, we'll get into pivotal points of Fitted where we knew we wanted to scale and grow. We knew we were onto something special, and we wanted to put our roots down as we grow, rather than grow, and then decide to move.
Gotcha.
So from both a family standpoint and a business standpoint, we thought Boise was the place to come. Also, you know, we've got 4 young kids at home. Wanted to get out of the chaos per se. If it was up to me, I'd be on top of a mountain, then another mountain on top of that mountain, so that no one can find me when I'm with the kiddos. So this is basically as far as my wife will let me go.
Well, welcome to Idaho. Sounds like you found the right place, especially with the mountain on top of a mountain analogy. I like that. Funny story. I actually ran into you. It was on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
I was at Trailhead. I think I was cleaning up after an event, and you were out walking with your family, and I was walking out of Trailhead, and there you were, and all I heard was, "What is Trailhead?" And that was my cue. I just jumped right in and gave you a sales pitch, and been really trying hard to get you moving to Trailhead ever since. But you know, that's when I met you. And so let's talk about the business real quick. Before I get into the history of it, why don't you give us just a quick overview of what Fit It is and what it does?
Yeah. So we're a B2B solution for basically in the channel of athletic specialty. We are scaling into some other verticals, but we were really built because of my background to be a solution, a very comprehensive one for B2C and B2B. You know, in the run specialty space. Then it became the specialty athletic space.
Okay.
You know, because it's a very high touch industry, and it's so focused currently on brick and mortar, and the world is not. And we wanted to be the self-driving car of retail, to be honest. And that's kind of how we see ourselves. So we do turnkey e-com, automated payments we just got into between brands and retailers, as well as fulfillment between brands and retailers.
Lots of golden nuggets there. We'll dive into a few of those. So essentially, your customers are brick and mortar athletic specialty stores.
And brands, correct.
And brands. Okay, cool.
Yep.
So you dropped something about your background in there. Let's pull on that thread. I know that you are an owner of a shoe store.
Yeah.
And so tell me about that. So how did you get into that business?
Yeah, that's a good story. You know, I actually worked in college, and that's a rough way to say it because I spent about half a minute in college until I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this. You know, but I was working at a running shop at the time in the South, and it was one of those incredible experiences where you learn everything not to do. And I'm not saying it was bad. It was one of the most valuable experiences of my life, right? I do it over again a million times because it really, you know, and I was extremely young at the time. I was like, screw this, I can do this myself, right? Little did I know. So I started my first retail operation 10 years ago, actually just a few weeks ago. We hit our 10 years and we opened up Run Specialty. I was a runner in high school and college, and that's what I knew, and I wanted to do that. And so yeah, we have 3 retail operations in the Bay Area, San Francisco, and 2 locations south of that still.
So you're a runner, so you're obviously passionate about it.
Yep.
It was your side gig in college, even though it was just for a brief minute.
Yeah.
And so, you know, through that, you decide to open up a store. Then what happens? I believe there was more than one store. You said there was 3 stores.
Yeah. So we built it up. We actually built it up into 5 locations at one point. Quickly scaled down, and you know, at some point, you just say, I want to change and I want to revolutionize the industry because there's so many pain points, but I couldn't do that from a brick and mortar. There's a lot of capital intensive. There's only so much. It's you against the world, the other retailers. When I saw an opportunity of, wow, you know, retailers are so far from where they need to be, and that's why it was like, why not create a software that can start bridging the gap.
Okay, so when you had 5 stores and you scaled back down to 3, it sort of signified a pain point of the brick and mortar's ability to scale potentially. Okay, so that was rooted there.
Yeah.
I see. So those 3 are still intact, as I understand. They're still in business?
I sure hope so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're
Good.
back in California. We have an incredible team. I'm completely hands off. You know, I pay a bill here and there, but no, I'm 1,000% fitted.
So at what point? Again, you scaled back down to 3, but at what point in there did you uncover this problem per se that Fitted is addressing, and when did you decide to actually build a solution around it?
Yeah, I mean, if you look back, you know, if if I think back to how long ago when the problem happened right after starting the company, right? I knew that I needed a digital solution. I didn't want to have a digital solution because I love working person to person on the sales floor every day and fulfilling that interaction and that specialty. But especially being in the Bay Area, we knew we had to go digital. So, we'll say at year 5 of the business, we tried a few e-com plays, however you want to call it. Didn't work out for various reasons, which led us exactly into our company now.
Okay.
And still, honestly, that's why I still have those stores, is because I make sure, because I always want to live those pain points to make sure that we are on the ball with what we're trying to fix.
Okay, so you decide to solve the problem, launch Fitted. How long did it take before Fitted was an actual business from just the idea of the product?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I'm pretty brash, I don't know if brash, impulsive, as in like when when I want to do something, usually do it, I'll jump first and then look where I'm falling, which is never good. But I'd say started playing around with the idea 2 years ago, and then.
Oh, it's that recent, okay.
Oh, yeah. And then, we officially formed about a year and a half ago, but we really went, and again, it was part-time because I was still doing stores, but I built a team at the stores. So I had my 2 business partners at that time that I found through just relationships that were much smarter than me, and I just talked a lot, but they were the kind of the engineers.
Those are the good ones, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just went through our relationships and my relationships with the brands and retailers that I'd made and started trying to do that. And we formed our company in early 2019 officially. And we had our first beta. I don't know. My stores were our first beta,
Yeah, let's talk. So your first customer, that was my next question.
Yeah.
You were your own first customer then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, very separate. That was a big thing to keep the 2 companies 100% separate at all times, not sharing resources, not sharing.
So it had a supplier-vendor relationship.
Completely. I didn't charge myself, but yes, it's it's great because we were able to learn so much. Still to this day, our stores can be petri dishes. So fast learning, right? Which is so awesome.
So in those early days, what was there an aha moment on a certain assumption you made? Or as you deployed, Fitted onto your own business, was there something you uncovered you didn't expect, or were things pretty much linearly sort of following the path that you thought they would?
Yeah, I'm kind of like I said, I jump and I dream and and I think if you asked my business partner, my 2 co-founders, they'd tell you, there was a few moments along the way when they're like, oh man, this actually can be something. When I was hoping that there always. Or it could be, there was, when you can get the team, aka the retailer, which happened to be my own, I owned it, but still, when my team at A Runner's Mine, had the looks on their faces and the change that it made in their business, and I consider them one of the top retailers out there in their industry, that's when I think it was like, oh yeah. And it was really the brands. We spent 15 months, we bootstrapped it, and we spent 15 months working on brands behind the scene. No one even knew about Fitted, but brands sure did, and it took a while to convince. And once we had one fall, which was the biggest one.
Let's talk about that pivotal moment.
Yeah,
so what does that brand represent in terms of, becoming the customer and then the rest of the story?
Yeah, Nike, biggest athletic company in the world, really focused on their digital and their own digital, to be specific. At the time they had closed 300, 400 digital accounts over the course of 2 years, and they essentially opened up one, and that was us. Entrusted in what we were doing, because we weren't just a software that was transactional. We were bringing the experiential piece of a brand to a consumer, to the end consumer ultimately, using the retailer as a vessel. And so once we got Nike, who happens to be on our advisory board, which is pretty exciting.
So that came with it. So expertise, not just a customer.
Exactly. Yeah, we focused. We took a lot of trips up to Portland. Them and On. We think those are the 2 most innovative. fastest growing athletic company in the world, which is On. And Nike, who's already the 3 billion pound gorilla. We felt like if those guys really truly understand and support what we're doing, everyone else will follow.
So in terms of value proposition to the retailer and versus the brands, is there a difference? Does the brand, get different value out of working with Fitted than a retailer, or is it essentially the same proposition for both?
They're different. I mean, that's why they're different customers of ours in a way, and different revenue streams. But ultimately, our goal as retailers, and if I put on my retailer hat, it's to serve you as a consumer, right?
Okay.
And to make sure that you're having a brand experience. The devil A word, as I call it, the Amazon, they don't give an experience. It's a transactional. And, there are culture companies, and then there are, just corporate companies, as I like to think of it.
Oh, okay.
And again, not everyone has their missteps, but we wanted to really turn every good athletic specialty store that told a story, like the ones I'm sure all of us have grown up going to. We wanted to give them a fighting chance and essentially create a localized marketplace where we could turn their site into something that had more resources from an inventory, fulfillment, and even speed of payment, bigger than a monster.
So as a small mom and pop shop, and I'm assuming most, or at least a big chunk of these stores are small mom and pop shops, brick and mortar, locally owned. It's sort of, the story that I hear is they don't have the resources and the capital to compete with these biggest. And so you as an owner sort of felt that.
100%.
So at the end of the day, if a store owner wins, that's when Fitted wins, right? So you're...
Yeah,
Is that a good way of looking at it?
Ultimately, it's the consumer, that we're trying to please, but we're a B2B company. And we're really making a special relationship and automation between the brands and the retailer, which is changing that relationship. But everyone needs to always have the most important thing is to make sure that product that these two guys are selling is still being bought.
Gotcha.
Right. And we just want to help automate that so that they can focus on what they're best at, which is getting to the consumer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. No, that's pretty cool. So you basically create that experience for the consumer on behalf of the retailer.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of trust for them to put in you, because they're basically delegating, if they're a culture company, they're delegating to you the piece that in part sets them apart from other brands.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason, again, that's why we went after big brands first, right, and kind of got their support. So then we were able to go to retailers and say, hey, look, Nike trusts us. Hey, look, On trusts us, for example. And when we baited with the most vocalized, well-respected retailers in our industry. Right?
Okay.
We didn't go after the monsters, right? We went after the guys that all 3,000 mom and pop shops know and go to when they want advice, right? Like true independent specialty. And that's who we decided, and I guess it's worked a little bit.
Cool.
So
let me take us sort of through this then. The move to Boise, it was also a business decision, like you said.
Sure.
And so far, it's called Founders War Stories. I haven't heard of any punches in the gut yet for Fitted. But so there's the move to Boise, and then somewhat shortly thereafter, the pandemic hits.
Yeah.
And so talk me through those couple of months in your business as the pandemic was approaching and then it hit. What did it do to your business?
Yeah, I mean, so the pandemic blew up our business in a great way, as horrible as it is to say that, but no, it really did. I mean, we had exponential growth overnight type deal. I mean, one of those crazy, all of a sudden someone poured gasoline on us while we were sleeping and we woke up and it was on fire.
Is it as simple as I own a shoe store, I have no e-commerce presence, and now overnight no one walks through the door? Is that
100%.
based?
Yeah, think about it. I mean, we built this concept and we always pitched it to retailers and brands like, hey, by 2023, you're going to be doing 20% of your business online. I know you're doing 0 or 1% now. You better get on Fitted, eventually. But it was a real slow strategy. I mean,
you're evangelizing people in an idea.
We had 15 very strategic retailers. We'd loved more, but I say we had 15 strategic, but that's basically what we had, right? And they were good retailers, but again, we figure out. And in March, we added 50 national partners, right? Which was wild to put in perspective. But going into that, you know, talk about gut checks and everything. I mean, we were in the middle of raising. I mean, that's terrifying, right? We moved to Boise because we're onto something special. We want to raise money. And if we raise money in the Bay Area, you're staying in the Bay Area, right? Like, go tell a guy that just gave you $500,000 or whatever, hey, by the way, thanks, I'm going to Boise, right? No, it's not going to happen. So we made a real leap of faith, and it took a lot of convincing of me to my business partners to come out here. And then all of a sudden, you know, business is business, and then the pandemic hits, and I mean, the first day or so, you see the pandemic happening, especially because I own a retail store back there, right? Like, and I'm getting some relay, and we literally, I won't tell you what we had in our bank account, but you know, it was like, guys, we're gonna bootstrap this because we know we're special. We're gonna bootstrap. We're gonna put everything we have. Don't tell our wives. Let's go, right? And then all of a sudden we have 50 retailers, and we're telling ourselves, okay, we'll be profitable by May, which is nuts, right? We're hoping 18 months out, right? And that's where I happen to check in with one investor just to kind of check in, and then it's the whole FOMO. You know, it's no one wanted to be the first in, but when it happened, it happened. So
traction really then justified.
Yeah. I mean, we obviously needed it, but we also were having a blast with our business, and it was that grind.
So huge leap of faith. I mean, at this point, you know, you double down. You're still not quite sure what's going to happen coming out the other end because this investor hasn't committed at the time.
Yeah. And again, we're entrepreneurs. I mean, you say you're going to get through it no matter what, because if you believe in their concept enough, you say, I am going to sell everything that I own to make this work, when you really find that one idea, if that makes sense.
And
right?
your business partners are right along with you, and then that kind of philosophy?
Yeah. I say that because they're more conservative. I think they said 3 words in the first 10 years I knew them. So, but
yes, no, and maybe.
yeah. No, but they're in it, absolutely. They're 100% in it. I'm just the one that's running around with my hair on fire and speaking for them. So, yeah. But when you find that, I'm sure all these founders, like, when you have that idea, you're like, I'm going to make this work.
So how was it raising around during a pandemic? I mean, did you close it? Did you?
Yeah, we closed in June.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was nice. Thank you. Yeah, we subscribed, which was awesome.
Oversubscribed during a pandemic.
Yeah.
Right trend, good timing.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with this round? What's kind of next on the horizon in terms of deploying this capital and growth for Fitted?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, again, we just, I'd mentioned earlier this payments. This payments is a really exciting piece that we just, we'll say, came upon this concept. We call it our Fitted single-click fulfillment and payment option, and it's really exciting and scalable. And so we're putting a lot engineering power behind that.
Anything that keeps you up at night about that payment piece? It seems
everything.
You said exciting and scalable, and those usually
So
bring some risks with them.
I'm sure I'm speaking to most entrepreneurs out there, but you have an idea, and if it doesn't scare you, it probably isn't worth it, right? Because that means it's already been done. So what are you doing, right? Or it's been done, and there's just not that much of a market, right? And so the payment part that we've thought, it's, you go through why hasn't it been done the way that we're planning on doing it and built to do it, and that's why brands and retailers are so excited. You ask why, and there's usually a very good reason why.
Because we've always done it this other way.
Yeah. But that shouldn't stop you. But that's going to take some capital, and yeah, I mean, it's really, we are so, at first it was like, can we get enough retailers, right? And then once we've now built up to 100 plus retailers, national partners, it's like, okay, now we switch, we almost did some of this Trojan horse kind of thing. It's like, oh, now we've got the the retailers, now we can leverage that and go back to the brands and say, here's why you need to use not just this piece of our solution, but this piece of our solution. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
was
I like
kind of
that.
like we tapped the brands. And the scary part is, remember, this is all dependent upon them saying yes, right? I mean, you're selling something every day. And so yeah, this next opportunity does keep me up at night because I believe in it. But just because you believe in something doesn't mean your consumer is.
Wise words, yeah. I like that, especially as a consumer myself. Look, we're pretty much out of time. But before we get off, I wanted to touch on one more thing, if that's cool with you.
Yeah.
So, look, I talk to entrepreneurs from California from time to time. Some of them call and want to kind of know, like, hey, what's going on over there in Boise? We hear great things. We may want to move our company there. So you've actually done this, right?
Right.
You brought your company, you brought people with you. It's been kind of cool to watch. And then you raised money here in this community as perceivably as an outsider, both personally, and in your company. And so, being on the outside, I only saw you go around town and do your work and pitch to these various groups. What was that experience like? And like, who did you talk to? Are there, people on your cap table that you can share? Like, who dropped money into Fitted?
When we do something, I think this is my motto, along with a lot of founders. Like, if you're going to do something, you do it 120% good or bad, right? And when we wanted to raise money, when we moved to Boise, like, it was like, guys, we are not saying that we're like, oh, we're Silicon Valley, but we're kind of in Boise. It's like, nope, we are 100% Boise headquartered, right? All in. And when I moved here, keep in mind, I was the only person from my company here. I had, 3 others out in California, but guess what? On any time you talk to any of us, we're a Boise, headquartered company, except there's some random dude running around, Idaho. So we went all in on that, and we were extremely fortunate. Everything happens for a reason, and I ran into you very early on with my family. I was actually there trying to convince them that's why I'm moving the company and my family. All the grandkids I'm moving out here, and they're like, why? And so we ran into you, and the first person on a business side was you I connected with, right? I mean,
yeah.
If you never
Random,
have responded, I don't know. Maybe we would have only California money, and it wouldn't mean as much as it does now to us, right? I mean, we really want to be Idaho focused, Boise focused. And
Look, there's a lot of excitement around Fitted, and and just for me, as the ED at Trailhead, to see private industry in Boise embrace a startup that comes here from Silicon Valley, and there's all these jokes about bumper stickers and keep Californians out. But it was quite the opposite. You came, you got traction. It seemed like the community welcomed you. It's sort of my job to welcome you. I would have welcomed you anyways, but. I did my job that day, but it seems like, the more people I talk to in this community, people ask me about, so what's Fitted up to? What are they doing? And that's just pretty cool to see in such a short amount of time. And I hope to use, Fitted's story kind of as call it a case study, for other California founders that are going to call me. I hope to be like, well, you know what? Give Monty a call and ask him how his experience went. Because so far, again, founder war stories, haven't heard a lot of war-like scenarios in your experience, especially in Boise.
Yeah, I mean, our and my, again, I'm not an engineer myself. My team's biggest concern was talent, to be honest. They said,
it's a
first of
valid
all, they're
concern.
like, Idaho, where is Idaho? If I'm
Not
being
Iowa.
honest. Not Iowa, no. So, so anyways, and we came down, and again, you helped us find some headhunters, and we got one, and it's been an incredible. There is so much hidden talent, and it's not even hidden. There's so many incredible, when we want to go fishing for talent, we have 3 people lined up in a week that we would hire in a heartbeat. And that's been one of the surprising, investors have been great. Capital 11 guys are phenomenal. They're through a friend of a friend that you've, referred to, Trolley House, few of those guys kind of got in individually, which we're going to reward them very well.
Great, yeah, I want to definitely celebrate those guys because that's how ecosystems work.
Yep. So they jumped, and especially during a pandemic, that's got to be scary as an angel investor.
That must be so validating on the flip side
so
to you guys.
Validating. Yeah. we're very appreciative. It was not easy getting money, and then when we stopped focusing on getting money, it came. One of those things. A lot of things in life, when you stop looking, they actually come to you. But you know, we're very fortunate, and we're going to take very good care of them.
You know, welcome to Idaho. Love the fact that Fitted is here. Thank you very much for joining in today. Hello everyone. That's a wrap for an action-packed day at Boise Startup Week. But do not worry, we'll be back tomorrow with more content. I really enjoyed the back and forth and the chat in Brella. So for those of you, again, joining us live, please make sure to go to boisestartupweek.org, register yourself, get into Brella, and engage directly with the speakers. As you do that, you may notice at the bottom of your screen, there's a ticker with sponsors listed. Those sponsors do not only give money to Boise Startup Week, enabling us to do what we're doing here today and all week, but they also put up their precious resources to help us put on the event and bring it to you, our audience. That said, if you see someone from one of those companies and you recognize them, give them some love, give them the shout out, recognize them as supporters of Boise Startup Week and as supporters of the startup ecosystem right here in Boise. Get some rest, get ready for the 20K pitch competition tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Bye for now.
Entrepreneurs solve problems that make the world a better place. They create jobs. They create wealth, not only for themselves, but for the entire community. And when you foster that, you can accelerate not only a company, but an entire economy. And that's why it's so important to support Startup Week.